Chapter 279. The door to the dining room at the bottom floor of the hotel was gently pushed open. A waitress walked in with a dining cart. Her movements were very nimble, as if she had been doing this job for many years. Probably because of the hygiene requirements, the waitress wore a mask on her face and a hat on her head, covering most of her face. She didn't chat with her colleagues in the dining room. The waitress seemed to be a little sore. She waved to her colleagues and went straight into the lounge. Without stopping, she walked out of the lounge's side door and into the autumn rain. The autumn rain was cold. Zhang Xiaoming walked at a normal pace in the hotel's backyard. In a temporary shelter from the rain, she took off her work clothes and took out a change of clothes from a box. She also took out a piece of paper from under the clothes. The topographic map of the hotel and the exit route were drawn on the light yellow instant paper. She was very familiar with the hotel's layout. After re-examining the route and confirming that there were no problems, she stuffed the paper into her mouth and quickly swallowed it. It was a woman's trench coat with a hood. She flipped the hood over to block the cold raindrops and covered her face again. Walking along the stone path in the hotel's backyard, she soon felt that something was wrong. At this time, the backyard was deserted. Not many people would walk in the rain. Her figure was particularly eye-catching. A few people were walking toward her. Zhang Xiaoming didn't lower her head. Using the shadow of the hat as cover, she walked over with her head held high. Further away was the entrance guard. A few police officers were wearing raincoats, chatting about something in boredom. The Ministry of Justice had made a lot of preparations for this key witness of the hearing. The Federation Bureau of Investigation and the Police Bureau were also cooperating. Around the entire hotel, there were countless layers of checks and surveillance lines. On the contrary, to respect the dignity of the anti-government forces, the security on the upper floors was much more lax. The main task of these police officers was to ensure her safety and prevent the fanatical followers of Senator Macklin or the possible assassins from getting close to her. However, if she wanted to leave now, these people would become a problem. Zhang Xiaoming lowered her head slightly and looked at the police. She touched the fake ID and the little item in her pocket, took a deep breath and walked over. Compared to the police here, the soldiers and the Federation's electronic network at the other exits were more troublesome. When they were about to reach the exit of the backyard, the few police officers in raincoats didn't show any special behavior. However, at this moment, several military vehicles painted in dark colors quickly drove over, stirring up the rain along the way. They braked violently and stopped at the entrance of the backyard. A group of armed soldiers rushed down from the military vehicle and quickly showed their authority to take over the defense at the back door. The rest of the soldiers entered the back garden. The moment the military vehicle entered her line of sight, Zhang Xiaoming understood what was happening. Her footsteps did not slow down at all. She followed a small path by the back door and disappeared into the rain. A minute and a half later, she arrived at another exit before the Federation's deployment. However, there was no one from the organization outside this exit. Most importantly, this exit had the scanning program of the Federation's electronic surveillance network. The face of the girl in the hat was slightly pale, but her eyes were exceptionally bright. She made up her mind to break through this exit. Although it would definitely trigger the alarm, there was no one around, so she could buy some time. Just as she stepped into the scanning channel, a person suddenly came to her side. A faint blue light enveloped the two of them. The two of them walked quickly. The Federation's electronic surveillance network, which would never make mistakes, did not react at all. In the autumn rain, Zhang Xiaoming and that person walked into an alley and got into a car that had already been prepared. The car stopped 3 times on the way and set up enough disguises before they arrived at their real destination. It was a simple hotel near the capital university that did not require identification. Zhang Xiaoming wiped her wet hair with a dry towel. She looked at the person she regarded as her father and quickly asked, "Why did the Federal Army suddenly make a move?" "I don't know." The intelligence leader of the anti-government forces, the extremely mysterious middle-aged uncle, shook his head. It was already very late when the information came. It was probably a sudden decision by the Federation government. The people in the government did not have time to react. The middle-aged uncle was an important figure in the anti-government forces, but he seemed to not know his own importance. He was always active in the most dangerous capital special district. His outfit today was not as wretched as Sulu had seen him before, nor was it as normal as usual. He wore a pair of glasses and looked like a middle-aged lecturer commonly seen in the capital university. Zhang Xiaoming took out a small tool from her short windbreaker and placed it on the table. It was a cleverly designed stun baton. Within a range of 3 meters, it was more effective than a handgun. She did not ask the middle-aged uncle what the small device that emitted a faint blue light was, but she could guess. The Federation government had not been able to arrest him for so many years. He had always been very confident in running around the universe for the organization. The small device that could hide from Charter's eyes was definitely extremely important. The middle-aged uncle walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and looked at the Capital University in the autumn rain in silence. The Federation government had turned against him. This was both within his expectations and beyond his expectations. Senator Macklin had not been convicted, and the big fish in the sea had not been caught. Why was his net abandoned? In the simple hotel room, the wallpaper was peeling. The color difference of the TV screen was a little off, and the news image on it looked a little distorted. Zhang Xiaoming and the middle-aged uncle watched the news in silence. Their feelings were as unreal as the image on the TV screen. In the news image, the breaking news reporter from the Federation TV station was anxiously saying, "An important witness in the Macklin case, an important witness from the anti-government forces, Zhang Xiaoming, suddenly disappeared this afternoon. There is currently no reliable information on what happened." Zhang Xiaoming quietly watched the news and suddenly asked, "Is the source of your information reliable?" The middle-aged uncle said, "It's news from the president's office. The Ministry of Justice suspects you of perjury and is preparing to arrest you." Zhang Xiaoming thought of the murderous soldiers from before. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Suddenly she said, "This is wrong. I have to go back immediately. It doesn't matter if they deliberately release the information or not. As long as I leave the hotel, those people will have achieved their goal of stopping the hearing." Zhang Xiaoming looked at the middle-aged uncle. For the first time, she doubted the judgment of her superior. There are no surveillance cameras in the room, but there are in the corridor and in the backyard of the hotel. They have the video in their hands so they can shirk responsibility and say that I left on my own accord. They can push all the blame to the organization. The middle-aged man was silent for a long time before he said, "Even so, you can't go back. I admit that your judgment is very reasonable, but the organization won't let any of our comrades take unnecessary risks in order to succeed. If I don't go back, Macklin will still be alive," Zhang Xiaoming said stubbornly in a low voice. "You can't go back. As long as you leave the vicinity of the hotel, no matter where you are, the Federation government can kill you on the spot and say that we are silencing you," the middle-aged uncle said coldly. "I just don't understand why they are doing this." The room fell into a dead silence. Zhang Xiaoming said slowly, "It should be that the two sides reached some kind of agreement. Macklin accepted the other side's conditions and withdrew from the election. We have done our part and are no longer of any use. And the other side must have promised Macklin to settle the charges. Naturally, we can't enter the parliament building again." An hour later, the Federation's television news confirmed Zhang Xiaoming's speculation. The Minister of Justice held a press conference and showed the video to prove that Zhang Xiaoming had left the hotel on her own accord. And at the press conference, the minister said with a heavy expression that they now had enough reason to suspect that the anti-government forces had deliberately created a facade to deceive the Federation's judicial system. The Ministry of Justice was investigating this matter. The female witness had probably sensed something and fled to avoid punishment. On a private television station's political news program, an expert expressed a different opinion about the breaking news that had happened that day. He looked at the camera and wondered if this was another incident that Senator Macklin's side had created to get him off the hook. This expert's opinion was immediately refuted by another guest. He believed that Macklin was still cooperating with the investigation in the Ministry of Justice building. Moreover, the video had proven that the female witness had left on her own accord. If there was a conspiracy, it could only be said that the Green Dragon Mountain had created a conspiracy full of loopholes. Then, the Federation's television station released the video of the hotel. Then, the Parliament announced that the hearing would be postponed temporarily to wait for the results of the investigation. The middle-aged uncle was silent for a long time. A trace of coldness gradually seeped out of his eyes as he slowly said, "If you insist on staying, they have too many ways to shut you up, such as your parents and Sulu. They can even make you die regardless of everything. But if I take you away, they can make all the problems involve you. The honor of our organization has been taken away by that traitor. Our image has been bad all these years." This most outstanding spy of the 37 constitutional governments stood up. After a long silence, he said with a hint of frustration, "There is an old saying that when the wolves and the bay on the grassland are together, they will be bad to the core. Macklin has become one of them. He is indeed shameless. This feeling of being betrayed, though it's not the first time, still makes me feel bad. Zhang Xiaoming looked at her superior whom she respected so much quietly. Thinking of the rumors on Green Mountain, she couldn't help but feel dejected. His situation in the organization wasn't very good either. The leader of the Nanshui didn't seem to trust him as much as before. A person who only knew how to do things for the sake of his ideals, no matter how outstanding his ability was, would always lose to those vile people who were full of bad intentions. Don't get involved in this matter anymore. Withdraw from S1 according to the third plan. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged uncle said, "Inform Su Lu when you're sure it's safe so that he won't worry too much." In the end, he looked at the Minister of Justice on the news and said with narrowed eyes, "He would rather step down than bite us to death. Who can exert so much pressure? I'm curious and I want to give them some gifts." Chapter 280. Su Lu retracted his gaze from the phone screen. The email was signed off with a familiar asterisk. A few days ago he had received a similar email. The sender of the email had said, "I'm not dead," and asked him not to avenge me. The meaning of the email today was similar. It basically said that nothing bad had happened to him, and asked him not to worry. Thinking about the most important news in the Federation in the past 2 days, he easily deduced that the sender of the email was the girl. The email from a few days ago was also sent by her and not the uncle. Su Lu sat silently on the sofa in his apartment. He didn't understand. Since he didn't care before, why did he care whether he knew or not now? The special hearing on the Macklin project on Parliament Hill was temporarily suspended because of Zhang Xiaoming's disappearance. Su Lu could guess what was behind this incident, but he no longer had the hot-blooded emotions he had in the past year. All he had was fatigue and numbness. Zhang Xiaoming was alive. She was still alive. This was good. He couldn't sort out his own emotions. Naturally, he couldn't figure out what was the relationship between the interests of the upper echelons of the Federation and himself, a fugitive. Good things and bad things didn't seem to have anything to do with him anymore. He sat quietly in the building and looked at the first snow outside the window. He didn't move at all. Snow fell in the capital special district. It gently fluttered like the sea of pear blossoms in the university in Linhai. When the snow fell on the streets and buildings, most of it melted instantly, leaving only the eerie color. Only a few spots of white remained, which was very eye-catching beside the floor-to-ceiling window in the West Arch Hall of the President's residence. President Sieg, who only had 2 months left in office, silently looked at the white snow on the lawn outside the window. He didn't speak for a long time. As the leader of the Federation, he left a violent and cowardly image in the society. However, only he knew and was satisfied. He had won 10 years of stable development for the Federation. The war wounds caused by the previous war with the Empire were gradually healed during his presidency. But was stability really the most important thing that overshadowed everything? President Sigurd narrowed his eyes and looked at the snowflakes on the grass. He thought of the lady who had left earlier and asked himself the question in his heart. He had always respected and relied on that lady's political wisdom. However, at a critical moment when the Parliament was investigating Medellin, the Federation government made a sharp turn and gave in to that shameless politician in exchange for extinguishing the flames of protest that had burned throughout the Federation. At the same time, the strike in the 4 states around the mountains was quickly quelled. Did such a price really need to be paid? From a rational point of view, the government not investigating Medellin is indeed the best way to quell the Federation's internal strife in the shortest amount of time possible. If that old bastard doesn't personally make an appeal, the young people in the Federation won't be able to calm down. The National Security Advisor walked behind the president and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Khufu, the madam and the people she can influence can bring fundamental changes to Parliament Hill. The one who needs to make the decision now is you." Although President Sigurd had felt dissatisfied with his teacher and friends for the first time during the political turmoil some time ago, he now realized that standing at the pinnacle of power in the Federation, the only person he could trust was still this old man. Do I still need to make a decision? Hasn't Minister Ni already made his decision? President Sigurd slammed his palm on the table and said with some anger. The National Security Advisor fell silent. The Minister Ni that President Sigurd had mentioned was the Minister of Justice who had single-handedly facilitated the Medellin case. Because of the disappearance of the key female witness of the anti-government army, the Minister of Justice had taken all the pressure and officially resigned 3 days ago. All the important people who had access to the President's official residence naturally knew that the Minister of Justice's resignation was just the opening act of a big move. Someone in the government needed to be responsible for this matter, and the Minister of Justice was the most suitable candidate. The reason why Minister Ni was willing to be the scapegoat was, of course, because he must have received some kind of guarantee that when the new president came to power, a brighter and brighter future awaited him. The National Security Advisor looked at the president's back with slight ridicule. He thought to himself, in this presidential election, since you chose to stand on the side of that woman, you should be very clear about the risks involved. There was an old saying in the Federation, borrow the fur of a tiger to make a coat. In the eyes of this political veteran, the calm and peaceful madam of the Tai family was the real ferocious tigress. In the beginning, the reason why he didn't want to stand on the side of Senator Pabre, other than the lawsuit many years ago, was that he could never trust a woman like Lady Tai. He was even slightly afraid of her. But now, Lady Tai and the old man of the Li family had reached an agreement to clean up the mess. She had made a suggestion to the president's residence, and the National Security Advisor had expressed his agreement. The Federation needed a stable and harmonious society, and the president and himself needed a lot of respect and glory. There were still 2 months left in the government's term, but they still had a long life ahead of them. The National Security Advisor believed that President Sieg would definitely understand this point and support this plan. Connect me to the Bureau of Proclamation, President Sieg suddenly said to the Deputy Director of the office, Brin, who was standing by the door. The National Security Advisor frowned and said softly, "What's the problem? If we want to pardon Macklin, I have to confirm with the Bureau of Proclamation whether or not that old bastard was involved in the 2 terrorist attacks. Also, in the past, there were many suspected masterpieces of the Green Dragon Mountain bandits and the security company. Could it be that he was the one who did it?" The National Security Advisor glanced at President Sigurd with a half-smile, as if he had just heard something very funny. In the secret connection, the old director of the Bureau of Proclamation once again confirmed with the President of the Federation that they had not found any direct evidence of Macklin's involvement in terrorist activities. When President Sieg heard this report, his entire body visibly relaxed, and his movements when he put down the phone were much calmer. The arched hall of the President's residence was silent for a long time. The leader of the Federation stood by the table expressionlessly. After thinking for a long time, he nodded slightly. In the room, the National Security Advisor and Deputy Director Brin both noticed this small movement of the President at the same time. They both let out a sigh of relief and left the room. In the current situation, in order to ensure the stability and unity of the Federation, some concessions had to be made. President Huff Sieg, who was about to step down, thought in his heart. He did not want to think about how much the Federation government's decision was related to the future benefits. Dozens of kilometers away from the president's residence, at the end of the one-way street, the building of the Bureau of Proclamation was covered in fluttering snow. The old director looked out of the window with eyes full of worry. Yes, until today the Bureau of Proclamation still had not found any direct evidence that could be used against Macklin. Those people and the information had not come back, and today the Federation and the president did not seem to want to hear the word, but. They were eager to end the chaotic situation in front of them and let the Federation return to the happy world of singing and dancing. There had been many similar drama scenes in history. Betrayal, compromise, and division. In a second, comrades became enemies and enemies became partners. In front of the dark curtain, the people were comforted, and the society was no longer turbulent. After the dark curtain, the families equally divided the benefits and everything was as before. However, would the Federation be able to repeat such a boring cycle of fate this time? It had been snowing for several days. No matter how easy it was to melt, it had accumulated into a vast expanse of white. The departure of autumn in the capital special district was actually this hurried, and the arrival of winter caught many people a little unprepared. On the streets, pedestrians could often be seen rubbing their hands as they walked quickly. Bai Yulan in the driver's seat easily turned the steering wheel and avoided a middle-aged man in front of her. It was rare for him to drive a black car twice, and he had long fallen in love with this kind of steady and smooth driving feeling. Sometimes he even wondered how deep the background of this little boss, Sulu, was. According to his knowledge, there were not many of these special cars in the top level of the Federation government. The company's security department has brought forward the assessment by 1 day. They said that the employer over there suddenly has to leave. Bai Yulan did not look at Sulu in the passenger seat. Instead, she introduced, "Since they specifically asked us, the 7th group, to participate in the assessment as the technical supervisor, you should go." Okay. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the winter snow trees on the side of the street. He nodded and did not say anything else. He was currently in a very listless state. His work at the Whitewater Company was done casually, as if it was just to pass the time. As one of the 3 largest security companies in the Federation, Whitewater's daily work naturally included security planning, which was what most people would call a bodyguard. Bai Yulan had mentioned to him a few days ago that the company's management had received a very important order, and the seventh group had been asked to participate in the consultation. However, he had been too absent-minded recently, so he did not remember this at all. Bai Yulan looked at him with slight worry. In this delicate man's eyes, Su Lu was his boss, his financial backer, and the person he had to risk his life for. He was never worried about the danger of risking his life for money. He was only concerned about his financial backer's mental state. Obviously, after returning from the old moon base, Su Lu, who should have been in high spirits, suddenly became much more depressed. The underground thermal protection system had been activated, and the snow on the street had already melted into a trickle and flowed into the sewer. The black car drove along the wet road in the direction of Charter Square. It happened to pass by the Ministry of Justice building. Su Lu suddenly turned his head and stared at the crowd outside the Justice Department building. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the protesters who resisted the cold and refused to retreat. He realized that something seemed to be happening there. "Stop the car," he said softly. "I want to take a look." Chapter 281. Leaning against the car, Su Lu rubbed the snow on his shoes on the tires. He coughed twice and straightened the collar of his military uniform to block the cold wind that was blowing through the streets. He took out 2 cigarettes from the cardboard box, lit one and held it in his mouth. He passed the other to Magnolia. Magnolia lowered her head and looked at the front of the Ministry of Justice building through her black hair. She hesitated for a moment and took the cigarette but did not light it. The snow that fell from the sky had stopped, but the cold wind was still blowing. It blew powdered snow from the corners of the undisturbed buildings and scattered in the air. The flashes in front of the Ministry of Justice building flashed quickly, making the snowflakes look even more holy. It looked like a well-designed stage in a concert. Su Lu took a deep puff of the cigarette, and the line of fire instantly burned to the bottom of the first number 7. He squinted his eyes and looked over there. Although he could not see clearly what was happening inside, the television in the car was already turned on, and the scene was being broadcasted live. The Federation government officially suspended the investigation of the Macklin case. The spokesperson of Parliament Hill also regretfully said that the hearing had to be postponed indefinitely due to the lack of key witnesses and evidence. The Minister of Justice resigned, Congress was furious, but President Sieg did not say anything. Macklin finally walked out of the Ministry of Justice building. Outside the building, Macklin hugged Governor Ross, who came to greet him. He waved enthusiastically to the thousands of supporters around him. He looked like a victor. Then this victor, surrounded by countless people, walked along the snow-covered street toward Parliament Hill in the west. Su Lu did not move. He still stood silently beside the car, smoking one cigarette after another. Originally, this was no longer his problem, but he had put in so much effort that he wanted to see this absurd drama continue to play out. Governor Ross very politely allowed Senator Macklin to walk at the front. This old man, who had just walked out of the Ministry of Justice building, had a calm and determined expression as he led countless supporters to the bottom of the Parliament building. Along the way, only the people looked at him affectionately and applauded him enthusiastically. This old man was like a saint. The front of the Parliament building had already been set up properly. The wind was stronger here, and the snow on the roof of the building was blown more densely. There were more flashes, and it was more like a stage. Su Lu looked over there from afar, but he only thought of the stage in Linhai State Stadium, the stage that surrounded the 4 states. In front of the Parliament building, Senator Medellin, accompanied by Governor Ross and several respected bigwigs, announced a shocking decision to the entire Federation and his own supporters. He decided to withdraw from the Federation's presidential election. After the news was released, all the media reporters seemed to have gone crazy and began to contact their respective departments. Those excited and even some excited supporters, however, could not react for a moment. With a confused expression, they stood there in a daze. The slogans loudly shouted disappeared, and the excited fists that were clenched were still suspended in the air. Governor Ross stepped forward and patted Senator Macklin's slightly thin shoulder. He lowered his head and said a few words into the loudspeaker, indicating that he fully understood Senator Macklin's thoughts. He firmly stood on the side of the friend and announced the decision to withdraw together. "Are you going to give up?" cried someone sadly. "We can't give in to the government," said someone angrily in a loud voice. Senator Medellin stretched out his hands and began his speech amidst the snowflakes with kindness and firmness that he could not see clearly what was happening in front of the Parliament building, but the holographic screen on the car beside him faithfully transmitted everything that was happening there to Su Li's ears. He fiercely pulled out a puff of his cigarette. It burned to the line of the filter, emitting an unbearable burnt smell. Bai Yulan glanced at him and did not say anything. Just as he was about to be judged by the Federation's laws, he suddenly walked out of the Justice Department. When he was about to be defeated by the Federation, Macklin was still able to mobilize countless supporters to stand behind him. But now he suddenly announced his withdrawal from the election. Sulu did not need to think to figure out how many benefits and shady deals were hidden behind the shocking change. As the final victor, Senator Pabre, no, to be precise, the big shots of the Federation represented by Lady Tai, must have given corresponding promises to Macklin's safety and Governor Ross's future position in the Federation's political life. Senator Macklin's old voice came from the black car beside him. The threat of the Empire is right in front of us. The Federation needs to be united. As a veteran, I must sincerely ask everyone to unite around the Federation. The senator's speech was always so sincere and moving. The wind and sand of history can't hide the truth. The nights in the Justice Department building made me ponder for a long time. In the current situation, is my personal political honor more important, or is the unity and stability of the Federation more important? Today, I'm announcing my withdrawal in front of the Federation's Parliament Hill. It's not because I'm disappointed in the spirit of the Federation and chose to give up, but because I love this Federation, and my love is incomparably deep. Sincere applause rang out. Look at the black hole over there. It's a bunch of disgusting people. Sulu lit another cigarette and tried to maintain a calm appearance, but his slightly hoarse voice revealed some of his true emotions. When I was reading in the library of Heshi State, I discovered that there was no such thing as patriotism a few decades ago. With the invasion of the Empire, people remembered to love their country. Everyone loved the Federation, but now the name of patriotism has become the last refuge of villains. Sulu wanted to hear the voice of the old man in front of the Parliament Hill again. Although he knew that there was too much darkness in the Federation since he was young, he really did not expect that in a place like the Capitol Ring, the dark things could be covered with such a bright and beautiful coat and then flaunt and swindle in the pure white snow. Turning off the car TV, the black car drove silently on the road to the left of the Parliament building. It only took a few minutes for it to arrive at Charter Square. In the center of Charter Square, the statues of the five-person team stood tall. There was a thin layer of snow on the heads and shoulders of these predecessors. The imitation bronze material in the snow gave a sense of vicissitudes. In front of this group of giant statues, there was a clumsy ancient clock. According to the early teaching materials of the Federation, this ancient clock represented the constant call of mankind to the universe. Countless years ago, when human society first appeared in Upper Forest, this ancient clock was placed here. Until today, no one knew how many years it had been maintained, but the sound of the clock had never stopped. It rang from time to time according to the date set by the Federation, peaceful and eternal. Sulu was an orphan of Donglin, and he came from Zhonglo Street. Looking at the quiet ancient clock through the drizzling window, he naturally thought of the joke about the 4th Military Region. That sentence was very familiar to the people of Donglin, lonelier than fireworks, that warship that crashed on the surface of Donglin, and that unusually sturdy clock. It was said that when the 4th Military Region opened up Donglin, they carried a replica of this ancient clock in Charter Square. This year's election was really unexpected, Bai Yulan said while driving. She did not look at Su Li's expression from the corner of her eyes, but this sentence was obviously testing something. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a nobody. Sulu was still looking at the square outside the window and casually replied. Bai Yulan did not think that Sulu was a nobody. She believed that there were not many people in the Federation who still thought so. Especially when the news in front of Capitol Hill made Sulu reveal some of his emotions, she vaguely caught something. The wild birds in the square that were usually proud and free, and even dared to defecate on the heads of the statues of the group of 5, had long flown to South Kazhou or even further south due to the cold weather. As the car drove past, only the fattened pigeons on the lawn were still eating. The people of the capital were not stingy with this little bit of food to show their love, but Sulu looked at the pigeons that refused to fly away and did not have a good impression of them. This was probably the portrayal of the Federation society. Only those who could not or did not want to fly could stay, and those who dared to defecate on the heads of big figures could only leave. I'm actually a wild animal that wants to defecate on the heads of big figures. Sulu thought in his heart and sighed softly. Due to the delay on the road, it was already late when they arrived at the outskirts of the Whitewater Company. However, under the personal guidance of the CEO's assistant, Sulu and Bai Yulan walked directly into the audit room. This was the business of the Security Decision-Making Department. Although the 7th Combat Team was nominally under this department, everyone in the Whitewater Company knew that the 7th Combat Team was involved in top-secret dangerous business. Sulu understood why the 7th Combat Team was chosen as bodyguards. It was not until he saw the middle-aged woman called Sister Tong that he understood something. When he thought of the purple-haired little girl behind Sister Tong, he did not know why, but his feelings of helplessness and worry over the past few days suddenly became a lot better. During the private conversation that followed, Sulu said to Sister Tong very seriously, "If your intention of choosing the security team is mainly because of me, then I have to tell you very sincerely that I don't know how long I will be staying in the capital ring. Perhaps I will leave in 2 days. I won't hide it at all. You should know very well what happened to Miss in the past year. Although I believe that we have the ability to guarantee Miss's safety, Miss herself is very resistant to certain arrangements." Sister Tong did not explain what those arrangements were. She directly said to Sulu, "Miss trusts your ability, which is why she agreed to the plan of the Whitewater Company's security planning department. But I might leave immediately." Sulu lowered his head and thought of the scene in front of Parliament Hill. After a moment of silence he said, "Maybe I have to do something, but no matter what decision I make, I won't be able to stay for long. This is a long-term cooperation unless you don't come back." Sister Tong looked at him calmly. From the assassination last year to the inside story, she had absolute confidence in the strength of this young man in front of her. It was indeed a good decision to entrust Mrs. Safety to him. "I really might not come back." Sulu looked up and said with a smile, "Miss wants me to remind you that you once said that you owe her a life," Sister Tong said. Chapter 282. The person who arranged the assassination in Linhai State was Senator Macklin and another mysterious person. The person who arranged the assassination was then the Deputy Minister of National Defense, Yang Jingsong. The specific execution was carried out by a dozen young officers from the 2nd Military Region and a special operations team from a certain S-1 garrison. The target was the Thai family who supported Senator Pabre. However, in this incident the person who played the biggest role was Sulu. In the end, the person who rescued Sulu from the pool of blood and sent him to the Military General Hospital was the national idol of the Federation, Jian Shuier. Sulu had always remembered this incident in his heart. He stubbornly believed that he owed Jian Shuier his life, so when Sister Tong said this he was speechless. After thinking for a long time, he helplessly shook his head and said, "It depends on the situation. At most it will take 10 days. I will let you know when I make a decision." Sister Tong was a female soldier herself. She was straightforward and didn't say anything else. After leaving each other's contact information, she left with the company of the Whitewater Company's president. Sulu stood in the corridor and watched the expression of the president and Sister Tong as they talked. He confirmed that these two people were old acquaintances and couldn't help but have a trace of doubt about Jian Shuier's identity. An idol of the Federation without parents. No matter how fanatically loved by the people, it was impossible for her to have a soldier like Sister Tong as her personal assistant. Sulu narrowed his eyes. He thought about some of the information that Tai Ziyuan had once revealed. He also remembered that he had vaguely guessed something, but he had long forgotten in this chaotic year. What exactly was the background of Jian Shuier? Today, although Su Li's contributions in the past year had been suppressed by certain parties, and even the Shell Motor Company's headquarters had been forced to postpone the commendation for him. However, this matter couldn't be hidden from everyone. He was different from the pitiful technical director who was sent from the research institute to the Whitewater Company. Although he still didn't have a job, his status in the eyes of many people was much more important. He had nothing to do, and the officials of the Whitewater Company would not force him to come to work by the clock every day. He was not in a hurry to go home as he had nothing urgent to do. After sitting in the passenger seat for a while, he asked Bai Yulan to drive him to the western suburbs of the capital. The black car stopped outside the courtyard without a door plate. The mid-autumn tree in the courtyard was so tall that it pierced through the snowy sky, bringing with it a trace of eerie aura. Bai Yulan knew that this was the western suburb compound of the federal military, so she didn't follow him in. She stood beside the car and silently smoked the cigarette that had been there for a long time. She lowered her head and glanced at the fully armed guards at the entrance of the compound. She thought to herself that the little boss backer was indeed that Deputy Minister Zhou. Sulu made a phone call at the security office. Not long after, an orderly came to lead him in. He walked along the field and the wide and straight road. After walking for a short distance in the direction of the hills in the western suburbs of the capital, he arrived in front of several independent courtyards. Walking into the 7th courtyard, the simple but not shabby design coupled with the large area, there was a unique atmosphere of the federal military. Sulu saw Zhou holding the child at the entrance downstairs. He quickened his steps and walked forward to take the child. Mother is still at work. Don't worry too much. Zhou looked at him and explained naturally. Sulu carefully held Zhou in his arms and sat on the hard sofa. After a moment of silence, he said, I came to find you today because there are some things that I don't understand. I want to hear your opinion. I thought there was nothing in this world that you don't understand. Zhou said with a smile. A trace of self-mockery flashed across her beautiful face. The young man in front of her, who she spent all her time with, had done so many things in secret without a word. Although she had expected it, she still felt a trace of shock and discomfort. Sulu did not hide the many things that happened in the Wangdu apartment from her. Instead, he saw her as a trustworthy analyst. Therefore, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family did not mock him harshly. Instead, because she saw the heaviness between his brows, her expression became solemn. She said, Don't ask me where Zhang Xiaoming is. I really don't know. It's good that you don't know. If even you knew, she definitely wouldn't be able to live. Sulu lowered his head to look at the sleeping baby in his arms. He tried to find traces of Mr. Sher in the eyes of this little boy who had just been born a few months ago. However, in the end he found that this effort was futile. In his eyes, all babies seemed to look exactly the same. His pair of eyes, which could distinguish precise lines, was also useless. Do you understand what happened this morning? Sulu raised his head and looked at Zhou. He asked seriously, Is there any connection between Macklin's announcement of his withdrawal and the Federation government's suspension of the investigation on him? When it came to serious matters, Zhou asked the nanny to take the child away. Then she led Sulu to the tea room next door. After looking at him seriously for a long time, she said, When the hearing started that day, I was worried about your mood and called you. At that time you said that this was no longer your problem, so why do you still care? Sulu was silent for a long time. Then he said, You should know very well why I targeted Macklin in the past. Yes, this is not my problem now. However, after all, I have put in a year's worth of effort for this. Suddenly I realized that this has become a joke. I feel a little strange. You've already said it clearly. Why ask me? There is naturally a deal between the two. Macklin helped the Federation to calm the current storm, and the Federation will give him some kind of guarantee of safety, Zhou said softly as she poured him a cup of tea. Sulu's eyebrows raised. They were like two flying knives that were about to be unsheathed. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, But this doesn't make sense. Zhang Xiaoming came out to testify against Macklin. Lady Tai must have an agreement with the anti-government forces. Those big shots must have put in a lot of effort, including the things I gave the Tai family. It's enough to beat Macklin down. Why do you still need to negotiate with him? He was a little depressed. He frowned and said, Macklin clearly participated in the assassination in Linhai State. Doesn't Lady Tai want to take revenge? Whether it's the president or the first lady, what they need is long-term benefits. The benefits of the Federation. Tai Ziyuan is still alive, isn't he? Zhou said with her eyes lowered. Long-term benefits? Then what about the people who died in Linhai State Stadium, the security personnel, and the innocent spectators who died in the 4 states? Don't tell me that the Federation's laws are not to protect their benefits? Last time, after you came out of the district attorney's office, you said some things to me. I thought you saw through these things. Seeing through is one thing, but I didn't think that those people in the government would do things so openly and without hiding anything. Su Li's eyes, which were always squinting, widened. It was unknown whether he was looking at Zhou or something else. I know that you can do whatever you want, but I really can't believe that Lady Tai would make such an unwise decision. There's no such thing as wise or unwise. The main thing is that Macklin has enough public opinion to shake the Federation's foundation. And if the Federation government continues to investigate like this, who will protect the interests of the Li family and the Lin family? Zhou organized her words in her mind and continued, at such a critical moment, the interests of the 7 families will naturally be tied together. Even the government won't be willing to mess with them. Macklin has withdrawn from the election and Pabre has been elected. Madame has already gotten what she wanted. She doesn't care whether Macklin will go to jail or not. This matter seems to be a simple matter, but in reality, countless people have been walking around the president's official residence, the back of the mountain and the parliament building in the capital these past few nights. They have been running around shouting for this compromise, because there are too many people in the Federation who don't want to see chaos happen, and they don't want to see Macklin be found guilty of any crimes. Zhou Yu glanced at him and said, Madam stands in a different position from us, and the things she considers are also different. It's not just the current presidential election, but also the long-term stability of the Federation for the next few decades. That's what she's most concerned about. From the moment she started the Macklin project and ended it so quickly, the case itself was never important. Instead, she used it as a bargaining chip to see how many benefits she could get in exchange for the situation she wants to see. Sulu lowered his head for a moment and said, So it's just a bargaining chip. Zhou Yu continued, The Minister of Justice has to resign, but he will definitely have a very good future. Mr. Zion in the parliament is probably someone Madam can influence. Macklin is a smart man, so even though he knew that Madam could beat him down to the ground, he continued to stand strong. Only in this way was Madam forced to stop in the end. What did Madam lose? She didn't do anything, but she helped Senator Parble win the presidency without shedding any blood. Macklin lost the opportunity to enter the core of the Federation's political circle, but he successfully survived. President Sieg stopped the investigation. Perhaps the historians of later generations will say a few words of doubt, but he was able to obtain a long and unbreakable personal friendship with Madam. This kind of friendship is very important for a leader of the Federation who is about to retire. Everything that people do depends on what their goal is. Today's situation is what the Federation wants to see the most. It's like people wearing a mask of kindness on their faces. It's always good that it's not torn. Once it's torn, who knows how many people will be frightened by those ugly facial features. This matter is over. The most important thing is that the emotions of the people have been appeased, and the Federation has returned to peace. Compared to this, whether Macklin is guilty or not is not important. She glanced at Sulu, who was silent with his head lowered, and said in a low voice, The day before yesterday, a temporary Joint Chiefs of Staff meeting was held. Of course, I didn't see the minutes, but I know from Brother Jiao that several big shots in the military support the President's decision, except for Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region who cursed a few words. Hearing this, Sulu suddenly had a very good impression of Commander Zhong in the distant West Woods, who was also Little Watermelon's father. He asked, What about Minister Zhou? My father has never spoken on such occasions, and everyone knows that he will be the Minister of Defense after Senator Pabre takes office. His position is a bit awkward. And on the Parliament Hill, although Senator Zion's change of heart was influenced by Madam, more than 100 senators collectively agreed to stop the hearing. I even dare to say that the lobbying groups of the 7 major families and the big companies in Hong Kong must have put in a lot of effort. The only one who is really relaxed is Macklin, but he is also the one who has lost the most. At least for the next 10 years, he won't have the opportunity to enter the core of the Federation's political circle. In my opinion, he will probably return to the 4 states around S2. Zhou Yu calmly analyzed the situation, especially pointing out some details, including how the witnesses of the anti-government army came to the capital, the story of what happened in the hotel, what compromises the 2 sides might have made behind the scenes, and why President Sieg accepted Lady Tai's suggestion. Sulu listened in silence, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Although he had already guessed these behind-the-scenes transactions in the past 2 days, it was still not as direct as listening to Zhou Yu's clear analysis. These simple conversations made him feel shocked and even frightened. He had thought that he had come into contact with some important people and could understand the rules of the so-called circle, but he still did not expect that the exchange of interests would be carried out so skillfully that it was unbearable. Human society has been like this for countless years. Zhou Yu looked at his expression and comforted him. I know better than anyone that Madam was able to so smoothly push down Senator Macklin and the forces behind him this time because of you. I also know that the key evidence was handed to Shinli by you. Now that Macklin is not in prison, of course you are not convinced in your heart. But in the face of the political style of the Federation Society for thousands of years, even if you are not convinced, you can only curse in secret. She comforted, After all, the Crown Prince is alive and well, and your revolutionary lover is also alive. There is really no need for you to make yourself unable to understand. In the eyes of politicians, making such a decision for the stability of the Federation might be acceptable, but Sulu still could not understand. He was just a stinking rock, looking at things according to his own moral values, doing things as a person and doing things as a person. What was right and what was wrong. If you want to hit someone with a rock, you have to hit them with a rock. He could not let the culprit kiss 2 rocks and then leave. But just as Zhou Yu reminded him, he reminded himself that these major matters of the Federation had nothing to do with him. He laughed bitterly at himself, took a sip of the hot tea in front of him and said, Zhang Xiaoming lied to me and Madame also lied to me. It seems that I am really a naive guy. Zhou was only known for pretending to be cold and arrogant at home and outside. She was able to make such an accurate analysis today. Naturally, it was not the effect of Minister Zhou Yingxing's teaching since young, but the effect of Lady Tai taking her to afternoon tea over the years. Probably only Madame and Su Lu had the opportunity to see this beautiful girl's innate sensitivity to politics. Just as she had said earlier, one would naturally be able to see different things depending on the position one was in. Su Lu thanked her and was about to turn and leave when the phone in his arms suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and said a few words softly, then looked up, squinted at Zhou and said, "Shenli called. She said that there is a dinner party at Lufeng Slope tonight, and Madame specifically asked me to attend." Zhou knew that he was asking for advice, so she quietly thought for a moment. Because of the baby, she had not followed Madame to those places for a long time, but after thinking for a moment, she guessed Madame's intention. "The cake will be distributed tonight," she smiled at Su Lu and said, "I think you will get a very big and sweet piece." Lufeng Slope was a private club, covering an area of 1 hectare, right next to the Charter Square. There was no eye-catching sign, only the 3 ancient letters, LFP, were inconspicuously branded on the waste wall. Walking into the club, feeling the smell of history around, and looking at the snow on the heads of the 5-person group through the antique cornices of the patio, even Su Lu, who had a lot on his mind, couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. Next to the Charter Square in the Capital Special Zone, there was actually such a big private club. Looking up, there was history, and what breathed in the air was power. The surrounding layout was simple, but there was a sense of luxury hidden in it. Although it was not as open and beautiful as Linyuan, it had already climbed to the extreme in terms of the sense of luxury. Perhaps only the Tai family, which had been passed down for thousands of years and could deeply influence the political life of the Federation, could preserve this meeting place and use it as a meeting place. Following the incomparably beautiful receptionist, Su Lu stepped into the quiet, old-fashioned corridors. Narrowing his eyes, Su Lu looked at the people not far away who were holding wine glasses and talking happily. He had never seen some of them before, but he was still familiar with them. This was because the figures of these representatives and ministers often appeared on the news of the Federation. There were not many guests today, but they were all real big shots. This was a feast to divide the interests of the Federation, and there were probably not many people in the entire Federation who were qualified to join. The design of the Lufeng Slope Club was very exquisite. People could always find their own place under the eaves and next to the pool. The warm wind that came from under their feet could make people feel warm and intoxicated. The corridor that Su Lu walked led directly to the deepest part of the club. He could see those big shots, but they didn't notice his existence. Su Lu walked step by step towards the deepest part of the club. He guessed that he was probably the person with the least background, the least strength, the youngest, and the least qualified of all the people present today. If it weren't for the fact that he was inextricably linked to Senator Macklin's downfall, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to attend this event in his life. According to George Carlin's theory, this was a society that distributed rewards based on information. The information that Su Lu had passed to the Tai family through his hands, as well as the victory of the new MX Mecha, confirmed that he would be able to claim his share of the fruits of victory in this presidential election. What would it be? Money? Status? The honor that had always been suppressed by Lady Tai? Or was it the personal friendship that even President Xi cared about? No, he had a personal friendship with Tai Ziyuan, so he could forget about that lady. Chapter 283. The path was paved with blue stones, and an ancient aura seeped out from the slightly damp stone crevices, moistening the old-fashioned craftsmanship of the walls. Coupled with the warm wind under his feet, the flowing wind slope club was forcibly transformed into a spring and autumn garden in this cold winter of the capital. Following the deliberately carved bluestone path that was absolutely natural, Su Lu walked for a long time under the corridor. He pushed open the door in front of him alone and saw Lady Tai sitting on the gilded half-couch, using a wooden ruler to push tea. They had only met once, but Su Lu had never forgotten the impression of this woman with the greatest power in the Federation. This middle-aged woman's calm and ordinary appearance was like a screen that completely covered the great rivers and mountains in his heart. As long as she was willing, the splendor of the rivers and mountains would spurt out and crush everything in front of her. "You're here." Lady Tai looked at Su Lu with a smile. She noticed that this young man still didn't have epaulets on his military uniform, and his hands that were exposed outside of his sleeves were neither nervously clenched nor presumptuously open. Instead, they were carefully and cautiously held as if he was holding 2 raw eggs. Sulu nodded and walked to stand in front of the lady. Lady Tai was in a very good state of mind today. Her calm and gentle face exuded a layer of luster. The trouble in the Federation was about to be solved, and the grand plan she had designed was about to be unfolded page by page. In this state of mind, this small-eyed boy in front of her became much more pleasing to the eye. I heard from Minister Zhou that you are now an official captain of the Ministry of National Defense's General Assembly base. This wasn't a question. Lady Tai lightly tapped the wooden ruler. Two beautiful ladies in long dresses with long trailing skirts came out from behind the screen behind her. They took away the tea chips and utensils beside her. She turned to Sulu and gestured for him to sit down. She continued to say gently, "In that case, you don't have to go back to Whitewater Company anymore." Hearing this, Sulu's eyebrows trembled slightly. Lady Tai quietly paid attention to his every expression, but she thought he was worried about something else. She smiled and explained, "I know you like Jian Shuier, but with your contributions and status this time, how can you still be someone else's bodyguard?" The lady's well-maintained hands slowly overlapped each other on her lap. She calmly looked at the silent Sulu, and the silk at the cuffs of her sleeves slightly glowed. Lady Tai was the only person in this universe who knew about Sulu's true background. Thus, when she said the three words Jian Shuier, her tone actually carried a trace of mockery and teasing, but Sulu himself didn't notice it. Because she knew about Sulu, Lady Tai was confident that she could completely control Sulu. Because she could control him, she had the leisure to evaluate him. In these past few months of evaluation, Sulu had put in a lot of effort during the presidential election, demonstrating his ability and strength. Whether it was the development of the new mecha or the information on how to oust Macklin in the end, it all made the lady feel admiration for this young man. Regarding the matter of the Federal Academy of Science, you've gone a little overboard, so I've suppressed you for a few days. Lady Tai looked at him quietly. She pushed over a folder beside her and continued, "Go to the engineering department or the research institute. It's up to you what you think. The promotion order from the Ministry of National Defense is about to arrive." Sulu hesitated for a moment, then took the folder and opened it to look at it carefully. Inside the folder were several letters of commendation with the electronic signatures of the relevant departments of the Federation, as well as a summary of a meeting. He said softly, somewhat absent-mindedly, "Lieutenant Colonel?" He had originally only been a second lieutenant civilian officer. Because he had assisted the Nutshell Engineering Department in developing the MX Mecha, the Ministry of National Defense had granted him the authority of the General Assembly base and the rank of captain. However, he had never imagined that he would be promoted to lieutenant colonel so easily through this banquet today. How many lieutenant colonels had there been in the history of the Federation? Even during the years of the Three-Star Wars, relying on his impressive military exploits to jump ranks, it was still difficult for him to be promoted so quickly. In that instant, Sulu fell silent. This was probably due to the division of rewards. In the distribution of benefits by the Federation, Lady Tai had given him a very ample reward, which also meant that this lady was truly prepared to nurture him. "You have the ability. Even the Li family's little madman is a lieutenant colonel. Since you defeated him, of course you can't be lower than him," said Lady Tai calmly. "Lieutenant Colonel Li Feng was promoted because of his military exploits on the West Woods front lines," said Sulu, shaking his head. "President Sieg and the military remember your contributions to the Federation very clearly. You don't have to be humble." Lady Tai said, "The Nutshell should promote you to level 1 technical supervisor. Do well in the future." Lady Tai's tone was very normal and natural. Whether it was the rare 20-year-old lieutenant colonel rank of the federal military or the illustrious position of level 1 technical supervisor of the Nutshell Company, in her words, it was as simple as asking whether onions should be purple or red. For the head of the most mysterious and most powerful 10,000-year-old Tai family of the Federation, even the change of president of the Federation was something that could be influenced, let alone the two positions that a young man had to go through in his glorious life. Sulu was silent for a very long time. After a very, very long time, he raised his head and looked very seriously at Lady Tai's face. He asked, "Are you planning to arrange my life?" "It's just a suggestion, just like my suggestions to many people." Lady Tai looked very seriously at him and said, "Our generation will eventually gradually grow old. You are different and Ji Yuan is also different. He will need a partner like you in the Federation in the future." For Lady Tai to be able to say such words to a small figure like Sulu, it showed enough sincerity. It was probably also because of some of the characteristics that Sulu had displayed in the story over the past year that made this lady believe that her son should be very lucky to have such a partner or subordinate. However, a long time ago, Sulu had directly rejected Tai Ziyuan's invitation to enter the Tai family. Due to some very simple and direct reasons, he expressed his rejection again. He shook his head and said, "I am very sorry, I am not used to having my life arranged by others." Lady Tai narrowed her eyes and said, "As far as I know, although you are stubborn, you have never been a pedantic person. I rejected in the past because I wanted to ensure that my friendship with Tai Ziyuan would not change. Now, I naturally understand that it is very difficult for my friendship with him to last a lifetime." Sulu organized his words and quietly explained, "I rejected now because it is very difficult for me to accept the way you and the level of people you represent do things." Lady Tai didn't say anything. She only looked quietly at Sulu, wanting to know what this seemingly fearless young man wanted to say. Sulu didn't immediately speak because he knew that as soon as he opened his mouth, he might anger this lady in front of him. He was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and bravely said, "I have always believed that people like Macklin should be tried by the Federation's laws. But now, since Madame's attitude is different from mine, then our previous relationship can only come to an end." During the morning tea in the back of Macho's mountain, Sulu had once said to Shunli that his relationship with the Tai family could only be one of mutual cooperation. Lady Tai heard him repeat this and couldn't help but smile. With a trace of coldness, she slowly said, "Child, in the Federation, there are many people who are qualified to cooperate with me, but that definitely does not include you." "I understand." Sulu lowered his eyes slightly and stared at his shiny military boots. He said word by word, "So, madam, please take back this envelope." Lady Tai looked at him quietly. Suddenly she felt like she was looking at that man from many years ago. However, that man was very different from this small-eyed boy in front of her. Although they were both good at hiding their abilities under the opposite appearance, the appearance they chose was too different. That man was so amazing and insufferably arrogant, but this small-eyed boy in front of her was only calm and even dull. It was hard to tell what he was thinking and what he wanted to do. Thinking of that man made Lady Tai's mood slightly gloomy. Sulu was still like a smelly rock. He didn't notice the subtle changes in this important person's mood. He said straightforwardly, "Tai Ziyuan promised me that he would not let Macklin become the vice president." Lady Tai said coldly, "Do you think Macklin still has a chance in this life?" "But this is not enough." Lady Tai suddenly felt a little angry. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the young man in front of her. She couldn't understand how that cold-blooded and heartless guy could teach such a stubborn and righteous student. Did he really think that he was a messenger of justice? The Federation's biggest threat now is the Empire. Lady Tai said coldly, "In this situation the Federation needs to be united. There can't be any more chaos, so Macklin can't stay in the Ministry of Justice any longer. In the face of the great interests of the Federation, what does personal hatred count for? What does your laughable sense of justice count for?" Sulu thought to himself, when did justice become a laughable thing? You want to trample on justice, so you don't hesitate to cause unrest in the Federation. Lady Tai stood up slowly. There was a faint light flashing in her black dress. She looked at Sulu coldly and said, "You don't hesitate to cause the deaths of tens of thousands of people? I can even ignore the fact that my son was assassinated. What kind of role do you want to play, you pitiful little fellow who was deceived?" Lady Tai looked at his eyes and said coldly, "In Schiller's play, there was once a madman who fought with stone giants. In order to avenge his daughter, that madman didn't hesitate to bury an entire village. When the bards questioned him, he even boasted that even if tens of thousands of people died because of it, as long as justice existed, he would persist. But how selfish is this?" The threat of the Empire was like a black cloud hanging above the sky of the Federation. This society needed peace and unity. That was why a shameless person like Macklin would find a twisted way forward. If Macklin was held accountable for his crimes, it would cause unrest in the Federation. Thousands, even hundreds of thousands or even millions of people would die. Was this selfish? This was such a great, glorious and correct compromise. However, when Sulu heard it, why did he still feel that this compromise was extremely rotten? At the end of the Bluestone Road, in the quietest room of the Flowing Wind Slope Club, Sulu was silent for a long time. Then he slowly stood up, looked up, narrowed his eyes and grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. He said to Lady Tai, "Madam, people will always die. The trillions of people in the Federation will always die. It's only a matter of who dies first and who dies later. However, in the end, only reason can survive in this universe. If that's the case, reason is of course the most important thing. Hearing this, Lady Tai smiled and then said, "You are only one person. Even if you persist, you will only make yourself more worried and angry. Think about it before the banquet. No matter what, give me an answer later." Sulu lowered his head and thanked her. He watched as the madam slowly left, dragging her long black dress behind her. When he straightened up, he found that his back was already drenched in sweat. In the cold winter, although the interior of the club was incomparably warm, this sweat was actually cold sweat. In this 1 year, the changes in the Federation made him extremely aware of just how terrifying the 7 great families of the Federation were. That madam from before was even more so a figure that no one dared to look straight at her. Lady Tai herself did not have any shocking aura, and her tone was also extremely calm. However, when he connected the dots to this madam's identity, the pressure that Su Li's earlier questioning and rebuke had created in his heart was no less than that time when he had faced that heavy M52 mecha in the underground parking lot of the Linhai State Gymnasium. "This way, please." At some point, Butler Jean had appeared by his side and politely led him out of the room. They followed a completely different style passageway towards the bustling part of the club. Sulu found that Butler Jean was not the same as when they had first met last year. At the very least, there was a certain hostility and coldness hidden within that courtesy. This puzzled him. Even if Lady Tai did not like him with his status and strength, how could he possibly attract Butler Jin's hostility? However, there was no time for him to think too much about it. In a side hall of the club, a flashlight lit up. The momentary flash of light made Su Li's eyes squint even more, and the warm applause also made his sharp hearing much worse. He could only roughly make out something about a commendation, something about important mecha developer, something about a fighter pilot, and so on. A general walked up to him and patted him heavily on the shoulder, personally sewing a medal on the left breast of his military uniform. He then leaned over to his ear and said, "Young man, well done. The medal will be in your hands in a few days." Another councilman gestured for everyone to raise their glasses, and so everyone raised their glasses. Even the silent Sulu had an extra glass of expensive champagne in his hand. For a moment, wine glasses clinked softly, music played softly, and everyone laughed softly. Only Sulu was like a puppet, allowed to be manipulated by others in this Federation banquet. Sulu and Butler Jean walked out of the hall. The guests of the Flowing Wind Slope Club were the most respected and most important people in the Federation. There were not many people, so it was not very noisy. Only when the music behind him was gradually forgotten did he regain his senses. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "I don't understand what this means. I didn't agree to Madam's request." Along the way, many people raised their glasses to Sulu as a sign of respect and affection. Sulu had seen a few of them in Linyuan, but most of them were people he had only seen on TV. These big shots might not know Sulu, but they all knew about Sulu and the role this young man played in the presidential election. More importantly, they knew that Madam admired this young man and decided to cultivate him. This was enough for them to pay enough attention to him. "I want to leave," Sulu said to Butler Jean. Butler Jean took him to an office on the second floor and then handed him another folder. The old butler looked at him strangely and said coldly, "Where there are people, there is a path. Others can leave at any time. But your path is already set." Sulu narrowed his eyes. It was not surprising that Madam wanted to control him, but why did they still go ahead with the plan after he had clearly expressed his objection? When he thought of this, he suddenly felt that the folder was a little heavy. Inside the folder were a few photos and a file. One of the photos was a rare photo of Su Lu and Dong Lin. The photo was taken with Li Wei and Chang Zi. The other photo was taken recently. Li Wei, with a scar on his face, was walking on a street. Looking at the style of the street, it did not seem to be in the Federation's territory. Su Li's hand holding the folder trembled. It was not because of the power in his body, but because of extreme fear and shock. He did not look at the file attached to the folder seriously because the first paragraph of the file clearly stated a few words. Citizen number, DLAS 420500481X, information node missing, name, Su Lu, note, Federation 4427, target 2, death confirmed. When he saw these things, Sulu knew that a fundamental change had occurred. His identity as a fugitive from the Federation, the person responsible for the Bureau of Proclamation's First Order incident, his relationship with Uncle Fengyu, those secrets hidden in the depths of his heart that no one other than himself knew about, had finally been discovered. Coldness, fear, anger, killing intent, and drifting away. In the end, All these chaotic emotions turned into silence and heavy breathing after the shock. Butler Jean said calmly, "Madame has given you time to consider. What do you think?" Yes, in that room Madame Tai had asked him to consider before the banquet. At that time, Sulu did not expect that this madam had already grasped his most fatal weakness. Since that was the case, the time he had to consider was reduced to a humiliating interval. Sulu had considered accepting the style and methods of these big shots in the Federation, but he did not know what he should do about this matter. However, when he held the folder in front of him, which weighed hundreds of thousands of tons, in his hands, he felt helpless and uneasy for the first time in his life. After a long time, Sulu asked in a hoarse voice, "Li Wei, where is he now?" "Bermuda. Of course you can also say that he is in our hands," Butler Jean said as if he was a kidnapper, but he still appeared as steady and elegant as ever. Sulu licked his dry lips and smiled with some difficulty. With trembling hands, he fumbled with his military uniform and touched the cardboard box below the purple star medal that represented supreme honor. Chapter 284. Coming out of the corner gate of Flowing Wind Slope, through a small path hidden behind the winter forest, they arrived at Charter Square, which was only a minute-and-a-half walk away. No one followed Sulu in the club, and there were no eye-catching people around the lawn covered in thin snow. Things had already developed to this point, and Sulu knew very well that Lady Tai no longer had to worry about him leaving. There were benches beside the lawn, and the iron armrests were carved into complicated patterns using anti-rust craftsmanship. In the past, these benches were the favorite places of the people of the capital to relax, but today was cold, so there were countless empty chairs waiting for Sulu. He randomly picked a chair, brushed away the remaining snow on it, and sat down heavily. His lips were tightly pursed and he kept smoking the cigarette. After a while the cigarette burned out and he lit another one. The architectural style and layout of the Capital Special District were always on the path of the vicissitudes of history, solemn and quiet. Whether it was the Presidential Palace, the Parliament Hill Building, the Ministry of Finance Building, or this empty Charter Square, the postmodernist style was extremely rare. Naturally, it was not like any of the crossroads in Hong Kong, where the lights were so tall that they reached into the sky, and the three-dimensional light screen flashed the night into day. It was so bustling that it made people dizzy. His line of sight passed over the corner of the majestic five-person team statue in the center of Charter Square, and fell on the street corner in the distance, where there was the only two-dimensional light screen in Charter Square. This light screen gathered in the air was about 70 meters wide, and the area was very large. Many years ago, the Federation television station spent a lot of effort to obtain permission from the Federation Management Committee. At this time, the winter sun was sinking into Macho Mountain, and the sky was gradually darkening. The news on the light screen in the sky in the distance was a lot clearer. Today's news was still focused on the news of Ross and Macklin announcing their withdrawal. Reporters were reporting the reactions of the people on the various planets of the Federation. After the initial disappointment and even anger, Macklin's supporters gradually accepted this fact. This was because Macklin did not use the words withdraw in anger when he was in front of the Ministry of Justice building or in front of the Parliament building. Instead, he sincerely put on a big hat of righteousness and glory on his head. In the news, Senator Medellin was sincerely praising Senator Pobre. The people who were on strike in the 4 mountain estates were praising Senator Medellin with tears streaming down their faces. The Parliament's press spokesperson was solemnly praising the people of the Federation for their maturity and rationality. The Jingzhou Federation of Industry and Commerce was praising the wisdom of the Federation Parliament for terminating the hearing. Some experts and scholars were praising the stance of the business community in this dispute. A certain ministry of the Federation government was praising the academics for their objective performance in this storm. Everyone was praising and blessing each other. This was a united federation, a perfect federation. Some people won but no one lost. Some withdrew but no one retreated. However, no one was thinking about the editorial department of the Capital Daily that had started this storm, the investigators from the Macklin Special Task Force of the Ministry of Justice, and the anti-government witnesses who had come from S2 Green Dragon Mountain but had become clowns. Sulu lit another cigarette and subconsciously looked back. Hidden by the winter forest, deep in the grassland, there were cornices, black tiles and white snow. That was the Flowing Wind Slope, the place where the upper echelons of the Federation gathered. And the place he was at was Charter Square, the place most familiar to the people of the Federation. The two places were very close to each other, but the class they represented, or rather the world, were completely different. In the future he would be the second youngest lieutenant colonel in the Federation, the youngest first-class technical supervisor in nutshell, and the close companion and subordinate of Tai Ziyuan, who was destined to become the president in the future. He would have a bright future that no orphan in Donglin could imagine. In the future he would be a fugitive from the Federation, a wanted target of the Bureau of Proclamation. He would either hide in the dark for a lifetime, or he would immediately die under a gun. He would be alone and no one could see the dangerous road ahead. Sulu was a rock. For him this choice was not a difficult thing. In fact, before he came to the flowing wind slope today, he had already made his decision. Even though the folder that Butler Jean handed over was so heavy, so shocking, and had dug out his biggest secret, he still didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. At most, he would just replace the chip on the back of his neck, escape, kill and continue to be a small fry. However, Victor was in the distant Bermuda, under the control of the other party. Because of this, he was destined to only be able to silently smoke on the bench behind the snow, and he could not make a more direct response. The cigarette butt was inserted into the snow and extinguished. 6 or 7 cigarette butts were neatly inserted at his feet, but he still did not think clearly. After smoking too much, there was no taste, only an anxious burnt smell. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the few people in the square. Occasionally he would think, forget it, forget it. In the face of the huge shadow of the Federation Society, there is not much meaning in making any more resistance. In fact, after knowing that Zhang Xiaoming was still alive and had lied to him for a whole year, he was already tired and did not want to care about anything. In the collective unconscious that yearned for peace and stability, no one cared about the truth of the Medellin project anymore. No one was willing to remember the innocent victims of the assassination in Linhai and the terrorist concert in Huangshan-Sizhou. Since this society was so forgetful, why should he remember? However, a group of people came from the Charter Square. This group of people were of different ages, men and women, wearing thick clothes, holding candles in their hands, and holding a few photos about half a meter in size. There were very few people and they looked scattered and did not have any momentum. Compared to the George Carlin Youth Army that had surrounded the Ministry of Justice building a few days ago, this demonstration crowd seemed very isolated. The small demonstration team was very silent. They probably knew that in the current social environment, what they insisted on believing was not what most people wanted to see. The photos they held were very small and looked a little blurry from afar, but Sulu could see clearly that the names of the victims of the terrorist concert attack were written on the photos. The rest of the photos were children's faces. These were the children who went to watch their idol's concert and died under the collapsed grandstand. After their cold bodies were dug out, their eyes were closed and their tender faces were covered with black and gray dust. Their long eyelashes were quietly closed, but a few were broken. Some were blue, some were pale, but there was no rosy color that a child should have because they were all dead. The silent demonstration team walked over. Sulu looked at them silently, then stood up, took out the cash on him and put it into the donation box. At the same time he said a few words to the leader of the team. After Senator Medellin announced his withdrawal from the election, the people who originally supported Senator Pobre and stood against the George Carlin Youth Army dispersed. This was probably because the people simply sympathized with the weak and did not want to beat a dog when it was down, so now there were very few people who still accused Medellin of being the baby killer. I believe the report of the Capital Daily News, but the people of the 4 states do not believe it, even though they are the biggest victims of this terrorist attack. The organizer of the demonstration was a middle-aged man. He took 2 puffs from Su Li's cigarette and said sadly, "The relatives of these children who died did not have the money to take the spaceship from S2. They just chose a representative, but what makes me even more scared is that some of the families of the victims still think that the incident was done by the anti-government forces, and has nothing to do with that old bastard Medellin." Sulu did not say anything. The middle-aged man patted him on the shoulder to express his gratitude. Then, he led his few companions along the snow-covered Charter Square and began another detour. Sulu sat back on the bench and inserted the cigarette butt into the pile of snow by his feet. This was already the 9th cigarette, but he still had not thought it through. He lowered his head and thought for a moment, then looked up and said to By Magnolia, "I'm out of cigarettes, do you still have any?" He didn't know when By Magnolia, who had been waiting for him at the entrance of the flowing wind slope, had come to his side. By Magnolia used a finger to lift the black hair on her face and shook her head. After a moment of silence she said, "I've already found some of the things you asked me to find out. The specific situation at the Ministry of Justice is not clear. The task force has been withdrawn, but no one knows how the evidence was dealt with." Sulu scratched his head and took out a cigarette butt from the pile of snow by his feet. He found that it was impossible to light it again, so he could only tear the material in the filter and stare blankly. Secretary Bai was good at killing people, but after all, she was in a different class, so it was difficult for her to find out these things. I have no way to know what happened at the Capital Daily News. Bai Magnolia stood aside and looked at Su Li's lowered head. Although she did not know what happened before, she roughly understood that what confused Su Lu at this time was definitely related to the Medellin case. At this time, the phone in Su Li's arms rang. He didn't look at the caller ID and directly asked, "What's the news?" The chief editor of the Capital Daily News, Bob, was dismissed. The board of directors cited a super clause and compensated him 10 times his salary. Believe me, it will be difficult for this chief editor to find a suitable job in 5 years. On the other end of the phone, the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, sighed and said, "As for the chief reporter you care about, Mr. Wood, unfortunately he was in a car accident today. He didn't die, but he has been hospitalized." Sula held the phone and didn't move. In the current environment, any attempt to destroy the stability and reconciliation of the Federation will be met with a strong joint attack from countless parties. In fact, you know that in this kind of attack, my family should contribute the most. Li Xiaotong continued calmly, "According to the news I received, you have passed the madam's assessment. As long as you are willing, you can enter our circle with a corresponding identity. In this case I advise you to calm down." "Thank you," Sulu said seriously. He and the 7th young master of the Li family were not friends, but interested parties. He was the target of Li Xiaotong's investment. However, at this time the other party was still willing to help him in this aspect. It should be said that he was very sincere. Li Xiaotong didn't say anything else. He hung up the phone and sat on the sofa in silence for a long time. At the beginning he mainly wanted to invest in the relationship between Su Lu and the Tai family. Later he mainly wanted to invest in Su Lu because he thought that this person was like Lin Banshan in the past, with the ability to break the rules. However, at this time he had a bad feeling. Even Lin Banshan himself, in the face of the current Federation's collective consciousness from the top to the bottom, from the dignitaries to the people, would not dare to go against him. Su Lu, however, seemed to have other ideas. One person, no matter how strong, was only one person in the face of the entire Federation. The editorial department of the Capital Daily News was gloomy. Chief editor Bob took one last look at his office and laughed bitterly. Under the sorrowful gazes of many of his subordinates, he left the building on Carbine Street. Walking out of the front door of the news agency, Chief Editor Bob looked back at the lunar eclipse symbol on the side of the building. He thought about the past few days and there was not much regret in his heart. There was only peace in his heart. As a media worker he did what he was supposed to do. Only then could he feel at ease and have a clear conscience. Unfortunately, he still overestimated the power of the news and underestimated the power of the omnipresent network in the Federation society. A few days ago, he and the media were able to launch an unrelenting attack on Senator Macklin because the other big force in the Federation needed them to do so. When the two sides had formed an agreement and distributed the benefits, they would abandon him. The power of the news was to expose the truth and inform the people. Unfortunately, in this regard, the old man Macklin had enough ability to incite. It was natural for the news agency to fire him. It was probably the government's means to appease the fanatical supporters of Macklin. It was a pity for Wood. This guy originally wanted to continue his report on the internet, but he was hit by a speeding car and broke his legs. Unfortunately. Chief Editor Bob's forehead hurt slightly and his heart was cold. He smiled bitterly, got into the car and said to the driver, "Go to the hospital." The Ministry of Justice building not far from Charter Square was in a similar mood at this time. The orders issued by the Presidential Palace and the Federation Parliament at the same time forced the Macklin Task Force to suspend the investigation. After the resignation of the Minister of Justice, the independent prosecutor had to move out of his office. Xiao Wenjing and Su Songzi walked out of the Ministry of Justice building. The cold wind blew in their faces and they almost shivered a few times. He looked at Su Songzi's red face, smiled bitterly and fastened the collar of her trench coat. After working day and night, this pair of senior and junior from the 1st Military Academy had become more familiar with each other and trusted each other more than before. "I should be transferred back to the Ministry of Defense. What about you?" Su Songzi looked at him with a trace of worry. She thought of the things that Xiao Wenjing secretly hid after the Presidential Palace order the day before yesterday, and her heart was a little heavy. Should be returned to the district prosecutor's office. Xiao Wenjing lowered his head slightly and looked at the snow under his feet. Suddenly he frowned and said, "The departure of the important witness, Zhang Xiaoming, is obviously because someone tampered with it. If we can find her again, things may turn around. All the case files have been handed over to the presidential palace and then handed over to the central database. This case is over. Su Songzi hugged her arms and said softly, "No one can find Zhang Xiaoming now. If they find her, it will probably be a corpse." But in fact, there is already a lot of evidence. Xiao Wenjing frowned and said, "I still want to continue to investigate." Su Songzi followed him forward. After a long silence, he said, "If there is anything you need me for, feel free to find me." The sharp sound of brakes rang out beside the pair of young prosecutors. Two black official cars sped over and skidded to a stop in the snow, blocking their path. A few Federation investigators wearing dark formal suits walked out of the car. One of them looked at Xiao Wenjing and said coldly, "Prosecutor Xiao, you are involved in a vicious case at the end of November of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar. Please cooperate with our investigation." Xiao Wenjing's face was slightly pale. She looked at Su Songzi and knew that something was wrong, but she didn't know what was going on. "I don't understand." Xiao Wenjing looked at the Federation Investigation Bureau official and reprimanded him with a frown. "What case? Even if there is a case, it should be a police matter. What does it have to do with the Federation Investigation Bureau? You are a judicial officer of the Federation, and the case is extremely bad, so this case is taken over by the Federation Investigation Bureau." The official said coldly, "You are suspected of raping a young girl. I don't think we need to discuss it on the street, right?" Su Songzi looked at Xiao Wenjing in shock. Of course she didn't believe this matter. She vaguely guessed that this matter must be related to the Macklin project. But what right did the other party have to make such a ridiculous accusation? Raping a young girl? Xiao Wenjing's face was pale, but there was a trace of anger and agitation. He quickly thought of the pitiful little girl who had asked for a ride when he returned home last night. However, would there be anyone in the Federation who would set up such a disgusting and shameless trap? He said angrily, "Shameless? What evidence do you have? You can put forward your own opinion. I just ask you to go back and accept the investigation." The Federation Investigation Bureau official said mockingly, "Although we didn't collect your semen, it could be an attempt. I can remind you that we found your skin tissue under the fingernails of the victim." Xiao Wenjing took a deep breath and didn't want to say anything more. In this snowy evening, he thought of the sunny autumn when he was investigating the murder on Tiger Mountain Road. He was an investigator who respected the law of the Federation very much. Although the cancellation of the Macklin project made him start to have a trace of doubt about the legal system of this society, he still had confidence in it. However, today, in the face of such a ridiculous and horrible accusation, he naturally thought of that sunny autumn day. The young officer named Su Lu once told him that the law was like a toy in the hands of many big people. The latest news is that Wood had a car accident, and Xiao Wenjing in the task force has been charged with a crime. The situation is very clear. The two of them are the most persistent people, so they must be suppressed. If you still insist, you will inevitably be suppressed. On the other end of the phone, Zhou Yu's voice was not as calm or even cold as usual. Instead, there was a trace of anxiety because she knew Su Li's character better than anyone else. She knew that this stinky rock was really not ordinary. Su Li's eyes looked at the 9 cigarette butts that looked like plum blossoms in the snow at his feet. His ears were listening to the latest news brought by Zhou Yu. His heart was heavy and lonely. Mr. Shi was not by his side, and neither was Tai Ziyuan. In the sea of more than 10 billion people in the Federation, he could only trust Zhou Yu. Even so, he still did not tell her that he was a fugitive from the Federation, and that Lady Tai had firmly grasped his information. Lin Banshan can't be contacted. Zhou Yu quickly said on the other end of the phone, "I asked someone to find Zhang Xiaohua in Nankashao, but even he doesn't know where Lin Banshan went after missing for a month. I don't know what urgent matter you have in Bermuda, but since you can't contact this person, I really don't have any other way." Su Lu asked very seriously, "Other than Lin Banshan, who else on the Federation side can go deep into Bermuda? I want to find someone. To be precise, I want to save someone. Lin Banshan is very powerful in the Bermuda Triangle, but the Federation's influence there is very weak. He is an anomaly. Other than him, I really can't think of anyone else." Zhou Yu was suddenly silent on the other end of the phone for a long time before she said slowly, "Of course, if you can find someone from the West Woods military region, this is a different story. The West Woods military region, the 4th military region of the Federation, the front line between the Federation and the Empire, controlled the space channel that the Federation used to enter Bermuda, and was controlled by the Zhong family, one of the 7 major families of the Federation for countless years. In the vast universe, 3 major forces each occupied a part of the galaxy. The Bermuda Triangle was undoubtedly the weakest part of the 3, but it was also the freest and craziest world. With the resources and population of the Triangle, it was able to survive extremely well in the confrontation between the Federation and the Empire. Other than proving that the people there had extremely strong survival abilities, there must be a deeper reason. When facing the Bermuda Triangle, whether it was the Federation or the Empire, they could be extremely strong, but no one could really have a deep influence, let alone control. The only exception was Lin Banshan, the prodigal son of one of the 7 major families of the Federation. Relying on life and death situations, he used 6 years to obtain his own special status and powerful strength in the underground society of Bermuda. Knowing that Li Wei was in the distant Bermuda, Su Li's first thought was to rescue his childhood friend. That was why he thought of asking for Lin Banshan's help through Zhou. Although he had thought about it before, Lin Banshan was after all a member of the Lin family. However, the hurried encounter on the high-speed railway made him not know why, but he always felt that the man with the mountain-like shoulders was worth looking forward to. However, Lin Banshan had been missing for a month. Now, what other methods did Sulu have? There was also the West Woods military region. Since even Lin Banshan could be found, why not the people of the West Woods military region? Sulu knew that he was desperate, but he couldn't care less. He looked up, grabbed a handful of snow from beside him and smeared it on his face to cool his burning face a little. He took a deep breath and drove away the figure of a little girl in a white nightgown in his mind. He reached into the pocket of his military uniform and fumbled for a long time before he found a somewhat worn card. After receiving this card at the capital airport, he had carefully kept it close to him. Even when he was seriously injured and unconscious, this card did not leave his side. Until today, he could only pray that this card would be like the legendary magic card and summon a god with infinite magical power. He dialed the string of numbers on the card. After waiting for a long time, Sulu whispered in a slightly hoarse voice, "Hello, I am looking for Mrs. Zhong." Chapter 285. Sulu rested his elbows on his knees. He lowered his head and squinted his eyes as he made the call. Bai Yulan looked at his serious expression from the side, then at the plum blossom-shaped cigarette butt on the ground. She thought about the details she had noticed in the past, and her delicate eyes narrowed. She knew that he was currently in a very rare emotional state. Was that Madame Zhong? The young, beautiful and generous lady from the West Woods? Bai Yulan sighed. Little Boss was indeed full of surprises. How did this unassuming young man know so many important people in the Federation? The phone call was a little long. After Sulu softly explained his intentions, he spent most of the time listening and replying to the other party. In the past, no matter what kind of hardships he faced during this period of time, he would occasionally miss that cute little girl with black hair like a watermelon skin. He had never thought of calling this number because some people in the Silan military, such as that Colonel Lake, had once participated in his real history, seen his face, and interacted too much with the people in the Silan military. There was no telling when the other party would discover his identity as a federal fugitive. However, today Butler Jean had already taken out the document envelope. He had nothing to lose and naturally had nothing to fear. When he dialed this number, he couldn't even be sure if the person on the other end of the line still remembered him from 2 years ago. Did she still remember those small things? He knew that he had only taken care of little Watermelon on the spaceship for a few days. He didn't owe her anything. Now he wanted her to do him such a big favor. This was beyond the concept of a desperate case. It seemed particularly wishful thinking, but he could only fantasize about it now. The call continued. A smile gradually reappeared on Su Li's face. He didn't tell the person on the other end the whole truth, but this smile proved that the result of the call was quite satisfactory. Dreams could be reflected in reality. It turned out that a gamble of asking for help could actually get a wonderful response. After hanging up the phone, Sulu was still sitting on the bench with a calm smile on his face. However, there was a slight change in the meaning of the smile. It changed from a pleasant surprise to a gradually calming heart. The group of people who looked extremely pitiful at Charter Square had circled back. They stepped on the snow that was no longer loose. There was no rustling sound, only the patter of snow. Against the gradually approaching night, it was lonely and silent. The middle-aged man smiled at Sulu, who was sitting on the bench, and didn't say anything. Sulu also smiled and looked at the photos in their hands. In the photos there were children with their eyes closed. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the young faces of the children with their faces ashen. There was no need to give too much in life. There was no need to think too much, just do it. Sulu narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although what he planned to do next seemed a little exaggerated and absurd, and it didn't seem like a decision that a normal person would make, he always thought that there were many exaggerated and absurd things in history. It was just that those things always went down the dirty path. He wanted to go down the opposite path. A person who lived for 70 years had to do something they wanted to do. Coincidentally, Sulu thought that he had more contact with things than the average person and knew more inside stories, so he had the opportunity to do it. He thought about it a few times on the bench behind the snow. Perhaps he didn't even think about it at all. He made a decision, but this decision had nothing to do with Zhang Xiaoming. It wasn't a personal vendetta, but it wasn't righteous either. It was probably just to seek his own inner pleasure and selfish moral satisfaction. I finally understand now. With my personality, no matter how I escape in this universe, I will always be discovered. Because I have no way of hiding like that uncle of mine. Sulu stared blankly at the square behind the snow in the night and said, because when I see unfair things I get angry and want to do something. But this universe is full of unfairness. No matter where I go it's the same. So I will probably continue to be angry. These words revealed a truth. Even if Lady Tai didn't find out his true identity with his personality, he would probably be angry at some point and not care that he was wanted by the Federation. This was what it meant when he said that one's personality determined one's fate. Bai Yulan didn't know who the uncle he was talking about was, and she didn't understand what he said. She said softly, I never knew that you were a literary youth born to be angry. Sulu stood up and brushed away the remaining snow on the hem of his military uniform. He showed his white teeth, squinted his eyes and smiled. There is a kind of power that is born to defeat evil. That is me. That's very nauseating. Bai Yulan had a military coat hanging on her elbow, but Sulu refused to wear it. Sulu nodded and said with a smile, I think so too. After saying this he turned around and walked back to the depths of the lawn behind the square, toward the flowing wind slope club that exuded a luxurious atmosphere in the night sky. Bai Yulan followed behind him, silently gazing at his straight back. She suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling in her heart. Sulu seemed to have guessed what she was thinking. Without turning his head, he asked in a low voice, I want to know how powerful the things in the armory of our 7th team are. 3,000 kilometers away from the capital, in the capital of Wuxia State, there was an independent villa purchased under the name of the Ancient Clock Company. It was located between the city and the Federation-level scenic spot, Wuxia Mountain. The location was excellent, and the scenery was beautiful and quiet. In the living room on the first floor of the villa, Fatty Tian was sitting on the sofa and carefully trimming his nails. 2 years had passed. This awesome man of the 4th Military Region of the Federation, the most trusted subordinate of Commander Zhong, was no longer the captain of the Ancient Clock Company. He had also become fatter. His 10 fingers were like 2 steamed buns that were pinched in half. He was chubby and looked very cute. However, only the old men of the federal military and those strong men of the empire who had died in his hands knew how terrifying and dangerous this fatty was. Fatty Tian, who had just passed his 39th birthday, found that the phone call had finally ended. He couldn't help but ask curiously, little sister-in-law, who made the call? Not many people know your private number. The little sister-in-law he was talking about was naturally Mrs. Zhong, whom Sulu had contacted. The wife of Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region of the Federation was naturally very respected in the Federation. However, the Zhong family was the only one of the 7 major families in the Federation that held actual military power. This made her very different from the other wives of the 7 major families. The woman in her 30s was currently exuding the most mature and beautiful luster in her life. Her eyes were soft and gentle. Occasionally, a glance at her would give people a pleasant feeling of closeness. After hearing Fatty Tian's words, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she fell into deep thought. She was indeed a little surprised to suddenly receive a call from the little boy today. Although she had agreed to help him, there were still many things that needed to be analyzed after hanging up the phone. The results of the presidential election were coming out soon. However, for Mrs. Zhong, the parliamentary financial audit at the beginning of next year was what she was most concerned about. She had to fight for sufficient resources from the hands of those senators. This was related to the stability of the front line in the West Woods. Therefore, she didn't plan to return to the West Woods to spend the new year. After all, Commander Zhong would be back during the presidential inauguration ceremony. You know the person who called? Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. 2 years ago, that little boy accompanied the fireworks on your ship for a long time. I gave him a card but he didn't call for 2 years. I didn't expect that he would call now. The nail clipper in Fatty Tian's hand paused slightly. The eyes on his round face narrowed slightly. He was still as harmless as before. The coldness in his eyes was well hidden. After a moment he slowly said, Sulu? This name came out of his mouth. It was extraordinarily simple and didn't require much thought. Unlike what Sulu had imagined, whether it was Mrs. Zhong or Captain Tian, neither of them had forgotten this boy they had met by chance. Fatty Tian still remembered Su Li's persistence and stubbornness, as well as a certain rare quality that he displayed. It should be known that the evaluation of 3 youths was given to Su Lu by this fat captain. Madame Zhong would occasionally remember the boy in thin clothes standing in the wind and snow from her daughter's mutterings. However, she had heard less about him in the past year. However, the real reason why Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian had never forgotten him was because of himself. As an important force in the federal military and one of the 7 major families, these people were very clear about all the major events that happened in the Federation and the inside story behind them. The assassination in Linhai State, the core data incident at the Husk Institute, the development of the MX Mecha, the battle on Kaki Peak. The Zhong family of West Woods had been quietly watching from the sidelines. However, that name that had always appeared was hard for them to forget. Sulu. Who would have thought that a retired soldier from East Woods, who seemed like a very amiable little boy at the time, would actually do so many things in these 2 years? Mrs. Zhong said with a smile. Fatty Tian shook his head and chuckled. I'm not surprised. Back on the ancient bell, he used those simple tools to reassemble an old-fashioned mecha. At that time, I was sure that this kid was a genius in the field of mecha repair. Then he shrugged, put down the nail clipper and said, and this kid is very good at fighting. Mrs. Zhong smiled and said, he asked me to help him find someone in Bermuda. I've already promised him. Fatty Tian was silent for a long time. Then he said, hasn't this little guy always been close to the Tai family? Why did he come to us? Of course, who knows if he wants to find someone in Bermuda, it's more convenient for us Westwoods people, but I still think it's a little strange. I don't care about that. I think it's good that he's willing to owe us a favor. Mrs. Zhong said with a smile, Lake has been carrying out a secret mission in Bermuda recently. I just happened to hand it over to him. That was a top-secret mission from the Bureau of Proclamation. Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian didn't know the truth of the mission, but that didn't stop them from knowing about the mission. For the soldiers of the 4th Military Region stationed in the West Woods, whether it was the glory of the Charter or the Zhong family, they were the most worthy of respect and obedience. At this time, the road outside the villa suddenly became lively. Following the sound of a heavy car door closing, an anxious female voice sounded. Mrs. Back. Fatty Tian stood up. He had just stood up when a 7 or 8-year-old little girl screamed and rushed past him. The little girl immediately rushed past Madame Zhong without stopping in the slightest. Her speed was incomparably fast as she ran upstairs. Hello, Mom. Hello, Uncle Tian. It's too late. The replay is about to end. In the sound of footsteps on the stairs, the little girl used a clear and tender voice to greet as she ran, but she didn't have the interest to stop and talk. She was wearing a cute white puffy dress that swayed with her hurried footsteps, like a rolling cloud. As for the little girl's beautiful black hair, it was still the same as it was 2 years ago. She maintained that extremely neat fringe. As she moved, it flew up and down without a single strand out of place. It was like a beautiful black shell, but it was more like what Sulu had once described, a watermelon rind. The door slammed shut and the sound of the TV sounded. It was the ending song of the end-of-the-century craze that the Federation TV Channel 23 had been replaying from the beginning in the last 6 months. Mrs. Zhong and Fatty Tian looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. Mrs. Zhong frowned and sighed. She said, I'm really worried that this child will enter the rebellious phase ahead of time. Fatty Tian shrugged and shook his shoulders like a big piece of dough, refusing to express any opinion. I don't know if she still remembers that boy called Su Lu. Mrs. Zhong thought of the previous phone call and couldn't help but laugh. At the beginning, there was no lack of clamor to find her big brother Su Lu. After saying this, the smile on Mrs. Zhong's face gradually disappeared. She said calmly, Sulu has shown excellent qualities before. I'm willing to help him this time. But what about Lady Tai? Fatty Tian frowned and asked. Mrs. Zhong said calmly, I've always respected Madam and even faintly feared her. But we all know that Lady Tai has the brightest pair of eyes in the Federation. The Xiao Shu Foundation has unearthed who knows how many outstanding talents, like Big Secretary Shen. This year the Tai family is obviously cultivating Sulu. I don't know what happened between Sulu and Lady Tai, but I welcome this kind of thing. Lady Tai wants to cultivate a young man, and if he can be recruited into the Guzhong Company or the 4th Military Region, that would be the best thing. He was really surprised when he saw the photo and the information. Butler Jean stood respectfully behind Lady Tai. The banquet in the clubhouse had already started, but the vice president hadn't arrived yet. Lady Tai didn't need to go out, and the lively atmosphere in the clubhouse couldn't affect the silence in this room. Lady Tai nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. No matter how calm a person was, once they knew that their biggest secret was in someone else's hands, and that they could become the enemy of the entire Federation at any time, they would have some intense reactions. That was why Madame Tai gave Sulu some time alone to let him calm down and make the right judgment. Butler Jean paused slightly and said, but at that moment his pupils didn't shrink. This reaction was much stiffer than expected. After that, he stayed in the Charter Square in a daze. Secretary Bai came and he also made a few phone calls. As per your instructions, I didn't track the contents of the calls. Lady Tai frowned slightly. She shouldn't have spent so much time and energy on a person like Sulu. No matter how outstanding Sulu was, he was just a talent, and the Federation had tens of billions of people. What they didn't lack the least was talents. However, Sulu was that person's student, and at the same time he showed unexpected abilities. Lady Tai really felt that it was a very good choice for Tai Ziyuan to have such a supporter in the future. That was why she directly exposed everything today, trying to control, not destroy. There was a knock on the door. Butler Jean walked over and listened for a while, then walked back to Lady Tai and said in a low voice, Sulu is back. He met Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai in the side hall. There's a conflict. Very good. Lady Tai smiled slightly. Chapter 286. The feast at the Windy Slope Clubhouse was not a wild carnival. After the Federation was stabilized, the cannibals picked up their plates again. However, they still had to pay attention to their manners and table manners. Naturally, they would not praise the taste of the flesh and blood of the common people with blood on their lips. They would only pretend to be deeply concerned about the country and the people, and pinch the thickness of their pockets. Therefore, the feast at the clubhouse tonight was not very naked. The only one who was the focus of attention was Sulu. Walking into the clubhouse, he met Li Xiuzhu and Lin Dohai in the corridor. These two successors of the 7 major families of the Federation used a calm and mocking tone to celebrate. When they raised their glasses to celebrate, he lowered his head and did not say anything. The other party's meaning was very clear. If he stepped over the threshold, it was equivalent to tying a rein around his neck. He could not run freely in the wilderness, but he could only be driven by others. In the HTD Bureau, even if ordinary people wanted to raise pets, they had to pay a large fee and go through a very complicated approval process. However, the guests of the Windy Slope Clubhouse all had their own horse ranch in the remote mountains. You are just a dog that Madame uses to bite people. Lin Dohai did not hide the hatred and contempt in his eyes. He lowered his voice in front of Sulu and said fiercely, When we need you, we will let you out to bark. When we don't need you, you can only obediently stay in the kennel. Lin Dohai glanced at the medal on his military uniform and said mockingly, Of course, we will give him a big bone to taste. Sulu did not pay attention to this young man. Among the descendants of the 7 major families, there was no doubt that Lin Dohai was the worst. He just stared at Li Xiuzhu, who was next to Lin Dohai. This was the first time he met the successor of the Li family. Looking at Li Xiuzhu's handsome face, which could be compared to Shi Qinghai's, Sulu narrowed his eyes, but his mind drifted to other places. In order to maintain the stability of the Federation, both the government and Lady Tai chose to compromise after Macklin admitted defeat. This was a decision that did not seem to be a big problem. However, behind this compromise were the Li family and the Lin family, who had always supported Macklin, worried about something. As a giant in the financial world of the Federation, would the Li family really be afraid of a strike by the oily workers in the 4 provinces? Could it be that they really didn't have any way to resolve the possible turmoil? This was really a very funny joke. It was just another compromise between the Federation government and the 7 families. This was probably the truth of the matter. Because he found it funny, Sulu narrowed his eyes and laughed. The wine cup in his hand was already empty. With a shake of his wrist, the wine cup directly smashed into Lin Dohai's face. The glass shattered and blood flowed out, interrupting Lin Dohai's endless resentment and ridicule. I failed, Sulu said, and then walked inside. The small conflict in the clubhouse immediately subsided. Under the arrangement of Butler Jean, not many people noticed this scene. In Lady Tai's eyes, a young man with a temperament like Su Li's would probably be so unrestrained only when he was angry and depressed to a certain extent. As for why he was angry and depressed, naturally, it was because he made a decision that was contrary to his true thoughts. Therefore Lady Tai's mood was very calm. Looking at the young man in front of her, she said softly, "Take a break for 2 months first. After Mr. Pabre takes office, there will be many things for you to do." Sulu nodded and took the document bag. In the bag, there was the award order and many documents that he was unwilling to accept previously. As for the other document bag that contained his biggest secret and Li Wei's safety, naturally no one would give it to him and he did not want to take it. Once again stepping on the slightly damp and slightly warm bluestone road, under the night sky, Sulu walked between the flowing wind-sloped clubhouse. He thanked the manager for sending him off and looked over at the clubhouse through a few expensive evergreen shrubs. There were more than 10 important guests sitting there. He could see that the embarrassed Lin Dohai was still lowering his head and wiping something. On a small special stage, actors from the Federation's Academy of Arts were carefully putting on a play. Sulu glanced at it. Relying on his memory from the library of Heshi State University, he recognized that this was a play that had been passed down for thousands of years by the great playwright Schiller. In an instant he thought of the script that Lady Tai told him in the afternoon. He could not help but narrow his eyes. In order to avenge his family, the male lead fought with the stone giant, and in the end, all the villagers in the village were buried with him. Was this cold-blooded or hot-blooded? Was this the natural justice of revenge, or was it a mental patient who placed his thoughts above his surroundings? Sulu was only a young man in his 20s. He did not know how to evaluate the male lead. Moreover, he did not have any revenge, so he did not think too much about it. On the stage, the male lead of the play was a prince who had lost his family and country. The prince pulled out his long sword and shouted to the night sky, "Even if I am locked in a fruit shell, I still think that I am the king of infinite space." Sulu looked at the actor on the stage and repeated this line. Then he left the clubhouse. At this time snowflakes fell again. Under the illumination of the clubhouse's clear lights, it was especially holy. The capital of the north and the port were all in the winter snow. Further north, Linhai was already experiencing a combination of wind and snow, cold and gloomy. In the southern hemisphere, Heat Wave Island was entering the hottest time of the year. It was also the most popular time. There were more and more beautiful women wearing very little clothes on the beach, and the ice-suppressing monument wine in the bar was getting less and less. In a wooden house on the sea in a remote area behind Heat Wave Island, Shi Qinghai was drinking beer while watching the news on his mobile phone with narrowed eyes. The beautiful girl behind him pressed her body against his back. Her face was full of reluctance and shyness. She asked softly, "Are you really leaving?" In order to explore this lonely sea, Mr. Shi and this girl had stayed on the island for a long time. However, there were still some days before the original deadline, but he had to leave. Shi Qinghai smiled. There was a charming smile in his peach blossom eyes. He said gently, "Good girl." The news on his mobile phone was broadcasting that this morning, relevant scholars jointly nominated Senator Medellin, who had just withdrawn from the presidential election, to compete for the Nebula Peace Prize to be awarded next year. In the eyes of many people, Senator Medellin resolutely decided to withdraw from the election in order to heal the rift in the Federation and quell the demonstrations and school strikes in various regions. In the following days he spared no effort to express his support for Senator Pabre. This kind of respectable political ethics was completely qualified to win the Nebula Peace Prize. No one could compete with him at all. The girl behind him asked curiously, "Can Senator Medellin really win the Nebula Prize?" Shi Qinghai paused for a second, then smiled and stroked the girl's back. He said softly, "Silly girl, the Nebula Prize has always only been awarded to the people who are still alive." The girl didn't understand. She thought that Senator Medellin was still alive and well. Shi Qinghai didn't explain. He said a few words to her and gave one of the 2 fishing rods he always carried with him to the girl. Then he began to pack his luggage and was ready to leave. The girl didn't want to leave and even her eyes started to tear up. Shi Qinghai, on the other hand, was very calm and even cold. When a white cloud covered the hot sun in the blue sky, he walked up the wooden stacks in the dark and walked towards the land. He was carrying a long bag made of dense materials in his hand. In the bag there was a fishing rod that he had used for many days. Only he knew that in the long bag that was nominally carrying a fishing rod, there was actually a big gun that was used to kill people. He left the beautiful heat wave island early, and the girl who made him calm and happy with both passion and shyness was because he was going to use this big gun to kill people. Like Su Lu, Shi Qinghai had never considered whether the fanatical supporters would cause social unrest in the Federation after he killed Senator Medellin. Would it cause any riots? Would it cause more deaths in a chaotic Federation under the threat of the Empire? He would not consider whether it was morally untenable to involve more innocent people for the sake of revenge. Mr. Shi's idea was very simple. He wanted revenge. He wanted to clean up the traitors. Since the rotten government of the Federation had disappointed him again, he had to do it himself. As for the chaos and riots, as long as Senator Medellin was dead, what could the young propaganda team do? So what if it was really chaotic? As an excellent spy trained by the anti-government army, wasn't his mission to cause chaos in the Federation? Walking on the soft beach, he remembered the ideals of the anti-government army more deeply than ever before. Revolution was never about treating people to a meal. In order to seek a new federation, death was always inevitable. Sulu had a dream. It was not a dark dream. The person who talked to him was not the omnipresent and omnipotent great being, but a blurry figure whose face he couldn't see clearly. He could only be sure that it was definitely not Uncle Fengyu. The government's compromise is to protect the long-term interests of the Federation. Don't you think that your decision is very disregarding the overall situation? The long-term interests and the overall situation are just a fig leaf that some people use to seek their own interests. They want the Federation to be stable because they need to suck blood from this stable body. However, this is not stability, it's numbness. The so-called long-term interests are, after all, just their interests, such as the interests of the Li family. Have you ever thought that if you do this, many innocent people may die because of the riots? You also said that it's possible. We can't think in advance about things that haven't happened yet. Besides, I've always thought that if Senator Medellin is dead, there will be no one who can incite the people the most. Maybe the turbulence of last month won't repeat itself. You underestimated the fanatical support of the lower-class people for him. The people can't be deceived forever. In fact, when the evidence appeared, many people began to suspect him. Unfortunately, the process was forcibly stopped by the Federation. Because if the investigation continued, many people in the Federation would feel fear. You're comforting yourself, Dream said. Hundreds and thousands of people will die, and you're just satisfying your hypocritical sense of morality and realizing your personal goals. In this sense, you will be a terrorist. No, Senator Medellin is the terrorist because hundreds and thousands of people have died. If he doesn't die, I don't know if more people will die. The law has already acquitted him. Senator Medellin was able to escape the trial of the law because he threatened many timid people with social unrest. It's like a bandit taking a kitchen knife, putting it on an old woman's neck and then asking for money. We can't just ignore him because he always has a kitchen knife in his hand, right? Not all cases will be tried in the end. I insist. What are you insisting on? The ridiculous sense of justice that was taught by books? Or the impulse to become the ultimate judge after one's strength swelled? I insist that what's wrong is wrong, and that those who make mistakes have to pay the price. The purpose of killing is not to kill, but to reason. There is one kind of right and wrong on this end of the universe, and there is another kind of right and wrong on the other end. Your right and wrong is not necessarily everyone's right and wrong. But I am me. Of course, I can only insist on my own right and wrong. This is a naive impulse, a childish passion. When you're young, you're not afraid of anything, only passion. When you're old, you have everything but you don't have any passion. Before you're old, you might be able to spill your passion. The other end of the dream was silent for a long time before it repeated the previous words. You will be a fanatical, dangerous, and terrorist who doesn't see the big picture and doesn't cherish life. Sulu was silent for a long time before he said to the blurry shadow, or perhaps to himself, so be it. I'm not doing this for some political ideology, not to avenge my family, and not because of the national feud that the heroes in Schiller's play are obsessed with. I'm just insisting on what I think is right. If such a person is a terrorist, then I am a terrorist. After saying this, the blurry shadow in the dream left. Sulu woke up from his sleep. He rubbed his somewhat dry eyes and quietly looked in the direction of the glass window. It had been more than 20 days since Macklin withdrew from the presidential election. Just as Lady Tai had arranged, he chose to temporarily rest. Every day, he silently shuttled back and forth between his apartment in Wangdu and the Whitewater Company in the suburbs of the capital. Outside the window of the apartment, there was a creeper vine. It extended from spring to summer, and at its peak, it occupied half of the window. At this time, midwinter had arrived, and the green leaves had turned into a fiery red. Then one by one they fell and floated away, making one's heart palpitate. After leaving the apartment, he took a car to the Whitewater Company. After confirming his authorization, he entered Team 7's exclusive armory. The cold underground lights lit up from time to time with the sound of his footsteps. In the deepest part of the armory, Magnolia, wearing protective goggles, was dismantling the gun in her hands. She softly said, "Today we will learn about the possible problems that may arise when using the common types of bullets in the H-series guns. What we need to practice is the sudden movement route in a narrow space and the coordination of shooting speed." I couldn't help but look at the book review. I wanted to explain a few words. Sulu is obviously not me. The thoughts in his head have nothing to do with me and I won't comment on them. Well, if there is a need, I can criticize him properly and write with a critical attitude. Because I didn't expect there to be so many arguments, I spent a few more words explaining in today's chapter. Of course, I explained from his standpoint. In fact, to put it bluntly, people's views of right and wrong will never be the same. Sulu at least has an extremely strong point, or rather, a terrifying point, which is that he sticks to his own ideas and puts them into practice. Maybe he is wrong? Who knows? I just don't want him to cause any big problems. This is a fictitious world, so we can make arrangements. Therefore, what we are writing is called a fantasy novel. Of course, it will not be realistic. P.S. Mainly, I want to write about a quality that has been forgotten for a long time. I want to write about a person who is serious. From now on, I will only write about the plot and not explain anymore. Firstly, it is too tiring. A few thousand words is more tiring than a few 10,000 words. Secondly, I realize that the more I say, the more mistakes I make. Damn it, I don't need to pretend anymore. I insist that people like Medellin must pay a sufficient price. Those who deliberately kill innocent people must die. Writing a story, but I can't let the male lead be happy with his revenge. It is too sullen. I even have to spend more words to explain. This is my problem. It shows that I shouldn't read the book review. After all, I am an extremely cowardly person. Chapter 287. There were many kinds of things that could kill people, from as small as a pen or a delicate paper cutter, to as big as a landslide or an earthquake. However, there were always some things that belonged to the professional category and were more efficient. Firearms were without a doubt one of the most historical and most familiar types of weapons. The main cannon of a battleship was the most powerful, but this thing was too expensive. In other words, it was extremely expensive, and its quality was also extremely high. Bayulan had once seen some amazing people in the military camp carrying Darlin rotary autocannons and firing them in all directions, but she had never seen anyone who dared to even think about using a battleship's main cannon. Darlin autocannons were mainly installed on M-series mechas and helicopters, but there were still some amazing people who could carry them on their shoulders. However, even the strongest human would be as weak as an ant in front of a battleship's main cannon. The Federation had spent many years researching and developing miniature light energy weapons, which also possessed power and convenience that mechanical guns could not compare to. However, after these things were fine-tuned, they became more expensive, more precise, and more fragile. Bayulan had always believed that weapons used to kill people on the battlefield would have a high failure rate if they were too precise, making them untrustworthy. Therefore, these past few days, she and Sulu had been researching and learning the most commonly used mechanical guns of the federal military. They mainly practiced with the H-series guns, which were the most common series of guns. This series of guns did not have any outstanding advantages, but it also did not have any fatal flaws. The main reason Bayulan had chosen them was because these guns were very reliable, very reliable. The membrane lubrication and the low-lever design were simple and unadorned. They were not flashy in appearance and they were simple but not minimalistic. Instead, they were somewhat crude and clumsy, which minimized the possibility of accidents occurring with these guns. As an outstanding soldier, Secretary Bai was fully qualified to be Su Li's teacher in shooting training. Although he could dismantle the most complicated 21-26 long sniper rifle into a pile of well-arranged parts within 11 seconds, he did not ask Su Li to do the same. It was fine as long as he was familiar with the structure of the gun. Even if he set an official record in the Federal Army, he would only be a skilled gunsmith. What Su Li needed to master the most now was how to use a gun and how to kill with a gun. Su Li's learning progress was very fast, so fast that sometimes Secretary Bai couldn't help but sigh with emotion. More than 10 days had passed, and he watched as Su Li changed from a beginner who knew nothing about firearms to his current state. When he thought of the painful torture he suffered in the recruit camp when he was 15 years old, he couldn't help but have a faint feeling of vicissitudes of life. He thought to himself that his little boss was the one who was born to be a soldier. But this emotion was well hidden by his gentle and quiet appearance. He looked at the gun in Su Li's hand through his goggles and said, "Relax your wrist a little more." In the armory's underground shooting room, gunshots rang out. The two of them could only talk through their ears. After the gunshots subsided, the screen displayed the results of this round of shooting. Bai Yulan took off his goggles and looked at the bouncing points. He nodded with satisfaction. Su Li took off his headphones and looked at it seriously. He smiled and didn't say anything. Then he lowered his head and started to assemble the shiny metallic components in front of him. His fingers didn't move quickly, but they were very stable. Every step was done perfectly. After about a minute, he successfully assembled a 40-centimeter long gun. Bai Yulan silently looked at his movements. He suddenly understood why Su Li could learn so quickly. He had seen many people who were crazy about guns, but those people's attitude towards guns was a little different. They liked to use the word playing with guns to describe their hobby. But Su Li was different. To Su Li, guns were tools to kill. To use a gun well, besides overcoming the initial unfamiliarity and the natural fear of weapons that exceeded one's body's ability to withstand, the rest was to understand the various technical parameters of the gun and the feelings that these parameters revealed. Then one had to understand one's own physical abilities and gradually grasp the rhythm and accuracy of the gun. And the most important quality was calmness. Other than calmness, there was only calmness. Once he came into contact with something professional, Su Li would work hard and learn humbly. The natural calmness of a mechanic would take over his entire body. He had a pair of eyes that could find loopholes and fine lines. He had the powerful control that Uncle Feng Yu had taught him. In addition, every cell in his body was filled with power. He already had all the prerequisites to use a good gun. In addition to the meticulous training of an outstanding professional soldier like Bai Yulan, his improvement was naturally lightning fast. Seeing Su Li enter the training room, Secretary Bai put on his headphones again and silently looked at the parameters on the screen. Those parameters represented that Su Li was currently moving in the difficult small space, avoiding the obstacles of the system and rapidly firing. Da-da-da-da-da. Bai Yulan frowned as she listened to the sound of bullets being fired. Her finger pressed on the table, tapping lightly with every pull of Su Li's trigger. The Parlo light gun's single-shot mode was turned off. Its firing rate could reach 280 shots per minute. Su Li's control over his firing rate was very good. The crisp gunshots were much weaker in the headphones. The rhythmic sounds were like a lullaby. Bai Yulan knew that Su Li had already grasped the key points of today's training. She relaxed and gradually closed her eyes. However, she did not fall asleep. Her mind was filled with many other things. What exactly happened in the clubhouse behind Charter Square, she did not know. However, she knew that after that day, Su Li's mentality seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. However, these changes were hidden behind his usual smiling face and normal expression. She could not fathom it. Bai Yulan had always been suspicious of Su Li's true purpose in learning how to use firearms. She had even vaguely guessed something, but she did not dare to believe it. Therefore, she did not allow her guess to continue. However, in any case, as Su Li became more and more proficient in using firearms and his combat ability became stronger, Bai Yulan's heart grew heavier and heavier. She did not intend to ask anything. This was because Su Li, this little boss, had given her 20 million. However, as a secretary, she did not seem to be of any use. Whether it was facing danger or testing the new MX mecha, in the end, it was all Su Li himself who solved the problems. Bai Yulan wanted to be worthy of the 20 million she had given him, so she did her best to teach Su Li. She watched Su Li silently, hoping that her patron would not make a mistake. Time passed day by day in the dreary and stifling training in the Whitewater Company's underground armory. It was the last day of the 67th year of the constitutional era. Most of the people of the Federation were forgetful. At this time, most of their attention had already shifted to the presidential inauguration ceremony that was to be held in January. They had completely forgotten about all the turmoil that had happened not long ago. On this day of the month, the Federation's election committee finally confirmed the victory of Senator Pabre. This was a victory that did not have any real competitors, but the tally of 62% of the votes was enough to justify this new president's victory. In order to welcome the arrival of the new leader of the Federation, according to the usual tradition as well as the behind-the-scenes board of directors of both public and private media, the Federation's news machine had already been activated. It began to bombard images day and night. From President Pabre's experience in the military, to his obtaining a lawyer's license from the Donglin District Miners' Night School, to his public interest lawsuit with several well-known large enterprises of the Federation, and last year's grand settlement agreement with the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain, countless documentaries were broadcast on television. Mr. Pabre, who had been too quiet for the past few months, finally stood at the focal point of tens of billions of eyes in the Federation once again. The strikes in the 4 states around the mountains, from the university town of Linhai State to the student protests in the various districts of the Federation, had long been suppressed under the pressure of the Federation government and the persuasion of Senator Medellin. After Governor Ross and Senator Medellin withdrew from the presidential election, they spared no effort in calling on their supporters to vote for Senator Pabre. However, these supporters seemed to be more interested in the Nebula Prize and Peace Prize that would be awarded next year. On the evening of December 31st, Sulu returned from the banquet in the compound of the Ministry of National Defense in West Mountain. He didn't have many friends in the special district of the capital, and his name was still filled in as Zhou was father. Therefore, it seemed natural for him to go to the Zhou family for dinner on New Year's Eve. However, if Minister Zhou hadn't called him and asked him to go, he definitely wouldn't have gone. During the banquet, Mrs. Zhou still hinted in a low voice that the wedding should be held as soon as possible. After the banquet, Minister Zhou had a conversation with him in the study. Minister Zhou didn't know what had happened in the Lufeng Slope Club, but he could feel something, so he gave him a warning. After leaving the study, Sulu sat in Zhou Yu's bedroom for a while. The young and beautiful girl didn't say anything to him, but looked at him quietly with a trace of worry. She told him to be careful and not to be too impulsive. After all, they were friends who had lived under the same roof for a long time. Zhou Yu could see something from Su Li's calmness during this period of time. Although she didn't know what Su Li's ultimate goal was, the string in her heart suddenly trembled, so she said those words. After hearing these words, Sulu was slightly dazed, then he shook his head with a smile. He seriously repeated the 10 postures that the uncle had taught him 7 times, then squatted for half an hour in the horse stance. He mobilized the power in his body that he hadn't had a chance to use for a long time. He carefully tasted it until his muscles were sore and he was sweating profusely. Every pair of muscle fibers was crying out in fatigue. Only then did Sulu stop and take a cold shower. Wearing a gray-green round-necked short-sleeved shirt, he stood on the balcony of Wangdu condominium. He dried his wet hair while looking at the thousands of lights in the city in front of him. Ever since the power in his body had submerged under his skin and merged with his body, he rarely felt cold. Although it was winter and there was snow everywhere, he was still wearing very little. After taking a deep breath of the cold wind on the balcony, Sulu felt refreshed. He subconsciously looked at the old vine of the creeper on the window to his left. The green leaves turned red, and the red leaves gradually fell. On the last day of the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, there were no more decorations on the old vine. It was bare and clean. At that moment, the phone call he had been waiting for many days finally rang. After listening quietly for a while, a joyful expression appeared on his face. Li Wei, who was far away in Bermuda, had been found by the people of the West Woods Military District and was under protection. This news made Sulu feel relaxed for the first time in days. He said sincerely, "Mrs. Zhong, thank you. You're welcome. Thank you for taking care of Firework all those years ago." Mrs. Zhong laughed on the other end of the phone. Her laughter was very clear. When Lady Tai decided to send Li Wei to the Bermuda Triangle Star region, she only wanted to use this as a condition, so she didn't make things difficult for that guy. However, even the wisest person would make mistakes. She probably never thought that Sulu would be able to convince the Zhong family of the West Woods to help him rescue Li Wei. In the Bermuda Triangle Star region, which was a desolate but abnormally prosperous place, only the Zhong family had enough power to do such a thing under the Tai family's nose. Firework is talking to her father, so it's not very convenient. If there's a chance in the future, let her talk to you. Mrs. Zhong added. Sulu was stunned. It took him 2 seconds to understand that Mrs. Zhong was talking about the little girl. However, in his memory, that quiet, well-behaved and amiable little girl would always be called Little Watermelon and not Firework Zhong. There was a deeper meaning hidden in Mrs. Zhong's words. Sulu heard some of it, but he didn't care. He smiled and replied, "We'll talk about it when there's a chance. I think the little miss has probably forgotten who I am." Mrs. Zhong smiled and didn't say anything else. Sulu wished them a happy new year over the phone and expressed his gratitude before hanging up. After the phone call ended, Mrs. Zhong, who was in Shisha State, looked at her husband and daughter by the fireplace not far away with a trace of worry. She thought about the news reported by Colonel Lake and the doubts raised by the colonel about Su Li's name. However, she thought about how the family of three hadn't been reunited for a long time. It really wasn't the right time to talk about these problems during the new year. She could only hope that the hooligan called Li Wire, who helped Su Lu find, wouldn't cause too much trouble. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the Wangdu condominium a few thousand kilometers away, Su Lu was thinking about other things after hanging up the phone. Li Wei's safety was guaranteed, but he owed the Zhong family a big favor. Thinking about it carefully, after escaping from Donglin, he already owed Jian Shuier a life. Now he owed the Zhong family. While answering the phone, Su Lu naturally stopped drying his hair. As the deep cold night wind blew, the water on his black hair condensed into white ice particles. He brushed them away carelessly with a towel and they fell like pearls. Accompanied by a light crisp sound, they scattered on the balcony and then fell toward the balcony. With a burst, fireworks bloomed in the sky. The bright and beautiful light bloomed in the cold night sky. The countdown on the television to welcome the new year had turned into cheers. Just like that, the 68th year of the constitutional era had suddenly arrived. Su Lu smiled happily. Looking at the beautiful fireworks in the night sky, he naturally thought of the clock tower from a year ago. However, he immediately thought of the concert after the clock tower and the smile on his face gradually calmed down. When he was reading books in the Heshi State University Library, Su Lu knew that he couldn't possibly have any interest in philosophy. His gut was indeed as flexible as ordinary people, but the way he thought about problems was always too direct. For example, the self-reflection in the dream would probably never appear again in the future of his life. This man was obviously a rock, but he had to cover himself with a few layers of wet moss to pretend that he had been through a lot. It was really a very inharmonious thing. The only obligation I have the right to undertake is to do what I think is right at any time. Amidst the fireworks in the sky, Su Lu thought of Uncle Feng Yu's drunken ramblings on the first day of the new year. He sighed softly and placed both hands on the balcony's railing. He looked into the distance, the metallic bracelet on his wrist reflecting the brilliance of the sky but covering those subtle words. The Federation's calendar had always been based on Region S1 of the capital ring. Therefore, even though it was neither summer nor autumn in the four mountain estates in the northern hemisphere of Region S2, they could only start celebrating the new year with the center of the Federation. This kind of new year didn't conform to the concept of astronomy. Although many astronomers found it absurd, it had been maintained for so many years that people had long become accustomed to it. The intelligence personnel of the anti-government army had long been accustomed to days without rest. As the most famous intelligence organization in the universe, in the series of dazzling storms in the 67th year of the constitutional calendar, they didn't show the ability they should have. On the contrary, the anti-government army of Green Dragon Mountain instead became the Federation's upper class to split benefits and compromise with each other. Zhang Xiaoming, who had urgently evacuated from Region S1, was now leading a node intelligence group. Even today she still believed that she shouldn't have left. Although it might have been more dangerous after she left, the Federation had a reason to stop the hearing and put all the work done in the early stages into a passive state. There was no New Year's atmosphere in the gloomy room. Only the primitive sound of a telegram rang out. It was a bit boring. Just like Magnolia's attitude towards firearms, the leader of the anti-government army intelligence organization also trusted primitive and reliable methods. Although the Bureau of Proclamation was bound by the First Charter and remained neutral in the war between the Federation government and the anti-government army, the electronic surveillance of the Federation Government Investigation Bureau was also a very frightening enemy. Zhang Xiaoming narrowed her eyes and combed through the countless fragments of intelligence sent from Region S1. Then she picked out the targets that she needed to pay attention to and did a basic decryption. Then she encrypted it again and sent it through a secret channel to the higher-ups intelligence relay station. On the first day of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, the Central Committee of the Anti-Government Army was about to replace member Medellin. At the same time, he was in charge of intelligence work and also suffered unprecedented criticism and pressure. A total of more than 300 intelligence personnel were currently trying to contact the spy hidden in Region S1. They needed a very important piece of information. At the place where all the intelligence gathered, in a tent in the mountains, the leader of the anti-government army intelligence had a heavy and tired expression. He ordered his subordinates, let the deepest fish move as well and get hold of his schedule as soon as possible. On the 4th of January of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, a cargo spaceship from Region S1 flew in. With a jet stream, it blew away tons of leaves and landed clumsily and slowly at the largest industrial airport around the 4 mountain estates. Half an hour later, 2 men in gray uniforms sat on a self-propelled truck and headed towards the depths of the airport. Whether it was the airport's internal identity scanning system or the electronic surveillance of the Federation, they both recognized or ignored the access and identity of these 2 people. Chapter 288. S2 was the Federation's heavy industrial zone, especially the 4 large states surrounding Green Dragon Mountain. Perhaps it did not gather the majority of the Federation's wealth, but as far as Su Lu knew, at least most of the industrial equipment was in the factories on the plains. Regardless of the type of equipment, they all emitted a bone-chilling metallic smell. Metal may be tired, but the industrial workers on this land would not be tired. They went to work silently and numbly, operating machines in exchange for a meager wage. They lived a dull and peaceful life, never raising their heads. If they did, they would see a sky full of stars. They also could not take a spaceship to enjoy the magnificent scenery of the universe. The mechanical life of S2 was broken many years ago, because there would always be people standing in hell looking up to heaven and then giving birth to a resentful heart. There were many industrial workers in the lower strata of society. They did not have the ambition to become the pride of the heavens, but in human nature, there was always the desire to make their lives better, and this desire was very understandable. In the face of the greedy profits of the giant corporations and capitalists, there were finally some people who began to reveal their true colors. Then they were defeated by the Federal Army's encirclement and suppression. They fled into the dangerous Green Dragon Mountain area. These people hibernated like injured beasts, recuperated, grew stronger, and then came out again only to be defeated again. In this repeated process, the guerrillas in Green Dragon Mountain gradually gained the support of many people in the 4 states surrounding the mountain. They also gained the political status of the anti-government army from the glory of the charter and gradually became a force to be reckoned with. This group of idealists and their descendants may not have forgotten their original intentions, but the firm determination to resist the Federation government gradually had little to do with these original intentions. They relied only on the hot blood in their hearts and the hot blood that their predecessors and companions had spilled on this land. Then came the rise of George Carlinism. Supporters of the anti-government army began to spread from the 4 states to S1 planet and every corner of the Federation. Their momentum rose sharply, but Commissioner Medellin began to promote non-violence, which began to marginalize the armed forces in the mountains. This politician stood in front of the stage of the anti-government army and opened his hands to absorb the grievances of the Federation people against the unfairness, turning them into a kind of power of faith. Until today, the Oak region was one of the 4 regions surrounded by mountains. Walking on the streets of the capital city of the region, Sulu seriously looked at the buildings on the side of the street, feeling the atmosphere of this place. In his eyes, no matter how mechanically fixed this planet was, it was still much better than his hometown Donglin. The Donglin district was a barren world. People had nothing to do and could only rely on the government to survive. Although there was coffee to drink and television to watch, having something to do and having nothing to do was always a different feeling. The universe is too vast, and the personality characteristics of people in different regions are very different. Looking at the green flags on the buildings that represent the support of the anti-government forces, he could not help but frown and think to himself. The 2 of them stopped at the entrance of a splendid nightclub and walked inside. The waiters in black and white uniforms were a little surprised to see business in the middle of the day, but their excellent training made them not show any surprise. They warmly and respectfully welcomed the 2 of them in. This nightclub was called Coco. It was a very delicate and even a little stingy name, but it was the most legendary place in the capital city of the Oak region. Countless joys and sorrows and conflicts of interest were played out here. Su Lu and Bai Yulan were not familiar with these stories, but they vaguely heard that the owner behind the nightclub insisted on using this name for some reason. It was said that it was to commemorate and also to forget. The sun was high in the sky, and a faint shadow of the moon could be seen on the horizon. Su Lu stood by the window and squinted at the unfamiliar environment of this planet. He recalled the books he had read years ago, but he was not sure how many planets there were in the galaxy where S2 was located, and how many moons there were on the planet he was on. Closing the heavy curtains, Su Lu sat back on the comfortable sofa. Just as he sat down, the door of the private room was pushed open. A female manager walked in with a gentle smile and asked in a low voice if there was anything he needed. The female manager hid the strange look in her eyes very well. After all, she had been in the Coco nightclub for a long time and had seen all kinds of strange people. Secretary Bai, who had been silently following beside Sulu, glanced at the luxurious decorations in the private room and whispered a few words. He ordered a bottle of wine that was neither expensive nor embarrassing. He also ordered a few snacks, and the strangest thing was that he also ordered 2 bowls of noodles. The female manager smiled in response and turned to leave. Just as the door closed, she frowned. The 2 people in the room gave off a very strange feeling. The young man with small eyes who looked like the owner looked extremely honest and did not look like the owner at all. The gentle man who looked like the attendant was extremely gentle and delicate. He looked more like a guy who worked in a special industry. But these 2 men had to spend an entire day in the largest nightclub in the capital city of the Oak region and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. The curtains were drawn so tightly that no light could pass through. The atmosphere in the spacious private room was somewhat stifling. Bai Yulan silently poured wine for Sulu and did not say a word. Sulu looked at the few strands of black hair on his smooth forehead. In the end, he could not control his emotions and said, "I don't understand why you have to follow me. You are my boss. I don't know what business you are talking about, but I have to follow you to feel at ease." Bai Yulan handed him a glass of wine. The red liquid in the glass was like blood. His eyes were gentle as he said softly, "I don't know how you managed to sneak the 2 of us out of the spaceport, but the shipment will arrive later. Without me, how are you going to pick it up?" Sulu looked at the man and wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Bai Yulan was like the delicate knife that he always carried around with him. It was pleasing to the eye, but when the knife was unsheathed, it was extremely sharp. Although he definitely would not drag Bai Yulan into this mess in the next few days with Bai Yulan by his side, perhaps there would be a lot less trouble. More importantly, the large box of firearms and equipment was still on its way to the cargo ship. Whether it was smuggling them from S1 or secretly transporting the dangerous tools, it was all arranged by Bai Yulan. Only when he stepped foot on the streets of Oak State did Sulu truly believe that the delicate man who had been quietly following him was indeed a ruthless person who had taken on many private jobs. Only this kind of person could be so familiar with the Federation's underground channels and be so confident in doing things. The nightclub doesn't have a scanning system, so I chose to stay here for a few days. Sulu did not explain his intentions to Bai Yulan. He raised the red wine in his glass and took a sip. The sourness that seeped into his heart and spleen made him feel a little uncomfortable, so he swallowed with difficulty. Bai Yulan, on the other hand, drank very smoothly and elegantly without asking any questions. Although it was a short space flight from S1 to S2, it was still expensive, especially since they had taken an irregular route. Coupled with the transportation of the box of firearms and equipment, the cost was enormous. Thinking of this, Sulu suddenly felt a little apologetic as he looked at the delicate man who was drinking silently beside him. The money was taken from Li Xiaotong, and the route was arranged by Bai Yulan. Sulu felt a little sorry for these 2 men. The 7th young master of the Li family had no idea what he wanted the money for. This investment would undoubtedly fail and fail miserably. Sitting from noon to night, no matter how luxurious the room was, no matter how delicious the food and drinks were, it would still be boring. Bai Yulan glanced at him and said, "It's too lively outside and it's too quiet here." He could tell what Sulu was waiting for. Perhaps it was time or perhaps it was news. As someone who dedicated his life to money, he could only accompany him and wait, occasionally reminding him if there was anything missing. Sulu was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Bai Yulan stood up with a smile, walked out of the room and called a few waitresses who were in charge of accompanying the singer. The nightclub managers were very efficient. Although it was close to nightfall and not yet at its peak, a row of girls dressed in black stockings, purple dresses, or hair tied in ponytails appeared in front of Sulu in less than half a minute. This kind of speed was really admirable. In Heshi province, he had paid for Uncle Yuyu's whorehouse, brought the crown prince of the Tai family to break his virginity, and accompanied the 7th young master of the Li family to go to the nightclub in the capital. Although Sulu had never been in the water, he was not unfamiliar with this kind of scene. He smiled and invited a beautiful girl with a plump body to sit beside him, letting her do whatever she wanted. The sound system, which had been singing alone for a long time, finally welcomed the sound of real people mixing in. The lonely, luxurious room began to become lively. There were girls singing, and Bai Yulan smiled and greeted the girl in his arms. Sulu was trying his best to eat the noodles in front of him. He ate with a swishing sound, swallowing mountains and rivers. It was clearly his 4th bowl of noodles, but he felt like he was eating his first meal after 5 days of starvation. The girl who was singing next to Sulu stared at him dumbfoundedly. No matter how good her service was at this time, she was stunned. She held the microphone, her beautiful red lips slightly opened, and her mouth moved exaggeratedly. Bai Yulan's eyes slightly slanted and glanced at Sulu. She was a little intimidated by the way he was wolfing down his food. She wondered what she was going to do in the next few days that made this guy feel like he was going to die from hunger. They sang until dawn. Sulu had already finished his 6th bowl of noodles, and Bai Yulan had also silently drank her 3rd bottle of wine. The two singing girls' voices were already a little hoarse. They looked at each other but did not dare to leave. Who knew what these two strange people in the room wanted to do? There was no joke, not even their hands touching the side of their bodies. Other than singing, there seemed to be no other way to break the pressure in the room. At this time there was a knock on the door of the room. The female manager, dressed in a black formal dress, walked in very respectfully. She half squatted in front of Sulu and said softly, "I didn't know you were an important guest. Previously I neglected you. Sister Ku asked me to ask you when you are free to meet her." When these words came out, the eyes of the two singing girls flashed with a trace of shock. This female manager, who squatted in front of the young guests, had an extremely high status in the nightclub. How could she become an obedient rabbit today? As for the two words, Sister Ku, that they vaguely heard, could it be that she was the legendary person? Chapter 289. The signboard of Coco nightclub was actually a woman's name. The largest nightclub in the Oak State had been open for many years. It represented how many years this woman had stood in this land that constantly produced wealth but was often in turmoil. Blades and swords flashed, guns and cannons roared, clouds of smoke billowed from the cliffs, and indulged in a life of luxury. In the early years of the Jianghu, she had infiltrated behind the scenes more than 10 years ago. Since then she had only left behind a legend. A legend was a legend because it had an inconceivable past that could not be replicated. Whether it was when the anti-government forces attacked with tanks, or when the Federation's 2nd Military Region's iron-blooded soldiers killed their way in, the capital of Oak State had changed hands more than once. The surrounding buildings of the nightclub still had bullet holes and cannon marks from many years ago, and there were even traces of military mecha running over the concrete road in the back of the alley. But Coco nightclub had stood tall in the baptism of time. Sulu had heard a vague story from a certain person, but he didn't come to S2 to look for historical sites or to sigh at the vicissitudes of life, so he wasn't too excited. But when he saw this woman called Sister Ku in the big, quiet suite on the top floor, he couldn't help but be shocked. He had always thought that a woman who could wave her red sleeves freely between Green Dragon Mountain and the 2nd Military Region would definitely be a beauty that could turn all living things upside down, or a beauty that was still charming even as she grew older. He really didn't expect that Kujia was actually an old woman in her 50s. Kujia's face was cold as she looked at the small-eyed young man standing in front of her. Because of that man, she had seen many outstanding fellows in the Federation in her life. That pair of eyes was very poisonous, but no matter how she looked at him, she didn't feel that this ordinary-looking man had anything worthy of her attention. "I've seen your file and know that you will have a bright future in the Federation. Why do you have to come here and make your future bleak?" Kujia lit a cigarette and asked with a hoarse voice. The fingers holding the cigarette already showed an irrecoverable old appearance. Sulu had come to S2 to do something big. If his identity or intentions were to be found out, he would do whatever it took to get rid of this hidden danger before it sprouted. However, he had no intention of doing anything to the old lady in front of him. This was because the information he needed, as well as the promised support, were all in the hands of this old lady. He lit up a cigarette as well. It wasn't a 37 brand but an S2 specialty Huangya. Holding the cigarette in his mouth, he said vaguely, "I just felt that it was necessary to do this, so I came. Mr. Medellin has been expelled from the Central Committee, but those people in the mountains can't do anything to him. You should know why." Sister Ku held the cigarette between her two fingers and tapped it twice on the ashtray carved out of red millstone. She did not have a trace of elegance at all. She looked at Sulu and said mockingly, "Those guys who carry guns and want to rule the world don't want to become assassins and offend the workers' organizations in the 4 provinces around the mountains. But they just have to trick a little thing like you to come here." Sulu lowered his head and smoked his cigarette, not answering her. "Young man, you came to S2. It's obvious that he's using you," Sister Ku reminded him. Sister Ku reminded him. Originally, she shouldn't have said these words tonight, but she didn't know why. But when she looked at Sulu, she felt as if she was looking at the youth from many years ago, the youth who had dropped out of S1 Capital University and wholeheartedly wanted to join the Azure Dragon Mountain Guerrilla Army to rebel against the injustice of the Federation. Although that youth had long since become one of the most important figures in the anti-government army, Sister Ku always felt that only the him at that time was truly pure. Subconsciously, she said these words, hoping that the young man in front of her would back down and leave the Oak Province. Sulu knew who the old woman in front of her was talking about. Although she had some guesses about the relationship between the old woman and the old man, when she looked at the wretched old man in the past, she always felt that the old man shouldn't be that old. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, "Whether or not he's using me doesn't matter for now. I really want to know your opinion on this matter. I did this and no one supported me, but I felt that I should do it. If it's just a matter of principle, of course you should do it. That committee member should have died long ago." Sister Ku laughed. "Since no one supports you, then I'll support you. You have to know that even prostitutes have a sense of justice." After saying this, Sister Ku took out a completely metal handmade pen from a box beside her and handed it to Sulu. She said quietly, "I wish you success." Sulu smiled and didn't say anything else. He took the pen and turned to leave, not noticing that there seemed to be another pen in the box. Half an hour later, the door to the top floor of the nightclub was pushed open again. A young man wearing a small gray cap walked in. This young man wasn't as reserved and silent as Sulu. Instead, he sat directly on the sofa across from Sister Ku. He poured himself a glass of wine and smiled slightly. The lower half of his face that was exposed in the shadow of the cap bloomed like a flower. "I didn't expect that my highest leader would actually set the exchange of information at the most famous Coco nightclub," the young man said with a smile. Sister Ku looked at this person and suddenly smiled. "This isn't the exchange of information. In fact, in the past 40 years, although he has been helping me to maintain this business, he has never asked me to do anything for him. You are the first person in the entire universe to know that I am related to him." The young man was slightly startled. After a moment of silence, he took off the cap on his head, revealing his extremely handsome face. He said, "This is really beyond my expectations. It seems that the old man isn't having a good time in the mountains. He doesn't even trust the internal channels of the organization. I know that your name is Shi Qinghai." Sister Ku smiled and said, "He once told me that although you are not the fish that he hides the deepest in the Federation, nor are you the biggest fish, you are the fish that is the most energetic and the one that is most capable of tormenting others. He admires you very much, so he is not satisfied with your actions in the past year. You don't pay attention to your own safety. This is not a quality that an excellent intelligence officer should have." Shi Qinghai shrugged and was about to say something. Sister Ku held another lit cigarette between her fingers and waved her hand to stop him. She continued, "Of course you have already left the organization. He can't control you. Let's stop with the small talk." Shi Qinghai smiled and reached out his hand. "He promised to give me something. Give it to me." Sister Ku took out another pen from the box and handed it to him. She didn't tell him that someone else had already taken the other pen and left. Shi Qinghai stood up and thanked her. When he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and picked up the fishing rod behind the door. He turned around and asked curiously, "I heard from my teacher that when he came to join the organization from the Capital University, he was still an innocent, naive and idealistic idiot who didn't know anything. He wanted to enter the Green Dragon Mountain but couldn't find the mountain road. He wanted to contact the army, but he was almost arrested and sent to the police station. In the end, he was starved to death in the Oak State." He cracked a smile and said, "Was it you who raised him?" Sister Ku didn't stop him from speculating. A cunning light flashed in her old eyes. "I was misread of the nightclub at that time. It wasn't a problem for me to raise a poor student. But I didn't expect that a poor student would become a big shot." Shi Qinghai shrugged and left the room. He thought to himself that the most successful spy in the 37th constitutional era also had such an absurd life. The intelligence leader of the anti-government army risked using the most important woman in his life. Obviously, this information was very precious and confidential. He couldn't help but feel more confident. After resting for a whole night in the comfortable suite provided by the nightclub and taking a bath in the back, Sulu was full of energy. He lay on the sofa and passed through the slightly thick fog in the room. He closed his eyes and rested. There was a bowl of noodles and a glass of water on the table beside him. The Central Committee of Green Dragon Mountain had already fired Macklin, but those people could not directly come out and kill Macklin. Eliminating traitors sounded righteous, but if the anti-government army really did so, they would lose the greatest foundation of public opinion, and the gains would not make up for the losses. This was Su Li's analysis and judgment. The information hidden in the pen was very important and precious. As the intelligence leader of the anti-government army, he gave this information to him. Perhaps it was just as Sister Ku said, that he had the intention of using him. But for the time being, he didn't have any conflicting feelings in his heart. After taking a bath and relaxing, he and Bai Yulan didn't go to the room to rest. Instead, they went to the room specially reserved for them to sing. It was still the same red wine, snacks and noodles. It was still the same two beautiful ladies from yesterday, but the two ladies were more respectful and submissive today. Since they didn't want to continuously sing to set the Federation's record, the luxurious room started to turn on the TV. Su Li glanced at the TV news of the Green Dragon Mountain publicity department. To satisfy his curiosity, he let the lady beside him switch to the Federation's news channel. The real-time news announcement at the bottom of the screen said that Senator Macklin had left the Capital Special District on a special plane and arrived in Harbor City. He accepted the nomination for the Nebula Award and the Peace Prize and gave a speech. According to insider information, Senator Macklin might not attend President Pabre's inauguration. Instead, he would return to S2 and gather a mass rally to give an explanation to these loyal voters and at the same time, call on people to support the elected president of the Federation. In the news screen, it was playing a documentary of the president-elect, Mr. Pabre. It happened to be a year ago when Mr. Pabre secretly took an old-fashioned transport plane and arrived at the Green Dragon Mountain Airport to negotiate with the anti-government army. In the video, Mr. Pabre walked off the plane in the wind. His clothes were fluttering, and his slightly tanned face had a determined expression. His tall and strong body gave people a feeling that he was worth relying on. Su Li narrowed his eyes as he watched. He couldn't help but think of the scene in the bar last New Year when he watched the news with Mr. Sher. This was their president. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel slightly melancholy and a little complacent. The Federation needed a strong political figure to be a leader. Senator Macklin's glorious or dejected exit made President Pabre the only idol-level figure in the Federation. Although the two beautiful ladies in the luxurious private room knew that the two young men were definitely not ordinary people, after spending a day and a night together, they found that the two men's temperaments were very gentle. Therefore they became more courageous and respectful. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the two ladies gathered together on the sofa and watched the TV while discussing something. Occasionally they would chuckle softly. Su Li's hearing was very sharp. He heard that the two beautiful waitresses were talking about Mr. President on the news. They thought that President Pabre was dark and handsome, with a straight nose and must be very sexually active. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. However, from the corner of his eyes, he caught a glimpse of Bai Magnolia's face. His laughter stopped abruptly. Bai Magnolia whispered beside him, "When did you know that he was going back to S2? Su Li was silent for a long time before he said, "Because I knew that he was coming back. That's why I came." Bai Magnolia still had her head down. Her black hair hung in front of her eyes. Her expression was calm, but the rhythm of her breathing was different from usual. She inhaled deeply without exhaling. The atmosphere in the private room was as usual. However, the silence at this time was obviously a little strange. A trace of coldness flashed in the eyes of the two ladies. They looked at each other and cleverly hid in the attached lounge, leaving the room for the two men to talk. In the snowy charter square, there were 9 cigarette butts in the pile of snow beside the bench. They bloomed like plum blossoms. Bai Magnolia knew that Su Li was a person who paid attention to details. No matter when or where, he would find the trash and throw the cigarette butts in. From then on, he knew what Su Li was going to do. At that time, Su Li had asked him about the power of the weapons in Team 7's armory. He was sure that Su Li was going to do something big. But even so, Secretary Bai, who was used to seeing life and death, wasn't too vigilant. At worst, he would just kill someone. His hands were stained with the blood of countless people. Therefore he taught Su Li how to use a gun and smuggled them here. He even brought the big box of weapons here. Because he didn't know that Macklin was going back to S2, Bai Magnolia never thought that the big thing that little boss was going to do would be so big. He took a deep breath and slowly leaned back on the sofa. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the image of Macklin's speech that had just appeared on the news. He said faintly, "Are you crazy or stupid?" "I'm not crazy, but I'm not stupid," Su Li replied. "All my life I've loved money and worked for it. I've done all kinds of evil things." Bai Magnolia narrowed his eyes and looked at the old face of the senator on the screen. "But I've never done something like this before. The Federation won't let him die. S2 is his hometown. God knows how many security guards there are. I don't have much confidence in doing this with just the two of us. No. By Magnolia immediately changed his judgment and said seriously, I don't have any confidence at all. It's not us, it's me. At this point, Sulu didn't want to hide anything from him. He stood up and said seriously, I should have told you earlier, but I can't transport the box here alone. Don't worry, there's no trace of you at the spaceport. The Federation government won't suspect you. By Magnolia was silent and didn't say anything. 5 minutes later, Sulu and By Magnolia changed their clothes and quietly left Coco nightclub through the back door. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the streets and alleys of Oak State. No one could find them anymore. Sulu, as a soldier of the Federation, stood on the opposite side of the Federation's upper echelons in the law. He couldn't seek help from powerful people like he had in the past year. So, when he received the email at Wangdu Apartments, he didn't hesitate to choose to cooperate with the intelligence chief of the anti-government army. Sulu had seen this legendary spy before. Although he didn't know what exactly made him a legend, he didn't have the slightest doubt about his intelligence-gathering ability. Cooperation didn't mean trust. Sulu would expose his whereabouts under the eyes of Green Dragon Mountain. After he received the information, he stayed for half a day. Then, to everyone's surprise, he quietly left. No one knew where he went. Right after he left Coco nightclub, the traveler with the fishing pole left the nightclub openly. He took a taxi and headed to a resort in the west. However, he got off halfway. No one knew where he went. After that, Coco nightclub didn't close its doors to customers, but the hostess and manager who had seen these three people were all invited to the top floor by Sister Coco, who rarely saw people. It wasn't until many days later that they saw the sun again with lingering fear. Year 68, January 18th. This was an important day that the citizens of the Federation remembered for many years. It was also a day that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Federation. Because this was the day that the new president of the Federation, Pabre, would be inaugurated. The capital's charter square had already been set up for the ceremony. Yellow sunflowers were neatly placed in the snow. The temporary viewing platform was painted new. It was enough to guarantee the seats of 1,000 guests. The public viewing area in front of the square was divided by a yellow line. Countless police officers and plainclothes detectives vigilantly scanned the surroundings. There were still 2 hours before the ceremony. A solemn atmosphere began to pervade the square. Even the face of the 5-person group statue in the middle of the square seemed to have become solemn at this time. In another star system that was countless light years away from the capital, the district where the Peace Foundation building was located on the administrative planet S2, which was surrounded by mountains, had just woken up from the darkness. The different regions of the Federation could forcibly unify the calendar. That was because the universe generously gifted several administrative planets with very similar environments to the human race. However, the time period couldn't be artificially unified. When the capital of S1 had already begun to prepare for the 10 o'clock ceremony, it was still early in the morning in S2. The Peace Foundation building was located on the west side of the capital of Kwandao. The terrain was open and there were only 2 hills in the distance. The hills were covered with red and yellow autumn leaves. The colors were gorgeous and made people feel full. Among the fallen leaves on the hilltop, Sulu narrowed his eyes and opened the black workbench. He took out the all-metal pen from his clothes, carefully unscrewed the pen cap, and inserted the pen into the data transmission channel of the workbench. With a soft beep, a detailed structural diagram of the interior of the Peace Foundation building appeared on the screen of the workbench. Next to the structural diagram was a lot of complex professional data and a cursor indicating the distribution of defense forces. As time went by, the data and cursor were constantly changing and moving. Chapter 290. Bai Yulan was wearing a digital camouflage suit, which was difficult to distinguish among the red and yellow leaves. He lowered his head and looked at the data flowing on the screen of the workbench. His eyes were as cold and calm as the air in the surrounding forest. The sewers have been sealed. Sulu pointed at the 2 clear horizontal lines on the screen and said, "This route is also difficult to travel." The early morning in S2 was surrounded by mountains and unusually cold autumn weather. As he lowered his voice, white steam came out from his lips. The workbench and the fallen leaves and the large pile of firearms next to it were obtained from a very ordinary logistics company in Oak State 3 days ago. The pen connected to the workbench was the most important. The pen provided to Su Lu by the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces contained extremely important data. It contained the architectural blueprints of the Peace Foundation building, the security layout plan, and a very advanced real-time data update receiver. It was obvious that the Green Dragon Mountain had planted a spy beside Senator Macklin. That spy might be in the Peace Foundation building in front of the mountain, constantly transmitting the situation inside and the layout of the firepower to the outside world. The number of security personnel has not decreased. In fact, there are more than a few days ago. Bai Yulan pointed at some moving light spots on the screen and reminded, the Special Task Force agents are scattered outside. The people at the circular passage in the middle should be from the security company. The problem is in the independent building in the innermost part. I guess it should be Macklin's trusted armed forces. It was not convenient for him to bring them around when he was in the capital special district and port capital, but now that he is back in his nest, the security around him must be very strong. The sun had not completely peeked out from the horizon, but the faint morning light had already shrouded the city at the foot of the mountain. The shadows overlapped with the light. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the Peace Foundation building at the foot of the mountain. He thought about the intelligence he had been reading for a few days and subconsciously clenched his fists. The intelligence provided by the anti-government forces was very detailed, including Macklin's route back to S2 and the security around him. It was very clearly marked. In the intelligence report, Su Lu had no choice but to cancel the plan of ambushing the counselor's transportation. The following intelligence report also confirmed that the Foundation building was heavily guarded, so he couldn't find any way to sneak in. Su Lu was a patient person, but there was always a faint dark cloud shrouding the depths of his heart, and he couldn't find the reason. Last night, the latest update mentioned that Macklin seemed to be preparing to leave S2. The politician was preparing to visit the front lines of Ceylon directly after the meeting. This information put him on guard, and the dark clouds in his heart grew thicker and thicker. It was going to rain soon. He had a very bad feeling. If Macklin was allowed to leave the Upper Forest Star region, he might not be able to find him again. Based on this intuition, Su Lu, who had already waited for 2 days, decided to wait for a better opportunity. He didn't intend to rely on his good luck to sneak in, so he chose to launch a surprise attack in the early hours of the morning. Although he was very clear about his fierce combat ability, breaking into the Foundation building and killing Macklin, who was heavily protected by the Federation government and the armed forces, still made his palms sweat and his back slightly cold. Bai Yulan looked coldly and solemnly at the map and the flowing data on the screen. After leaving the 17th Armored Division, whether it was missions for the Whitewater Company or private missions, he had participated in many assassination missions. So today's scene was no stranger to him. However, in his professional opinion, choosing to launch an attack at this time and place was too risky. It was a choice with little chance of survival. I think we should wait a little longer, he said softly. The opponent suddenly increased the security around him to such a high level. It's obvious that the opponent smelled danger around him and is prepared. After returning to S2 from S1, Macklin lived in seclusion and appeared to be extremely cautious. Su Lu narrowed his eyes at the buildings at the foot of the mountain and said, "He's guarding against Green Dragon Mountain, or perhaps the government suddenly turning on him. He's not guarding against a small character like me." Bai Yulan was silent. She frowned slightly and said, "Unfortunately, the meeting place in the afternoon is in the square. It's so open there that we can't find a suitable place to snipe. Otherwise we could try a long-range attack. The buildings around the square have been cleaned by the government security department. We can't hide there." Su Lu paused for a moment, then said with a smile, "And a long-range attack isn't safe enough." Bai Yulan zoomed out the three-dimensional map on the screen and pointed at a certain point in the hills at the edge of the map. She looked up at the yellow-green forest in the northeast direction and said slowly, "If only there was a long-range sniper there. Calculating the shooting radius, it would be just enough to cover the nodes in the second half of the assault. This kind of cover is quite advantageous." Shi Qinghai, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He brushed off a small insect on his face and laid down in the fallen leaves. He looked at the white sky above the autumn forest that was cut into pieces by sharp branches. His thick black eyebrows furrowed. He had chosen the sniping location 4 days ago. Last night, he snuck here and quietly waited for the whole night. Although the information provided by the other side was not good, and Macklin seemed to be preparing to leave, there were Federal Army bodyguards on the designated route. After all, this mountain was still a bit far away, and the old man's car was bulletproof. Although he was holding a big gun, it would be troublesome if he couldn't kill him with one shot. After thinking about all kinds of things, Mr. Sure yawned and whistled softly. He hugged the heavy big gun in his arms and lay down again. He crossed his legs and began to hum the old song called 27 Glasses of Wine. At the same time, his right hand reached out from the fallen leaves and placed on the keyboard input device. He kept tapping, and the microcomputer connected to the big gun began to warm up and calculate the trajectory of the bullet. Occasionally, he narrowed his eyes and looked at another mountain on the horizon. His heart slightly moved. There are only two of us. Sulu took off the leaf on his body and picked up the bowl of self-heating instant noodles. He said with a smile as he slurped down the noodles. Looking at the noodles now, Bai Yulan felt a little disgusted. She didn't know what Suli's body was made of. How could he eat so much? Sulu suddenly put down the noodles in his hand and looked seriously at the delicate man lying in the red and yellow leaves. He said, "You really don't want to leave? This is going to kill you. Although 20 million is a lot, I really didn't think it would be enough to buy your life. I'm only in charge of logistics and battlefield remote monitoring and command." Bai Yulan lowered his head and smiled. He said softly, "If someone finds out, I'll leave without caring about your life. After this, I'll have paid back the 20 million. I've never seen someone who loves money as much as you, but also respects money. You're crazy." Bai Yulan smiled as her delicate fingers tapped on the keyboard. Her delicate eyes stared at the data on the workbench as she said, "Although I'm afraid of death, I think it's quite interesting to go crazy once in a while in this life." Sulu was speechless. He knew what kind of person Secretary Bai was. He never expected the other party to understand his crazy and absurd actions, and he also didn't expect Secretary Bai to stand up for the Federation or any other innocent people. Therefore, he never understood why this delicate man was willing to stay and help him after knowing the truth. The universe was vast and magnificent, but the human race had an extremely complex psychological structure. He couldn't understand it no matter how he looked at it. After finishing the warm and tasteless instant noodles, Sulu rubbed his stomach and climbed up from the fallen leaves in the forest. He changed into sportswear with a hat and carried the prepared travel bag on his back. He even waited to get used to the weight. Naturally, he looked like a guy who was preparing to go on a field trip. "If something happens, I really have to run first. I owe you this time, but I already owe other people 2 lives. Even if I want to repay them, I can't repay you first." He did a final check on his equipment and said these words. In fact, he knew in his heart that after leaving S1 for so long, certain parties were already investigating his whereabouts. And Lady Tai had the biggest handle on him. After this incident, other than changing his identity and running away, there was no other possibility for him to survive. Therefore, the so-called owing Secretary Bai a life was probably a debt that could never be repaid. They were both men who had killed before. Although Lady Bai Magnolia was like a virgin, her decisiveness and coldness in killing exceeded that of the average person. Therefore, the two people didn't have any thoughts of hugging each other. They just looked at each other and waved goodbye. Dressed in camouflage, Lady Bai Magnolia took her workbench and disappeared into the mountains and fields of autumn leaves. Sulu carried his travel bag and walked along the slippery mountain path towards the group of buildings. As he walked down the mountain, the sun struggled to break free from the horizon. The sky gradually brightened, but it was still in the gray state of early morning. After an unknown amount of time, Sulu arrived at the foot of the mountain. Separated by layers of autumn trees, he looked at the faintly visible figure at the end of the road. He pressed the particles in his ear and whispered a few words. Lady Bai Magnolia's clear signal came through his earpiece. The battlefield communication equipment obtained from the 7th Team's armory could guarantee communication within 30 kilometers. Among the fallen leaves at the top of the mountain, Lady Bai Magnolia calmly observed the holographic screen on the workbench. She clearly and accurately sent the first observation result and combat order to Sulu at the foot of the mountain. All the equipment was the most professional of the federal military. Secretary Bai was a professional assassin. What Sulu had to do was very simple. He just had to trust in his judgment and command. He didn't rush out of the forest. Instead, he walked a large circle around the foot of the mountain. Under the cover of the trees, he avoided the main entrance of the Golden Foundation area. Sulu walked onto the road. At this time, the first ray of sunlight shone on him. He was wearing oversized sportswear, and his cap had been lifted up to cover his face. He carried a heavy travel bag. He looked like he had just done a night camp on the mountain. His face that was exposed in the shadows had a sunny smile. He was in the prime of youth. The black road was paved with red leaves. Stepping on them made a crisp sound. Sulu took a deep breath. He kept calling a person's name in his heart. Old thing, you really don't want to help? Then I'm really going to die this time. In the depths of his mind, in the depths of the universe, around the stars, between heaven and earth, there was silence. Occasionally, birds in the autumn forest behind him would cry out in protest at the coming cold. However, no one answered the call in his heart. The silence was like a dead silence. Sulu's footsteps paused slightly. He had tried many times to contact that great existence in the sea of his mind. He succeeded once when he was in the capital special district. However, when he bravely or stupidly revealed his true purpose, the other side directly rejected his request. Then there was silence. According to your plan, you will seriously violate the laws of the Federation. He didn't know when a line of small words appeared in front of him. The slightly white words were very soft, much gentler than the new dawn. You can't catch me. Sulu said to that existence in his heart. According to the rules of the First Charter, you can't use it to prevent crimes. Without approval or request, you can't actively participate in the process of the incident. I just want to know if you can help me today. Anything that violates the laws of the Federation is not allowed. Deep underground in the outskirts of the Capital Special District, the Federal Central Computer integrated a very simple message. Through the electronic monitoring network throughout the Federation, in a few seconds, through a signal amplifier, through the space channel, bypassing the galaxy, and arriving outside the atmosphere of S2. Along with the morning light, it fell on the red leaves on the ground and entered the chip at the back of Sulu's neck. Sulu's footsteps didn't slow down at all. His eyes narrowed slightly, and through the shadow of the hat, he looked at the wall not far away. He made a gamble to initiate contact with that side, but he didn't get any results. However, he wouldn't be disappointed. If that old thing would help him even with this kind of thing, then wouldn't he be able to resist the entire Federation by himself? His dark military boots rustled as he stepped on the red fallen leaves. The blue sky began to reveal its beauty, and the light was clear and beautiful. Sulu, who was carrying a travel bag, suddenly thought of the time when he fled the Donglin district 2 years ago. At that time he seemed to be dressed like this. Taking out a high-pressure nutrition bar, he broke it in half, put it in his mouth and chewed it open. After moistening it with his saliva and putting it into his stomach, Sulu walked to the edge of the wall. He had been eating non-stop these days. At this time he still carried a military nutrition bar with him. He knew very well why. When he used a large amount of the trembling power in his body, he would become very hungry. Therefore he needed to make sufficient preparations in advance. On the other hand, he was very nervous. The autumn air was refreshing. He stepped on the red leaves and came to the bottom of the high wall. His eyes narrowed, his legs trembled slightly, and the power in his body suddenly burst forth. After squatting, he jumped up like an arrow and easily flipped over. What a monster! By Magnolia at the top of the mountain narrowed her eyes as she watched the progress on the holographic screen. Only now did she understand why the little boss insisted on entering from behind the wall when they were choosing the route last night. The wall was very smooth and was 4-5 meters high. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, when she saw that the light representing Sulu had entered the frame of the map, she understood that for someone many obstacles in the world were not obstacles at all. Chapter 291. The dawn here was quiet. The Mountain Ring 4 Prefecture's Peace Foundation was a building in name, but in fact, it was a large block. There were no obvious walls or gates in the direction of the main street. In the words of the Foundation's website, this represented that the Foundation led by Senator Macklin had an open heart and welcomed people of all factions. It seemed that there were no walls or gates, only lawns and flowers, but everyone knew that the security there was the tightest. Sulu was not stupid enough to disguise himself as a donor and walk in generously. Instead, he chose the quiet back of the block. There was a high wall behind the block, but there was no barbed wire above the high wall. There were also no guards with guns behind the wall because this was not a detention center or a prison, but an orphanage that had been run by the Peace Foundation for many years. The Mountain Ring 4 Prefectures was the front line of the confrontation between the Federation government and the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain. Although there were fewer and fewer military conflicts over the years, many innocent people were still killed by stray bullets and smoke. The Peace Foundation brought the poor children who had lost their families here, set up an orphanage, educated them, and integrated them into society. The Foundation's care for the war orphans had been praised by the entire Federation society. Macklin would certainly seize this political and moral capital well and spare no effort in the construction of the orphanage. The Federation's donations from all over the country were also continuously flowing into the Foundation's account under his control. It was still early. He did not know if the Foundation staff had woken up from their sleep, but the orphanage behind the high wall was indeed quiet. By Magnolia on the Mountain asked Sulu to be slower and gentler in the communication device and not wake up the sleeping children. That was what she meant. It was just that those seemingly long-winded and boring words were more to ease Sulu's nervousness to a large extent. Sulu walked close to the shadow at the foot of the wall. By Magnolia's orders kept coming from his earpiece. Carrying a travel bag, Sulu sometimes crouched behind a bush of flowers, and sometimes walked quickly on the muddy ground beside the pond. He avoided being captured by the intranet surveillance camera and used the shortest amount of time to pass through the large open space in front of the orphanage. He arrived at a small door on the side of the building. The small blue light device he carried could resist the brilliance of the charter and the ubiquitous electronic monitoring network, but it had little effect on the non-connected video capture and monitoring system of the Foundation. Fortunately, the anti-government forces had marked all the surveillance cameras in this area on the map. With Secretary Bai at the top of the mountain, his advance was extremely smooth and did not alarm anyone. Taking 2 deep breaths in front of the dusty door, Sulu squatted down and pushed aside the grass on the stone steps beside the door. Touching an ice-cold iron ring, he frowned slightly and snorted lightly. He channeled all the strength in his body to his right arm and slowly lifted it up. This was an extremely well-hidden entrance to the underground passageway. It had probably not been opened for many years, so it was quite rusty. Coupled with the heavy covering board, it was basically impossible for Sulu, who had the ability to break through, to enter the underground passageway so stealthily. It was impossible for the underground passageway to go all the way to Senator Macklin's bedroom. Although the spy planted by Green Dragon Mountain had roughly figured out the location of Senator Macklin's secret escape passageway, he still could not find the entrance. Sulu walked to the deepest part of the passageway, which was not very deep. Looking at the glowing red devices and slightly messy lines on the wall, he confirmed that this was the place he was looking for. The Foundation for Peace, which was surrounded by mountains, was not as peaceful as it looked on the surface. Macklin was also a big figure who grew up in the cruel armed struggle. The street where the Foundation building was located had long been heavily guarded by his loyal subordinates. And the basement that Sulu had secretly entered at this time hid an information hub of the Foundation's intranet. If it was not for the information provided by the intelligence leader of Green Dragon Mountain, Sulu would never have thought that Macklin's security personnel would actually set up a parallel node in the orphanage. CWSTL 770205. By Magnolia's voice came from the earpiece. Sulu did not hesitate at all. He steadily opened the outer box of the device with both hands, took out the prepared materials from the travel bag, and connected and cut off the connection. Then he took out the input device and quickly entered the string of passwords on the keyboard. As one of the most talented mechanics in the Federation, it was not very difficult for him to connect to the Foundation's parallel security node. His movements were fast and stable, and there were no unnecessary instructions. As for the string of passwords, it was still the data stored in the pen given to him by the Green Dragon Mountain. In a very short time, Sulu completed his work. He reconnected the wires, installed a miniature signal transmitter, and then performed a hot restart in a microelectrical environment. He believed that the personnel in charge of monitoring in the Foundation building would not be able to notice the information changes in milliseconds. After doing all these, by Magnolia's voice still did not come from the earpiece. Sulu narrowed his eyes slightly, but he knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. He simply sat down, took out the remaining half of the energy bar, and began to eat silently. It's done. 2 minutes later, by Magnolia's steady voice came from the earpiece. Her voice was not very excited, and it was hard to believe that in such a short time, Secretary Bai had temporarily taken over the video surveillance system of the block through the string of passwords. Sulu's spirit was lifted. He stood up and noticed the flashing red lights in the upright equipment cabinets. He began to move as usual. He tightened the backpack on his body, went around the equipment cabinets, and prepared to leave from the back. On the top of the mountain, By Magnolia silently looked at the workbench. In addition to the three-dimensional map of the Foundation building and the surrounding blocks, there were many small square frames on the hologram screen. The image gradually became clearer, and the images taken by all the surveillance cameras in the block appeared. He used his finger to tap lightly on the hologram screen, constantly testing the images taken by the different surveillance cameras. After confirming that the images stolen from the parallel node were not problematic, and that the signal generator installed by Sulu had enough power, he was relieved. With the password provided by the internal spy, an excellent engineer like Sulu, and Secretary Bai, who was used to doing dark tasks such as monitoring and assassination in Bermuda and the Federation, could easily hack into the other party's system and even use it as a tool. From this moment on, the monitoring room of the Four States Peace Foundation was equivalent to being ineffective. Su Li's infiltration had the greatest guarantee of safety. Bai Yulan narrowed her eyes as she stared at the images on the screen. The images were divided into smaller segments. Agents of the Federal Special Task Force were in the office, having not slept the entire night. The security company's members were obviously armed with heavy weapons and were vigilantly guarding the perimeter of the building. In the core area behind the building, there were many people with military auras. He felt a little nervous and whispered into the communication device. Slow down even more. Just like a game of hide and seek. I'll keep an eye on you, so don't worry. But if you make too much noise and are discovered by others, they will definitely recheck the video capture and surveillance system. They will only need 3 minutes to find the problem, and only 10 minutes to find my location on the mountain through the signal generator. At that time you will really be alone, so slow down even more. Bai Magnolia noticed that on the small screen in the lower right corner, Su Lu, who was wearing sportswear and carrying a travel bag, had come out of the woods of the orphanage. The way he moved slowly in a half-crouch made him look like a paralyzed thief with no future. He held back and whispered sarcastically, "I asked you to slow down, not to learn the slow motion in the movies." Suddenly, he noticed that on the next screen, there were 2 armed guards coming from the back of the garden. He narrowed his eyes and said calmly and quickly, "Hide in the big tree on the right, don't move and listen to orders." After hearing the voice in the earpiece, although Sula didn't find anything strange in front of him, he didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed and he flashed back into the forest. Using a thick tree that was more than 500 years old, he hid his figure. After more than 10 seconds, footsteps sounded from outside the woods. 2 armed guards walked over. Sula narrowed his eyes. If he had followed the original path, he would have met these 2 guards. At that time there would be no good place to hide. "It's safe, continue?" Secretary Bai's emotionless voice sounded again in the earpiece. Sulu moved forward close to the edge of the woods. Out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at the surveillance camera in the middle of the top right branch. He knew that at this time, his image had been taken care of by Secretary Bai, so it would not fall into the eyes of the security personnel of the Foundation building. Naturally, he was not nervous. Instead, he raised his middle finger to the surveillance camera. He thought that he had to walk slowly and quietly, and he also had to walk beautifully. This was really an inhuman request. The orphanage and the Foundation building's green area were connected together. There was no obvious dividing line. Listening to the precise and clear instructions in the earpiece, Sulu sneaked all the way in the early morning light. The road seemed thrilling, but in fact it was boring. He avoided 3 groups of patrolling guards and entered the small building's toilet in the underground parking lot of the green area. After entering the partition, he placed the plastic bomb under the toilet. Sulu carefully inserted the trigger device. Especially when he installed the last 2 electrodes, his steady hands became slower. After all, he was not a professional soldier or a murder expert like Magnolia. It was his first time installing such a powerful bomb, so he always needed some time to adapt. "The detonation signal has been matched. Leave it to me." Magnolia on the top of the mountain received the precise positioning and detonation pulse signal. She said in the earpiece, "There is someone outside the toilet. You need to stay for about 20 seconds. Sulu nodded silently, although he knew that his partner on the top of the mountain could not see. About half a minute later, the alarm was lifted. He jumped out from the roof behind the toilet. Luckily, he didn't miss a single step. He did a beautiful flip in the air, and like a leopard cat, he landed in a deep patch of bushes. According to his observation and Magnolia's confirmation, there were no surveillance devices in the bushes, nor were there any guards. Therefore, his heart, which had been tense until now, could finally relax. However, there was a soft sound beside him. Sulu suddenly turned around. A cold H-21 pistol appeared in his hand. He aimed at the bushes behind him. The black barrel seemed like it could spit out flames at any time. However, he did not shoot because the barrel was aimed at a young and innocent face. A little boy, only 7 or 8 years old, was half squatting in the bushes. His eyes were full of horror. Obviously, he was scared silly by Sulu and the gun in his hand. The shrubbery was filled with an oppressive silence. The two people, one big and one small, didn't dare to make any movements or make any sounds. Gradually, the little boy's legs began to tremble, causing the shrubbery around him to make a soft sound. Magnolia's voice quickly came from the earpiece. "Report the situation." Sulu did not respond. He just stared at the little boy in front of him. He noticed that the little boy's face was full of dust, and his body was also covered in mud. His expression was calm, but in the depths of his heart, there were countless complicated thoughts. He felt that this was really ridiculous. Whether it was the information provided by Green Dragon Mountain, his personal observation, or Magnolia's surveillance cameras on the top of the mountain, they had all confirmed that the bushes were safe. Magnolia did not give any warning before, so it was obvious that the little boy had not just entered the bushes. In other words, he was not specifically here to greet Sulu. This was nonsense. No one would squat in the bushes to greet an assassin, let alone a little boy. He had been very careful along the way, quietly sneaking in like a cat playing hide and seek. The security personnel of the Peace Foundation and the surveillance network that covered the entire area were unable to catch a trace of Sulu. However, in the bushes he was caught red-handed by a little boy. Sulu did not have the urge to cry, but he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If it were another assassin, perhaps he would have already ended the little boy's life, but he could not do it. Don't talk and don't scream. Sulu did not have much experience dealing with children. He could only put on a cold face trying to scare the little boy, and then find an opportunity to knock him out. The little boy opened his eyes wide in horror. His legs kept trembling, and his dusty face was full of nervousness and fear. He nodded heavily. "Why are you not sleeping but hiding in the bushes?" Sulu lowered his voice and asked. He wanted to use this method to make the little boy not lose control of his fear. The little boy replied in a frightened and trembling voice, "Hide and seek, they, last night, didn't find me so I couldn't leave, so, I stayed here, waiting for them to find me." Sulu was speechless. He had a strong urge to kill the person who invented the game of hide and seek. He knew that the scene at this time seemed funny, but in fact, it was extremely dangerous. If the little boy screamed in fear, it would cause big trouble. He slowly moved the gun barrel away. Just as he was about to say something, the little boy suddenly said in a trembling voice, "You are a bad person?" Sulu was about to explain that he was an absolutely good person, but at this time, the little boy seemed to understand something. With the attitude of a righteous man, he bravely opened his mouth and let out a scream. Chapter 292. The ACW was quietly placed among the red fallen leaves. The khaki-colored camouflage made the federal military's most powerful single-soldier long-range weapon lose its original metallic luster and chilling aura. However, the thick and empty barrel that protruded from the front of the red leaves was still as chilling as ever. The preloaded ammunition, electronic pulse ignition, and single-barrel composite control allowed this big gun to fire 3 shots in 0.05 of a second. The super-long sniping distance, the original tungsten alloy tail fins, and the addition of the magnetic resonance killing effect made the federal military snipers, as well as the Empire's military officers who thought they had killing value, engraved this big gun's name in their memories. The only downside was that it was too expensive. After the federal military developed it, they were elated, but they couldn't help but feel sad at the frightening cost. They knew that whether it was the President's office or the Senate's Budget Review Committee, it was impossible for the ACW to become the military's standard equipment. Therefore, the power of this big gun was only demonstrated a few times during the West Woods frontline tests. After that, it was always kept in storage and allowed to fade away. Sure, Qinghai also couldn't afford the ACW. To be able to find this gun in the Federation's black market, he already felt that his luck was so good that it almost defied the heavens. He simply didn't care about the so-called cost. He directly killed that illegal arms dealer in South Dakota. Under the siege of the dealer's trusted aides, he escaped with great difficulty and managed to keep this big gun. With the ACW in hand, the world was his. Mr. Schur, who had undergone the best training from both the federal military and the anti-government forces, would definitely not have such an arrogant and stupid idea. Just like the leaders of Green Dragon Mountain often said, the deciding factor of victory or defeat on the battlefield would never be weapons. Otherwise, how could the guerrillas in the mountains last for so many years in front of the Federation government's mecha battleships? The information he received in the nightclub made him clear that the target could be far away at any time. Also, the sniper on the hill might not be effective. However, unlike his good friend, Shi Qinghai didn't plan to kill his way into the Golden Foundation's building and play a heroic role. He still wanted to test the power of the ACW. If it didn't work, he wouldn't be in a hurry. He would follow that person to the West Woods. The Federation's old proverb said that it was never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Shi Qinghai wasn't a gentleman, he was a playboy. He might not be able to wait 10 years, but to kill someone like Macklin he was willing to be patient. On the morning of January 18, year 68 of the constitutional calendar, he was lying down beside the ACW board. His head was pillowed on his red shirt, and his eyes were looking at the bright blue sky. His hands were holding the ACW's microcomputer screen, and he was watching an old movie to pass the time. His mouth was softly humming a song, and his attitude was very relaxed. It didn't seem like he was here to kill someone, but rather like he was here for an outing. Half of the screen was showing the movie, and the other half was showing the world through the ACW's electronic scope. The Golden Foundation's building was very quiet in the early morning. Occasionally, a guard would hide outside the room to smoke. The doors and windows of the orphanage and the Cultural Arts Center were tightly shut, and the children and girls were still sleeping. "Fatty, I didn't sleep the whole night. I was here to feed the autumn mosquitoes. I didn't let you down." Shi Qinghai pursed his very thin lips, and a smile flashed through his beautiful eyes. It was really hard for him not to smoke all night. He softly muttered to himself, and spoke to the teacher and director in the unseen world. His understanding of political figures made him conclude that Macklin would definitely be in his bedroom this morning to watch the Federation presidential inauguration ceremony on S1. There was still a long time before Macklin would walk out of his bedroom and enter the shooting range, so Shi Qinghai was not in a hurry. He just silently prayed that the old fox would not directly enter the special bulletproof car from the underground parking lot. Although he was very confident in the power of the ACW, Shi Qinghai really had no confidence in penetrating the armor of the bulletproof car from so far away and killing with one shot. In the boring waiting, Shi Qinghai even felt that he was about to fall asleep. If it weren't for the red leaves in the autumn forest that were a little stiff, if it weren't for the fact that the morning light couldn't illuminate the earth, and the environment was not warm enough. At this moment he suddenly heard a scream. The sound came from the foot of the mountain, and it should be in the area of the Golden Foundation's building. Because it was very far away, the sound was very soft and very soft. His hands that were holding the screen slightly stiffened, and he carefully listened to it, but found that he could no longer hear any sound. Was it an illusion? Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and gently touched the red touch button next to the screen. The movie automatically turned off, and the scenery on the scope occupied the entire screen. The view moved along with the slide of his right thumb on the red dot, slowly moving between the early morning buildings near the Golden Foundation's building, looking for the source of the sound. The slight sizzling sound rang out in the autumn forest, and even the insects in the fallen leaves couldn't be disturbed. The thick barrel of the ACW moved slowly, giving a feeling of incomparable smoothness. However, the caliber of the barrel and the hollow silencer in front of the barrel revealed a palpitating murderous intent. Shi Qinghai was still lying in the fallen leaves, his eyes slightly narrowed, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Touching the red dot, he aimed the scope at the green space between the orphanage and the Cultural and Arts Center. On the side of the green space was the entrance to the underground parking lot. Next to the entrance was a simple toilet, and behind the toilet was a messy and difficult to step on. The bushes looked particularly gloomy in the dim light of the early morning. The barrel stopped moving and the image on the screen stayed in the bushes. Shi Qinghai frowned, calmly and attentively looking there, paying attention to a few evergreen branches that swayed in the direction of the wind. It seemed that after a moment, a figure appeared on the screen. The person was wearing a loose sportswear, carrying a travel bag and dressed like sunshine, but with a ghostly temperament. The person didn't walk out of the bushes, but walked directly to the auxiliary building of the Golden Foundation's Cultural and Arts Center. The person began to climb the wall with his bare hands. The smooth exterior of the building didn't seem to have much effect on him, and the ivy and leaves attached to the wall just happened to cover his body. It seemed that after the scream, the guy was a little panicked and didn't dare to move forward according to the original path, but chose to climb the building with his bare hands. To be able to climb so quickly and easily while carrying such a heavy travel bag, even the top special forces of the federal military would not be able to do so. Without the support of a strong body, such a scene would definitely not be possible. The figure used a very short time to climb to the windowsill on the 4th floor. His movements were neat and tidy without any sloppiness. Shi Qinghai looked at the person through the scope and couldn't help but feel a little shaken. He thought to himself that this method was a little too aggressive. When he climbed into the window, the person turned his body slightly, revealing half of his face under the brim of the hat. Although it was very blurry on the screen, it fell into Shi Qinghai's eyes so clearly. He did not exclaim out loud. He just narrowed his eyes and watched the guy disappear into the building. It confirmed his previous conjecture and intuition. It turned out that he was not the only one who wanted to kill Macklin. It turned out that the guy had really come. "Son of a bitch," Mr. Shi whispered. "You son of a bitch actually want to steal my business." Sulu was here and he was the first one to sneak in. He didn't know if he had alerted the Foundation's security system, but Gongzi sure knew that he had to make some last-minute adjustments to today's plan. He quickly crawled out of the fallen leaves and came to the back of the ACW. He squinted his eyes and lowered his head to make the final adjustments to the parameters. After inputting the data on the microcomputer, he pulled the heavy gun back forcefully. The heavy gun moved smoothly on the preset back shock-absorbing slide, making a dull sound. With a click, the pulse electronic ignition system was turned on. Shi Qinghai silently lowered his head, focused on moving the aiming system and the barrel, and closely watched the several passages between the Cultural and Arts Center building and the Foundation's main building. No matter which passage Sulu would come out later, he would press the red button in his hand and use the bullets poured out from the top of the hill to open the way for his brave and somewhat stupid brother. Bumping into the little boy in the bushes was a matter of luck, and had nothing to do with the plan. Whether it was Sulu or Magnolia or even the intelligence leader of the anti-government forces who was good at organizing, probably couldn't have predicted that the little boy in the orphanage would be so stubborn and naive that he would wait for the whole night to catch himself like a nocturnal animal in the bushes while the children in the orphanage were playing hide-and-seek at night. In a sense, the little boy had some excellent qualities such as focus, persistence, and keeping his promise. In fact, Sulu also had these qualities. In another situation, perhaps Sulu would take the little boy to the amusement park and use ice cream as a sacrifice for his sworn brother. However, when the little boy believed that Sulu was a bad guy who sneaked into the orphanage with bad intentions, these qualities were very deadly. Whether it was the beautiful sisters and teachers in the orphanage, or the kind and amiable Grandpa Macklin in the Foundation, the little boy wanted to protect them all. Therefore, to Suli's surprise, the little boy bravely screamed a warning. The brave Sulu might have failed the biggest thing he had done in his life because of the scream of such a brave little boy, so he was a little dumbfounded. Sulu reacted quickly and knocked the little boy unconscious on the ground, but his heart still palpitated. He didn't know how many people in the neighborhood were awake and heard the scream. "There are 7 guards coming." Magnolia's urgent but still calm voice sounded in the earpiece. "There are guards on all the roads. Go to the underground parking lot immediately and find a way to enter the Cultural and Arts Center on the 7th floor." The incident happened so suddenly that all the plans could not keep up with the changes. The guards in the street had obviously noticed the strange movements in the bushes. Secretary Bai on the mountain had been monitoring the movements of the other party through various probes, but she could only give him the target location. She could not help him find an undisturbed passage. The Cultural and Arts Center was the Foundation's auxiliary building. On the 7th floor, there was a bridge across the lake that led directly to the Foundation's main building. Sulu narrowed his eyes slightly and looked up at the building not far away. He noticed the dense green vines upstairs and made up his mind. When he walked past the unconscious little boy, he had already gotten rid of all the annoyance. It was impossible to sneak into Macklin's bedroom silently. It was just a matter of how long it took to be discovered. You should be a tenor in the future. He made such an evaluation of the brave little boy. Then he took a deep breath and moved the scorching power in his body to his limbs, especially his 10 fingers. He forcefully grabbed the extremely thin cracks on the wall and began to rely on his inhuman strength to hang in the air, steadily and quickly climbing up the stairs. The sun had not risen and the autumn wind was cold. Sulu climbed between the vines and leaves, completely defying the laws that ordinary people could imagine. He was incomparably fierce. The children in the bushes have been found. They are still checking the access control. The alarm system has not been activated yet. You have to hurry. Sulu lowered his head and walked quickly in the empty corridor. The green vines attached to the wall had lost their strength by the time they reached the 4th floor. He used his special ability when he was a teenager and quietly opened the horizontal latch of the window. He slipped into the Cultural and Arts Center building. He covered his ears and listened to the clear instructions in the earpiece. His mood was slightly relaxed. The guards have begun to assemble. The Special Task Force agents seem to be talking. We can't eavesdrop on them, but they may be preparing to investigate. Magnolia's voice in the earpiece was fast and steady. Start to speed up. Okay. Sulu nodded softly and sped up his pace. Although he was afraid of disturbing the people in the room, he deliberately lightened his footsteps and couldn't run as fast as he wanted, but he still sped up. Go right upstairs. Sulu lowered his head and opened a door. He entered the stairs and walked to the 7th floor. At the door of the 7th floor, he heard the next instruction in the earpiece. Pause 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, he swept past the intersection like a gust of wind. He caught a glimpse of the backs of 2 guards in the corner of his eyes. He really did pass by them. Magnolia at the top of the mountain had already hacked into the surveillance system of the Golden Foundation Street and was quickly operating. On the one hand, she had to update and replace the images left by Sulu in the surveillance camera. On the other hand, she had to pay attention to the movements of the security forces in all aspects and give him directions and instructions in time. No matter how exaggerated the instructions were, such as lowering his head to tie his shoelaces and turning around to stick to the foot of the wall, Sulu did it meticulously without a second of doubt or hesitation. It was also because of this seamless cooperation that Sulu was not discovered by anyone in the Cultural and Arts Center. However, the day was getting brighter and brighter and more people were waking up. The most important thing was that the scream in the bushes downstairs had alerted many people. Therefore, it took less than a minute to speed up. Sulu was already close to the 7th floor of the overpass and the target in the Golden Foundation building. There's a lone guard in front. Magnolia at the top of the mountain looked at the lattice image on the screen of the workbench. She looked at the burly guard and said, "Don't hide, grab something to wear." Sulu was very obedient. She walked up to him and didn't stop. At the intersection of the 2 passageways, the burly guard suddenly found a suspicious young man in a hat with his head down in front of him. The guard's pupils shrank when he thought of the previous message from the intercom. He was ready to press the button to call the police. Although he was an excellent soldier who had followed the senator for many years, he was not ready to take the risk of an assassin who dared to invade the Golden Foundation building. Unfortunately, Sulu didn't give him the chance to show his maturity and stability. His military boots slid across the smooth stone floor, and his strength exploded in an instant. Both of his hands struck out horizontally, smashing into the upper body of the guard like breaking rotten wood. After 2 strange cracking sounds, the guard's body stiffened and fell to the ground. Under the command of Magnolia, Sulu dragged the guard to an empty room and changed into the uniform. In the original plan, there was no such thing as a change of equipment. It was only because the accident happened earlier than planned that Bai Yulan issued this order. Wearing a slightly oversized guard uniform, Sulu touched the hard layer between his chest and abdomen. Only then did he realize that if the guard was not burly enough, he would not have been able to put on the uniform at all. Dragging the travel bag on the ground, Sulu pulled down the brim of his hat and walked openly on the overpass. Below the overpass was a man-made lake. In the open space by the lake, some guards could be seen gathering. Some armed security personnel with heavy weapons began to occupy the advantageous terrain. Further away, special task force agents of the Federation in black formal suits could be seen. They seemed to be on the phone with someone. Sulu dragged the travel bag and walked on the overpass. Looking down, he could see the golden sunlight under the faint clouds in the distance. The sunlight shone on his face and warmed his face. The surveillance system was still under Bai Yulan's control. He was wearing a guard's uniform, and he walked across the bridge so openly and confidently that he did not attract the attention of the people under the bridge. At that moment, he could not help but thank the staff in Senator Macklin's office for not trusting the Special Task Force. If the Foundation had not placed the Special Task Force agents at the outermost periphery, with the level of professionalism of the Special Task Force, they would never have made such a mistake. As he walked on the overpass, Magnolia's voice sounded in his earpiece again. The enemy has finished gathering and the internal alarm has been sounded. The standard level of detection after an enemy attack is to perform a self-check on the monitoring system. I can protect you for about 20 seconds. Sulu did not stop walking. I need to temporarily leave the building's monitoring system to avoid being exposed. I'll take it back in 10 minutes. During this time you'll be alone. You have to be careful. Understood. We're going to start killing. Don't think about innocent things like last night. The armed personnel in the Foundation building are all ruthless people who have been with Macklin for many years. If you insist that Macklin is guilty, then I believe that they are all guilty. Understood. Sulu walked across the overpass and entered the main building of the Foundation building. Just then the 20 seconds were up. The opponent's security system began to perform a self-check. Magnolia left the monitoring system, and he would be alone to face all the difficulties and resistance. At this time, Sulu had successfully penetrated 2 layers of the Foundation's defense with the help of intelligence and Magnolia's professional intelligence. He avoided the Special Task Force agents and the security company's line of defense and was approaching the core area. However, this building was also the most dangerous place. This was because the building's security guards were all armed personnel who had been with Macklin for many years. Most of these armed personnel were from the anti-government army and were well trained. Moreover, Sulu believed that the other party must also have the quality of ruthlessness. In the deep Foundation building, there were no staff members because of the time. Through the doors of the rooms, the faint sound of the TV news could be heard. Sulu walked through the corridor with his head down, dragging the heavy travel bag beside him. He knew that his figure had fallen into the monitoring system at this time, and he could only pray that the other party would not discover him later. The internal alarm had been silent for a long time, and the Foundation building was heavily guarded. "You shouldn't have come here." Hearing this sentence, Sulu raised his head and looked at the 2 staff members in front of him in confusion. The 2 staff members' cold faces revealed a sense of danger. He did not know how many battles they had participated in, but they were not wearing the guard's uniform. It would be more appropriate to call them armed personnel. Moreover, Sulu could clearly see that there were 2 guns hidden under their coats. Sulu lowered his head again and charged forward. Before the 2 militants could pull out their guns, he twisted his body and squeezed between the 2 of them with a posture that was already engraved in his bones. One of his palms slashed across the throat of one of them, while the other fiercely punched the forehead of the other. 2 crisp sounds of bones breaking were heard, and the 2 armed personnel fell directly to the ground without a sound. They were also powerful soldiers who had been reborn in blood. However, in front of Sulu, who moved as fast as lightning, had terrifying strength and valiant skills, they could not even stop him. Sulu lowered his head, picked up the travel bag on the ground and moved forward again. As long as he made a move, his whereabouts would be exposed. He could only complete today's task by entering Macklin's bedroom before anyone could react. A low and clear alarm began to sound in the Foundation building, which was different from the previous internal alarm. It told everyone that the enemy had invaded and caused damage. In the sound of the alarm, the dark red rotating lights on the walkway also lit up. Sulu began to run forward at an extremely fast speed without the slightest pause. He knew that he was now being watched by the surveillance network. As long as he stopped at a certain place, he would be surrounded by countless guards. A door on the left was suddenly pushed open, and a muzzle was aimed at the running Sulu, ready to pull the trigger. Sulu turned his head, raised his arm, and the muzzle spat out a flame first. As the clear recoil was transmitted to his palm, a delicate bloody hole appeared between the eyebrows of the armed personnel behind the door. Blood spurted out from the back of the man's head and smeared on the white wall. He lowered his head and continued to move forward. Suddenly he forced himself to stop and flew to the side. There was a burst of gunfire and countless bullet marks and smoke appeared where he had been. In the sound of gunfire, gravel flew everywhere and the sound was deafening. In the dim light, no one could see the traces of bullets, but they could clearly smell the scent of death. Sulu sat in the corner of the wall, exhaled heavily, licked his dry lips and muttered, "Fuck." Then he opened the travel bag at his feet, revealing the guns with a metallic luster inside. The heavily armed guards rushed upstairs according to the instructions of the surveillance system, and the fastest few wanted to rush over the bridge across the lake on the 7th floor to cut off the intruder's escape route. Once they rushed over, Sulu, who had been intercepted, would have no chance of survival. However, at this moment, a crisp sound suddenly rang from the distant top of the mountain. The sound came from the red leaves and fell on the lake. It was extremely beautiful, but the effect was extremely bloody. The 3 guards who rushed at the front seemed to have been hit by 3 heavy punches. Their bodies trembled and then they were separated. Then they knelt down and turned into broken limbs. The first guard was shot in the waist, the second guard was shot in the chest, and the third guard was shot in the head. But no matter which part of the body was shot, they could only die. This was the power of ACW. Chapter 293. Under the morning sun, the city was shrouded in tranquility. However, the unexpected crisp gunshots easily tore apart this facade. The gunshots rang out from the top of Chiolin Mountain in the northeast corner of the block. The sound pierced through the morning sky and entered everyone's ears, shocking their minds. Shi Qinghai crouched low in the red and yellow leaves. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the image on the monitor screen. His right thumb quickly touched the red control button. With his precise and stable control, the powerful ACW beside him changed the direction of the muzzle along with the sound of electric current. It was like an indifferent one-eyed king looking at the weak people under his feet who were about to die. The caliper positioning on the monitor screen kept moving around the foundation building at an extremely fast speed. However, there was no trace of stagnation in the image. Wherever the king's gaze was, it was exceptionally clear. As his thumb gently tapped on the red control button, the heavy ACW seemed to have been stimulated by something. It fiercely paused and flames spurted out from the front end of the thick barrel. 3 bullets installed with tungsten alloy tail fins whizzed out, and the metal body of the gun would suddenly slide backward due to the strong recoil, quickly retreating along the metal chute installed on the ground, and then hit the defensive layer. The sound of the high-speed bullet was not loud when it was fired, but it cut through the air. When it reached hundreds of meters in the air, it began to carry a mournful whistling sound. It was a torture to the human ear. The federal military had never thoroughly studied the sound suppression technology of the ACW. It had to be said that the biggest drawback of this big gun was probably this. Shi Qinghai stared at the monitor screen expressionlessly. He quickly and steadily operated the red button in his hand. Every time his thumb tapped, a life in the block far away would explode into a bloody flower. The top of the mountain was very far from the building. He could see the clear images of the deaths, but he could not hear the tragic screams. In addition, the ACW was completely different from the previous heavy sniper rifles. It could completely separate the shooter from the real world, turning the long-distance killing into indifferent and boring finger movements. Red leaves fell to the ground in the forest. The ACW was firing in an irregular but particularly clear rhythm. Click, 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 click. The heavy body of the gun moved back from time to time. The red leaves were scattered by the impact. The air in the distance was full of screams. The traces of the white fog were faintly visible in the morning dew. The gunshots were sharp and countless lines of death were launched. All the passages around the foundation building were tightly blocked. Bursts of red fell. Several corpses were bleeding on the bridge above the lake. Several guards who tried to rush over were also killed. The concrete blocks on the bridge had rolled and cracked, like gloomy flowers blooming. When the foundation building was originally designed, most of the design was near the lake. There were only 3 passages from the top and bottom of the building. The foundation in the name of peace was always thinking about things that were not peaceful. There was no doubt that there was a strong sense of irony. Since the foundation was built for so many years, there had never been any vicious incidents. This design, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, had never been effective. However, today's sudden attack made the armed forces in the building feel deeply panicked. The enemy had raided the building, but there was a powerful sniper on the mountain using a super long-range weapon that they did not expect to block all the passages into the building. The design concept of the foundation building, which was easy to defend and difficult to attack, tied all their hands and feet at this time. Rush in. Hearing the rapid gunshots and a few screams from inside the building, the security personnel outside the building were anxious. They did not know how many people had sneaked into the building, nor did they know whether the senator was safe at this time. The Foundation's internal monitoring network had just finished a self-check, and it would take some time for all the information to be fed back. Below the building, several guards who bravely rushed to the front door were tragically turned into a few flowers of blood. The sniper on the mountaintop fired a series of precise and cold-blooded shots, turning all the potted plants and wooden fences along the way into pieces. In the pieces flying in the air, all the people who tried to rush into the building were turned into corpses or wounded on the ground. The threat of death sent chills down everyone's spines. Be it the Special Task Force agents who rushed over or the guards of the security company, all of them crouched on the ground and hid in the shadows of the buildings. If they showed their heads, the god of death on the mountaintop would reap their lives. In an office on the first floor of the Cultural and Arts Center, a captain of the Special Task Force stared at the monitor screen with a livid face. Listening to the replies of his subordinates in his ears, he angrily slammed the table and shouted, "There is only one gun on the mountain. If we all rush in, who can stop us?" Although he said so, he did not forcibly give the order for all members to attack. The captain of the Special Task Force of the Federation had always had a strong opinion about the security arrangements of the counselor's office. The counselor obviously did not trust the agents sent by the government, so they had been excluded from the building. If the Special Task Force had fully taken over the security and defense of the Foundation from the beginning, they would not have been caught off guard by the enemy. The captain, who was almost middle-aged, knew very well why the counselor's office did not trust them. He was also reluctant to let his subordinates, who had followed him through life and death, risk their lives for the counselor under the rain of bullets from the cold-blooded sniper on the mountain. However, he had to find a way to solve the problem at hand because of his duty. As soon as the internal alarm was confirmed, the captain had contacted the police headquarters in the 4 states and the nearest garrison of the 2nd Military Region through the internal line. He believed that no matter how many killers came from outside, as long as the Foundation building could be delayed for a while, the safety of the counselor should not be a big problem. Several agents of the Special Task Force had already rushed to the mountain, hoping that they could get rid of the sniper as soon as possible. "Has the counselor entered the passage?" The captain pressed on his headset and asked quickly. "Yes, he has." The intercom in the office was always on, and the sound of the static was mixed with the calls of the armed personnel in the Foundation building. Listening to the calls and seeing the intruder's figure flash quickly on the surveillance screen, the captain's pupils shrank sharply, and he felt a chill that he had never felt before. The security personnel's curses, shouts, and tense tactical commands were constantly heard from the intercom. "Spread out. That person is coming." The intercom rang out with the sound of gunshots, muffled grunts after being shot, and chaotic footsteps when retreating or chasing. "Motherfucker, that guy is too fast." The voice in the communication device came to an abrupt halt, and a few crisp gunshots seemed to carry a few spiraling echoes. "The 3 Eastern Districts. The 3 Eastern Districts. Stop him." The captain looked at the assassin in the security guard's uniform on the surveillance screen, rushing through the screen like a gust of wind and entering the corridor. He felt the hair on his body stand on end. The other party was about to kill his way to the 3 Eastern Districts in such a short time. How did he avoid such dense firepower in the building? The voice that ordered the armed personnel to set up a defense line in the 3 Eastern Districts belonged to the head bodyguard of Counselor Macklin. That voice, which had always been confident and proud, trembled in front of the assassin today. The face of the Special Task Force's captain was ashen as he rubbed the curly hair on his head in agony. He could not believe what he had just seen on the monitor. Even the most elite special forces of the Federation military would not have been able to react so quickly, wield such ferocious firepower, and use such extremely precise means of attack. In just a few minutes, that person had killed 7 bodyguards, broken through 2 lines of defense, and was about to enter the 3 Eastern Districts of the Foundation building. When he had just received the alarm of an intruder, the captain had been calculating how many people the other party had sent to attack the Foundation building, which was protected by 3 layers of defense. But what he did not expect was that until now, they had only found 2 people. The 2 of them dared to come in so openly? If it had been in the past, the captain would have thought that this was a big joke. However, the lines of death cutting across the space and the assassin moving silently and quickly in the building made him realize that today's 2 attackers were not ordinary people. What made him feel even colder was that the attacker in the building had used some unknown method to quietly enter the core area. He was not discovered until he entered the Foundation building. "Motherfucker. When will the troops get here?" The captain roared angrily, then picked up the communication device in his hand and issued an order with a frosty expression. "We must find that person on the mountain within 3 minutes. The rest of the teams, move closer to the side of the building and break in immediately." His expression was extremely ugly. Suddenly he thought of something and said quickly in a low voice, "There must be tactical support personnel outside, otherwise that person would not have been able to sneak in. Check the internal monitoring again and search for abnormal signal-emitting nodes. Do not alarm them, go up and find the area where the signal is received." Knowing that the councilman had entered the passage, the captain was not as nervous as he appeared to be. Years of experience in the Special Task Force allowed him to issue correct orders in an orderly manner. Whether it was in terms of firepower or other aspects, the 2 intruders could only be considered as failures in the end. However, when the captain saw the images on the monitor, he could not help but shudder. The intruder in the image with a travel bag on his back was running quickly with his head down, holding 2 Federal military standard guns in his hands. The intruder did not seem to raise his head to aim, but the guns in his hands never stopped firing. The tongues of fire were like dragons, spitting between the corridors. The paint, cement, and wallpaper, regardless of whether it was hard or soft, were all torn into pieces and floating in the air filled with the smell of gunpowder. Before the pieces fell, the figure with his head down had already killed like a cold wind. Chapter 294. There were no landmines in front of him, nor was there a bottomless abyss. However, Su Lu, who was hiding behind the wall, still felt an endless chill because there was a hail of bullets there. Since he had crossed the stars to come here, then he would bravely advance forward. However, those ear-piercing sounds of gunfire and the concrete fragments that flew in all directions at the corner of the wall blocked his path. He sniffled, lowered his head, and took out 2 black Qian folding light machine guns from his bag. He weighed them in his hands, occasionally tilting his head. The firepower at the entrance was too fierce, directly suppressing him behind the wall. He could not poke his head out at all. Dust had already filled the dimly lit corridor. The alarm kept ringing, and those flying concrete fragments accompanied by loud explosions struck his body at high speed. There was some dull pain, especially on his exposed lower jaw, where blood could already be seen. If he had been inside the MX Mecha right now, this building would have been easily destroyed by him. He would not have had to be stuck in this small space with bullets. He slung the travel bag tightly on his back again, leaving a hole of just the right size. He raised the gun in his hand, and with a flick of his wrist, the cold and murderous folding Qian light machine gun in his right hand automatically came off with a soft click. The handle was still in his hand, but the black barrel was already pointed in the direction of the corridor entrance. His somewhat dry and pale lips trembled rapidly a few times, as if he was cursing a few vulgarities. Sulu took several deep breaths to shake off his nervous emotions. A hint of valiance flashed through his eyes as he stood up and pulled the trigger. A low and loud gunshot rang out and countless bullets roared out. At the same time he kicked off the bullet-riddled corner of the wall, and all the terrifying strength in his body was unleashed. His entire body swept horizontally through the smoke-filled corridor, but it was slanted upwards, heading straight for the corner of the wall. The muscle fibers on his left leg tightened up one by one, erupting with great strength. In just the blink of an eye, Su Li's body had already swept to the corner of the wall. Then he forcefully turned around and charged into the smoke. While he was making this series of high-speed movements, the 2 cards in his hands continued to spit out flames, hitting the walls inside the building with crashing sounds. Once the firepower at the gate was slightly suppressed, they raised their heads again. These well-trained militants had experienced countless battles with Macklin in the Green Dragon Mountains. Naturally, they would not make such a tactical mistake. In fact, the density of the bullets instantly increased because they knew that the invaders would definitely choose to force their way in. However, the militants made a habitual mistake. The direction of the bullets was mainly downwards. Generally speaking, people who relied on firepower to break through would choose to glide along the ground quickly in order to avoid the blockade. They did not expect that the invaders today would have such a strange and terrifying physique that they could actually traverse a distance of more than 3 meters with just a single step. The corner of the wall was already soft from the gunfire, and Sulu stomped on it with his left foot, causing it to immediately collapse. Just as the strangely shaped cement blocks fell to the ground, Sulu had already passed through the smoke and landed heavily on the side of the gate, narrowly avoiding the dangerous bullets dancing in the corridor. Ta-da! Ta-da! The 2 Qians spat out flames and swept fiercely at the 3 militants in front of him. Sulu lowered his head and rushed over. He did not have time to swing his arms forward, so he directly kicked the knee of the person who was still standing. With a crack, that person's knee immediately bent and broke. Before the scream could be heard, Sulu had already retracted his hands. With a wave of his left hand, he swung the MP5 submachine gun that the person was holding tightly in his hand. The barrel of his right hand directly pressed against the person's abdomen and pulled the trigger without hesitation. A muffled sound suddenly rang out like a sudden rainstorm in a dense forest. That militant did not even have time to make a sound before he was directly sent flying by the bullet from the muzzle. Blood splattered everywhere in the smoke, and it was exceptionally bloody. Sulu wiped the blood off his face and did not look at the numbing and itchy wound on his left shoulder. Since his left arm was fine, it was probably just a graze from the shrapnel in the chaotic battle. He looked at the corridor in front of him, quickly took out the magazine from his back, and continued to rush over with his head lowered. An intruder with astonishing speed, 2 Qian's light machine guns, 2 flames, a rain of bullets, dense and muffled gunfire in the foundation building, and figures constantly falling on both sides of the road. With the help of the mysterious power in his body, Su Li's strength and speed were more powerful than the best professional soldier. The calmness of a mechanic allowed him to perfectly control his every movement on such a dangerous battlefield. What was even more shocking was his observation ability and reaction speed. In the smoke and whistling bullets, he was like a shadow, relying on the few objects in the corridor to quickly rush forward. He had never learned any of the assault tactics of the Federal Army. Such a dauntless and fearless assault seemed more like a foolish act of courting death. However, it was this very unprofessional tactical choice, combined with his extremely powerful combat ability, that caught the armed personnel in the building off guard. These armed men who had just woken up from their sleep did not expect that after the invaders broke through the first door, they did not take any rest and rushed over in the rain of bullets. The Qian's and Su Li's hands continued to spew flames, reaping the lives of the people in the field. He was able to discover the location of the intruder earlier than the intruder, so he could effectively dodge and shoot in the shortest amount of time. It had to be said that in the underground armory of Whitewater Company, Secretary Bai had spent more than 10 days of special training to make him a real killer. In less than 15 seconds he had already passed through the corridor, leaving behind the corpses of the 5 militants. The moment the door opened, Su Li clearly heard the last bullet of the Qian's light machine gun in his hands. At the same time he saw 2 shadows under the wall outside the door. There were 2 people hiding there, and they had quietly raised their guns in their hands and were ready to shoot. He did not stop moving forward, and with the strength of his arms, he threw the Qian's in his hands. The fully metal machine heavily smashed into the wall, and with a huge force, it quickly smashed back at the 2 people hiding behind the door. The 2 militants subconsciously turned their muzzles slightly, but at this time, Su Li had already rushed behind the door. His right hand reached out like lightning, and grabbed the hot gun barrel of the other party. With a strong twist, only a strange sound was heard, and the metal gun barrel was bent. His palm moved up the gun barrel and fiercely chopped at the man's throat. At the same time his body suddenly moved back and pressed into the arms of the other militant, crushing the gun in the other's hand, making it impossible for him to shoot. His elbow struck out viciously, striking the sturdy gun, and the huge force shook the militant's body. The militant who was chopped in the throat had a look of shock and disbelief in his white eyes. The bent gun fell to the ground. He covered his broken throat with his hand and slowly sat down against the wall. The other militant behind the door had his sternum completely shattered. He fell to the ground, unconscious and on the verge of death. Su Li, who was covered in blood, moved a few steps to the left and hid himself behind the printer. After a few rapid breaths, his pale face slightly returned to normal. But then he put his trembling right arm into the travel bag on his back, took out a Qian's and stood up. This was the gun he was best at. Since he entered the building, 13 people had already died by his hands. The crisp sound of the Qian light machine gun and the clear recoil made Su Li very clear what he was doing. At this moment he didn't have the time to think about whether it was right or wrong for him to kill Macklin today. He also didn't have the mood to analyze whether there was a hidden factor of violence in his body. He only knew that he had to speed up. After glancing at the structural diagram of the Foundation building displayed on his watch, Su Li wiped the blood on his face and walked toward the 3 eastern districts. The images of his walk were all recorded by the monitoring equipment inside the building, and then transmitted to the temporary headquarters in the auxiliary building. It was this series of fast and shocking scenes of gunfire and killing that made the captain of the Special Task Force shudder. On the other side of the Foundation building, some sounds of defense could be faintly heard, but Su Li did not seem to hear it. As he ran quickly in that direction, he looked at his watch to calculate the appointed time for Secretary Bai to rehack the system. At the same time he made a final check of his equipment. At this time, a loud sound came from a place hundreds of meters away from the building. It was a violent explosion and a black cloud rose up. The strong shock wave directly swept over, shattering all the glass windows in the Foundation building. Countless fragments jingled and danced in the air. Su Li lowered his head and walked forward, covering his head with his arms. It seemed that he did not care about the sudden explosion. In fact, he knew that it must have been the white magnolia on the top of the mountain who detonated the plastic high-energy bomb placed in the exit toilet of the parking lot. That bomb was installed by Su Li himself, and he was very clear about the power of the explosion. According to the information provided by the anti-government forces, the secret passage from the senator's office to the underground parking lot should have been blown up, but he did not know if Macklin was killed, or if the senator was blown back. Because he could not be sure, he had to rush in again with a gun in hand and kill that guy. However, before he broke into the 3 eastern districts, he felt a little strange because after a burst of noise inside the building, it suddenly quieted down. With his superhuman hearing, he could vaguely hear the sound of hurried footsteps below. Had the senator's security backup finally arrived? Su Li narrowed his eyes slightly. According to his plan, these backup forces should have arrived long ago. He did not know who was helping him delay, but it seemed that this delay had lost its effect. Holding the Kian with both hands, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty hall in front of him, which was full of infinite danger. He slowly raised the gun, put it to his eyes and began to accurately aim. At the same time he gradually slowed down. Chapter 295. The three eastern districts were the second branch of the Four Continents Foundation Hall. The room was about 400 square meters and was divided into numerous grid areas by light blue partitions that were half the height of a person. Desks and computers were placed in each area. It could be imagined that on a normal day, there must be countless amiable and lovely ladies here, answering the phone while quickly typing on the keyboard. In the midst of countless grateful voices, donations from various regions of the Federation continued to be channeled into the Foundation's account. However, today the office area was quiet or dead silent. There was no sound of typing on the keyboard, no phone ringing. Only some rapid breathing could be faintly heard, and the owner of those breaths was hidden somewhere. The fierce battle in the morning did not seem to have affected this place. The corridor between the two walls was full of bullet holes and corpses, but there were no traces left here. Even the green plants by the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows on both sides were still so gentle in the faint morning light. Su Lu raised the Qian gun and held it parallel to his chin. Using the standard movement of the Federal Army, he aimed at the empty space in front of him that was filled with killing intent. He forced his way through the corridor because he did it unexpectedly. With the opponent's unpredictable speed and lethality, he rushed forward valiantly. The silence made him extremely vigilant. By Magnolia's soft voice in the earpiece did not sound again. The monitoring system inside the Foundation building was not taken back. He could not determine where those people were hiding in the three eastern districts. Behind the desk, or in the shadow of the green plants. The previous explosion made Su Lu confirm that Macklin had chosen the secret passage to leave as planned. Since the secret passage was blown up, Macklin should have been forced to return to his room at this time. And to get to Macklin's room, the three eastern districts were an area that had to be passed through. The key was that the hurried footsteps downstairs made it clear to him that the armed forces in the building had begun to gather in his direction. If his movements were slow, the only outcome left for him would be to be surrounded by countless firepower, which would be a miserable end. The military boots slowly took 2 steps forward without making any sound. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and slowly and steadily scanned every corner of the office through the scope of the Qian light machine gun without a trace of trembling. Suddenly, a green plant that was about the height of a person by the floor-to-ceiling window swayed. Under the cover of the morning light, a militant opened fire at him. Because of the sunlight, Su Lu narrowed his eyes. Even though he knew that the other party had fired, he didn't make any evasive movements. He just steadily pointed the muzzle in that direction. With a few clear sounds, the wall beside Su Lu was pierced with a few bullet holes. The wallpaper was filled with a burnt smell, and it began to flutter in the air. Almost at the same time his finger pulled the trigger. Following the clear feeling of the recoil and the muffled sound, the green plants by the window scattered and smoke rose. The green leaves scattered, and the militant who had been silently hiding behind them didn't even make a sound. He leaned back and fell to the ground. Su Lu suddenly turned around and pulled the trigger at an extremely fast speed. He accurately shot through the light blue partition and killed a militant in the 11 o'clock direction on his left. He held the Qian light machine gun horizontally, narrowed his eyes and fired quickly and accurately. In less than 7 seconds, more than 20 bullets had been fired, valiantly suppressing the militants hiding in the corners of the 3 eastern districts, making them unable to move. Occasionally there were bullets whistling past his body, but his aiming speed was too fast. He just stood on the flat ground at the entrance of the 3 eastern districts. The Qian in his hand spat out flames at a certain rhythm. The militants didn't dare to poke their heads out, so naturally there was no accuracy. But in such a battlefield this guy actually dared to stand and break in. It could only be said that he had seen through life and death. He had already walked 7 steps into the 3 eastern districts. The back of the Qian hit his shoulder heavily. He didn't miss a single shot, and once again pulled the cold trigger on his finger. The sharp bullet line shot straight forward, bringing a cluster of light smoke, and shot the hand holding the gun that had just reached out from behind the desk into countless pieces of minced meat. Screams sounded. At the same time, intensive gunshots sounded, instantly shattering the dead silence in the office and the monotonous gunshots from before. Su Li's pupils suddenly shrank, and then he realized that the real firepower in this office was much more powerful than what was shown before. The personal armed forces of Macklin had been waiting until now, just to let him go deep into the 3 eastern districts, and there was no escape. The sky was full of bullets whistling. Su Li's face was pale, and the power in his body all burst out at this moment, and passed to the military boots. The soles of the boots bloomed in an instant, and the inhuman power stomped on the ground. The dark carpet was broken into pieces, and his body had already fallen back. He tightly curled up, and like a reverse arrow, he fell back toward the entrance. No matter how powerful a person was, he couldn't run faster than a bullet. He didn't know if Feng Yu or that old man Li's of Philadelphia could do it, but in Su Li's mind, normal people couldn't do this, so when the intensive gunshots sounded, he knew that he had no other choice but to dodge. In the air, he scattered the Qian in his hand with full power, continuously pouring bullets, wanting to suppress some of the firepower that had been waiting for this moment. While he was still in the air, 2 meters away from the entrance of the 3 eastern districts, Su Li's body had already shrunk, trying to reduce his size as much as possible. The barrel of the Qian in his hand had already started to turn red, and the office was filled with terrifying screeching sounds. A deeper gunshot sounded, and Su Li's body in the air seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. He flew back even faster and directly fell to the ground. He was shot 3 times, and the most fatal one was the last one in the chest. When the first gunshot sounded in the building of the 4 States Peace Foundation in S2, gunshots also sounded in the distant S1 Charter Square, which was more solemn and dignified than usual. At the guardrail under the statue of the Group of 5 in Charter Square, a row of Federation soldiers in dark military uniforms stood there with solemn expressions. Their hands were tightly gripping the shiny metal guns in front of their chests. Their movements were beautiful and clean as they raised the guns over their shoulders, aimed at the sky and fired. The gunshots were neat and uniform as if one person was firing. As the gunshots spread out in spirals, the deliberately added colorful powder turned into white smoke in the clean winter air, and the gunfire was beautiful. The fat white pigeons on the lawn were already suffering from the cold winter, so they lazily hid in the pigeon house set up by the Square Management Center to keep warm. Suddenly they were awakened by the crisp gunshots. Their instinct buried deep in their bones made them start to fear. Perhaps they thought of the miserable past of their ancestors being eaten by humans, so they all drilled out of the pigeon house and tried to fly away in horror. However, they were already too fat, and it was unknown whether the tips of their wings had degenerated or been cut off. How could they fly high into the snowy sky? They could only clumsily flutter around, looking like the pitiful hens in the ancient chicken farms recorded in movies. At the Parliament Square connected to Charter Square, a series of gunshots also sounded at this time. However, unlike the fat pigeons on the lawn, on both sides of the stone steps of the Parliament building, on both sides of the lake opposite the Parliament Mountain, on the lawn, the ordinary citizens who came to watch the ceremony, as well as the officials and parliamentarians on the viewing platform, all had smiles and pride on their faces. There was no trace of panic. This was the inauguration ceremony of the Federation president, not a funeral, so only a series of gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of cannon salutes. It was already 10 o'clock, and the rumbling of cannon salutes rang through the sky, waking up all the sleepy people in the capital special district. In fact, no matter how unconcerned they were with politics or how much they ridiculed the Federation government, they would probably wake up today to watch this grand event. After all, it was a grand event that happened once every 5 years. In fact, the people of the entire universe, whether it was nighttime or dawn, were all watching Charter Square, Parliament Mountain, and the core of the Federation through television. The 2 connected squares at the front and back of Parliament Mountain were already filled with people, and people were whispering with joy. The Federation welcomed a new president, and in the context of great reconciliation, even the president's political enemies could not dig up any misdeeds, so the citizens of the Federation had high expectations for the new government. The news channel of the Federation TV station and a few other major television stations had already set up countless broadcasting stations, and the heavy cameras were like black holes of cannons, aimed at the people attending the inauguration ceremony, and transmitted the sincere or fake smiles on their faces to thousands of households. The wireless cameras that hovered around the viewing platform and the stone steps of Parliament Mountain were like loyal roaming sentries, vigilantly watching the surroundings, and transmitting all the details that were worth paying attention to back to the broadcasting vehicles, such as the material of the oath-taking platform on the stone steps of Parliament Mountain, and the faces of the political bigwigs on the viewing platform. The viewing platform was connected to the stone steps of Parliament Mountain, and the old man who stood closest to the oath-taking platform was the president of the Federation Parliament. This vice president come president was ending his political career today, but looking at his expression he was quite relaxed and at ease. Beside the president was naturally the vice president, and the vice president's expression was a bit heavy. After the new president was inaugurated, he still had to carry out his duties in the majestic parliament building, and he just had to cooperate with the new president. Perhaps he was thinking about this, or perhaps he had already started thinking about the parliamentary election in a few years. A few members of the National Security Council were also at the back. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Federation, the commander of the 1st Military Region General Miles, stood at the front with a cold expression, and beside him were the commanders of the 2nd Military Region and the 3rd Military Region. The cameraman of the Federation News Channel, wearing sunglasses, controlled the suspended camera on the arm and slowly flashed past the faces of these important people. These important people had been through who knows how many big scenes, and they maintained their facial expressions extremely well, without a trace of trembling at all. On the contrary, the staff in the temporary broadcasting center behind the Parliament building were excited by the familiar faces that flashed past on the camera. All the important people of the Federation government, Parliament and military were present, and this was a rare scene. The female 3-star Federal Fleet General Hong Yuliang had come. This middle-aged female general who was used to drifting in the universe stood calmly in the crowd, unassuming, but exceptionally eye-catching, because everyone knew that she rarely landed on the surface of a planet in the past few years. During President Xig's inauguration ceremony last time, she was still far away near the Bermuda Space Passage, and did not return to S1 at all. Who was the middle-aged general beside her, wearing a dark military uniform, with a cold and indifferent expression? The reporters in the broadcasting center looked at that face and simultaneously sucked in a cold breath. Commander Zhong of the 4th Military Region, far away in the West Woods, actually came as well? When did he arrive at the capital? Why was there no news yet? The leader of the 7 major families of the Federation and the most powerful military general of the Federation, who had been absent from 2 presidential inauguration ceremonies in a row, actually came in person this time? Tens of thousands of spectators had gathered in front of the Parliament Hill, but the focus of the news was still on the important people on the viewing platform. The citizens watching the news on TV curiously identified the identity and power of these important people, and they were unusually excited. The big shots on the viewing platform, the reporters in the broadcast center, the higher-ups of the major television stations who were watching all of this, and the reporters who were waiting to submit their manuscripts silently looked at the faces that were familiar, or should have been familiar, but had become somewhat unfamiliar. However, they were not as excited as the ordinary people. Instead, they felt a trace of a strange emotion, but this emotion was positive and encouraging. Everyone had arrived, even the eccentric General Hong and Commander Zhong, who had always been indifferent to the Federation, had arrived. This demonstrated an atmosphere of great unity that had never been seen before. In front of the threat of the Empire, after the turmoil of the 67th year of the constitutional era, all of the important people with foresight in the Federation felt the importance of unity. President Pabre's administration undoubtedly ushered in the most beautiful beginning. Amidst the resounding applause, excited shouts and happy whistles, Mr. Pabre, the president-elect of the Federation, accompanied by his wife and President Xig, slowly walked from the side to the stone steps of the Parliament building. This was the first time Pabre stood at the highest point of the Federation, but this lawyer-turned-politician did not panic at all. He shook hands with President Xig, smiled and whispered a few words, and then walked to the front of the oath stage. The sea of people in the square at the foot of the Parliament building immediately became even more excited, and the guests on the viewing platform also began to extremely politely applaud. President Pabre was born into a family of miners in the Donglin district. His difficult childhood and later arduous military career left behind dark marks on his face full of perseverance. And his 10 years of work as a public interest lawyer allowed his thick lips to say countless words that would make the hearts of the audience swoon. However, today President Pabre said nothing. He only raised both of his arms and raised them high towards the people in the square who passionately supported him. Gradually the square became quiet. President Pabre narrowed his eyes and watched the dense crowd. He turned his head to look at his wife who had hot tears in her eyes, and then looked at his election partner, Vice President Byron. He cast a slightly simple and honest smile and then turned his head back. After the collapse of the dynasty in the distant past, human society entered the stage of electoral politics. No matter how the name of society changed, whether it was the Republic or the Federation, but after so many years, only this presidential election gave the Federation people a very different feeling. Because in this presidential election, two outliers, Senator Pabre and Senator Macklin, had appeared. In countless years of elections, there had never been a story of a person without any family background, starting from the bottom of society, and standing on the glorious stage of Federation politics in one fell swoop. But this time two people had appeared at once. President Pabre quietly looked at the people below the stage, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. The wrinkles on his lips became very deep, as if they were carved with a knife. They were firm and gave people a feeling of trust. There were many people in the Federation who passionately supported him, at least not less than Macklin's support. However, in the election this politician had always calmly controlled the emotions of his supporters, and in order to not let the Federation fall into chaos, he had carried out countless difficult and even somewhat passive efforts. However, reality proved that he was the final victor. My victory is the victory of the common people. President Pabre looked at the crowd below the stone steps and suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was exceptionally free and unrestrained. After the laughter gradually stopped, he extended his right index finger and pointed at the people who were full of joyful smiles. His palm was broad and thick and his fingers were slender and strong. He loudly said, "It is your victory. The victory of the common people, your victory." In the Winter Capital Special District, on Parliament Hill, Charter Square, the lawn, the calm lake and every corner of the Federation, the miners who had been guarding the resource planet for several years, the warriors patrolling the border, the students in the dormitory, and all kinds of people were excited by these words. The cheers resounded in front of Parliament Hill, and the sound was deafening. Behind the oath-taking platform, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, who was in charge of presiding over today's oath-taking ceremony, opened his sleepy eyes, as if he did not know what had happened. In an extremely inconspicuous position in the second-to-last row of the viewing platform, Lady Tai, wearing a black imitation leather coat, calmly looked at the president in the distance. She covered her mouth with her gloved right hand and coughed softly a few times. Hearing the cheers around her, she unnoticeably frowned. "This is the victory of the common people. This is your victory." On the news screen in the office, President Pabre was loudly saying these words. There was a sea of people in the square and it was a magnificent sight. The white-haired Senator Macklin had a haggard expression on his face, but when he saw this scene he could not help but laugh mockingly. He softly said, "An eloquent speaker who uses the common people as his clothes." As the loser of the presidential election, Macklin was not too dissatisfied to be able to escape unscathed. His haggard expression mainly came from waking up early that morning and the current situation he was in. This senator, who was highly respected by the people at the bottom of the Federation, wore a white shirt that was dyed with black and yellow spots. There was also a lingering stench that seeped out of his body. The news on the television continued. Not far away, the dense gunshots continued to sound, chilling to the heart. Senator Macklin's face was a little pale. He took a wet towel and wiped the dirt and dust on his body in disgust. Although his residence was behind the office, and there was a huge shower and the most luxurious wave jacuzzi, as the target of an assassination, he really did not have the mood or time to enjoy these things amidst the roaring gunshots. "We have to leave immediately, Mr. Senator," Macklin's confidential secretary said with a pale face and a trembling voice. "Since the other party can even blow up the escape tunnel, they must be a very large organization. Maybe they are people from the mountains. We don't know if the federal army will come to help. The security forces in the building alone will definitely not be able to withstand it." The moment the alarm sounded, the staff in the senator's office helped Senator Macklin, who had woken up early, into the secret tunnel and prepared to leave directly into the underground parking lot. However, no one expected that just as they were about to walk out of the secret tunnel, there would be a terrifying explosion above the tunnel. The power of the explosion directly collapsed the top of the tunnel, and 7 staff members in the senator's office died in the rubble. It was the cautious Senator Macklin who had deliberately waited until the end, and he managed to escape with his life. However, the dust, feces, and urine that were blasted out by the explosion still drenched the people who were lucky enough to escape with their lives. Senator Macklin frowned and glanced at his secretary. He thought of his secretary Helen, and felt even more dissatisfied. However, Helen had already been killed by him in the terrorist attack, so there was no benefit in reminiscing about her past. The senator wiped his white hair with a wet towel and threw the smelly towel on the ground. He turned back to look at the strong soldier beside the chair and asked in a low voice, "How long until the helicopter arrives?" "The intruders are too fast. Even if the military receives the order to request for help, It will take at least 20 minutes. The soldier did not have an epaulette and did not belong to any department of the Federation government. He was Senator Macklin's most trusted subordinate, and had been Macklin's orderly many years ago. Later on, he began to lead the armed forces in the building to protect Senator Macklin's career in this universe. What do you suggest? Although Senator Macklin was in a sorry state, he still managed to maintain a calm expression. The continuous gunshots and the occasional explosion not far away could not make the weather-beaten old man panic. There are not many intruders. The internal surveillance confirmed that only one person entered the building, the soldier said in a low voice. One person. Macklin's brows furrowed and he snapped rudely, "How is the safety work done? It's my fault. However, there is a very powerful sniper on the peak in the northeast." The soldier replied quickly and calmly, "Whether we evacuate from the ground now or wait for the helicopter to leave, it will be very dangerous. The sniper must be waiting for this moment. The Federal Army's conventional sniper weapons can't have such a long range." He continued to analyze, "I think it's an experimental ACW. Senator, I suggest that we stay in the building and wait for reinforcements." According to the feedback from the communication device, the reinforcements outside the building have rushed over. Since there is only one person, it is impossible for him to break into this room in front of our security forces. Then how did he break into the building? The secretary retorted sharply, and then suggested to the senator in a trembling voice, "That person must have other helpers. Mr. Senator, let's retreat first." Since the sniper outside has been exposed, the Special Task Force must be dealing with him now. The Special Task Force's response can't be slow, but it will take some time for the people to deal with the sniper to arrive. The key is, can those agents handle it? The soldier glanced at the secretary and saluted Senator Macklin. "Comrade Senator, please believe in our strength and determination. There is a safe house in the office and this is the safest place." "Okay." Senator Macklin did not think for long and agreed to the arrangement. He slowly sat back on the soft sofa and watched the presidential inauguration ceremony on the television tiredly. He said slowly, "Are you confident?" "Yes." The soldier said calmly, "That person has been surrounded at the entrance of the 3 eastern districts. Everyone is rushing over. Even if he is Li Pifu, only death awaits him today." After the first round of shooting, Shi Qinghai carried the heavy ACW and its accessories, stepped on the red leaves and rushed to the foot of the mountain. He knew that his position had been exposed, and the enemy would definitely come to suppress him immediately. However, the reason he rushed down the mountain was not to change his sniping position, but to change his role in the plan today. He wanted to provide as much effective support as possible to Madman Su in the building. Breathing heavily and with heavy footsteps, Shi Qinghai ran all the way. He knew very well that the ACW in his hand could not determine the outcome of the battle, just like how the new MX Mecha could not determine the outcome of the war between the Federation and the Empire. The agents of the Special Task Force were originally used to block bullets for important political figures. How could they be blocked by an anti-material rifle? Previously, Shi Qinghai's shooting at the top of the mountain had stopped the Special Task Force for 2 minutes. This was taking advantage of the mutual distrust between Senator Macklin's office and the government. However, only the commander of the Special Task Force would come to his senses and realize that he had failed in his duty. He would definitely rush to the building at all costs. The development of the facts was just as Shi Qinghai expected. The shadow of death could not stop the Special Task Force. When he rushed down the mountain, more than a dozen agents of the Special Task Force had already rushed into the building fearlessly, ready to block Su Li's escape route. The staff of the security company also rushed in with the Special Task Force. Shi Qinghai rushed to the foot of the mountain. He listened attentively to the gunshots in the building. His heart gradually became heavy, because the obvious muffled sound of the Qian gun had stopped, but the gunshots of the enemy were getting more and more frequent. After entering a suitable distance, Shi Qinghai reinstalled the ACW and pulled the trigger. The thick barrel had no fire, only smoke. 2 smoke bombs with long tails penetrated the glass wall of the 3 eastern districts of the Foundation building and fell in. Chapter 296. The dark ventilation duct was full of dust, and gunshots rang out from time to time. Several holes were shot in the metal ventilation wall, and thin pillars of white light shone in. It looked like an unreal scene. Su Li dragged his travel bag and crawled in the ventilation duct. The design of the ventilation duct of the Foundation building was very strong, and it would never give intruders any chance to escape. Although the cautious Senator Macklin was no longer the tough soldier he used to be, he was very mature when it came to security. Warm blood flowed out from the wound, bringing with it dust, turning into a sticky substance, making people feel very uncomfortable. Sulu breathed in the stale air and crawled quickly in the ventilation duct. He did not care about his wound and the pursuit that might be caused by the sound. In fact, he was still hiding in the 3 eastern districts and could not get rid of the omnipresent gunfire. In fact, he did not want to get rid of it, nor did he want to leave. He jumped down from the ventilation duct and landed on his left leg first. A sharp pain entered his brain and almost made him fall to the ground. This was the pantry of the office area, and no one was there for the time being. Sulu sat down by the coffee machine and lowered his head to breathe quickly. Only then did he have a chance to see where he was shot. Earlier, he had been ambushed by the powerful armed men around Macklin in the 3rd East District. Then, the Special Task Force agents and more than 30 security guards from the security company rushed into the building and surrounded him. If he hadn't thrown the 4 rolling grenades and caused temporary chaos, he wouldn't have been able to escape from that place. Did he leave? No, the outside of the room was full of heavily armed enemies. As soon as he showed his head, he would definitely end up in a honeycomb. After a short breath, Sulu felt that in addition to the wound on his left leg, there were also 2 painful places on his body. He looked down and saw that the trousers on his left leg had been completely torn, and a piece of shrapnel had cut directly under his knee. If it had been a little higher, his knee would have been shot, and it would have been difficult for him to walk. He was shot twice in the chest and abdomen, and the conical bullets were deeply embedded in the interlayer of his underwear. The huge impact compressed the 2 bullets and made them look like round platinum nails used by girls for decoration. Sulu frowned and used all his strength to pull them down. He found that the place where he was shot was extremely painful. He didn't know if his ribs were broken. If it hadn't been for the thin, hard bulletproof vest from Whitewater Company, he would have already met George Carlin. Escaping from death, he didn't feel much joy. His heart was heavy. He took a deep breath and mobilized the scorching power behind his waist, causing his body to tremble. Especially around his injured left leg, the muscle fibers were forcefully squeezing and rubbing together, increasing the pain of the wound. Blood also spurted out, but for some reason the wound gradually turned white and no more blood flowed out. At this time, a very soft sound suddenly came from outside the pantry. Sulu clenched the can in his hand and lowered his head to listen attentively. Although he couldn't confirm the number of people, he knew that it was definitely not a small number. He slowly lowered his body. Instead of hiding behind the door, he squatted on the other side of the door. Sure enough, there was a burst of concentrated gunfire. The high-density plastic door was instantly shot with countless holes by the gunfire outside the door, splashing wood and plastic shards everywhere. Sulu silently squatted at the bottom of the door, avoiding the spurting bullets and risking his life to wait. After the door was kicked open, Sulu didn't care about the first person with a gun at all. Instead, he flashed out from behind that person, raised his gun, and fired continuously, killing the 2 people in front of him. In the shortest amount of time, he threw himself under a cubicle desk. Just as he fell heavily to the ground, gunshots rang out in the office in the East 3rd District. A barrage of bullets rained down on his hiding spot. The bullets shattered the small decorations on top of the cubicle. The small crystal objects and dolls that the ladies liked to put in the office experienced a second brutal blow and were scattered in all directions. The light blue hard partition material, under such intense gunfire, gradually fell apart. Fortunately, it wasn't made of tofu slag. Although it didn't play a big role, it still resisted for a while. During this time, Sulu silently crawled toward the window in the smoke and gunfire. From the moment he rushed into the building, he had already put life and death behind him. But at this moment, accompanied by the shrill gunfire and the cold metal music, he really smelled the smell of death. Motherfucker. At this time he couldn't raise his head at all. The whistling sound of the bullets around him mixed together and became a horrible sound. The hard objects that kept shattering around him reminded him that the human body couldn't withstand this kind of harvest of death. His mood was extremely cold and gloomy. He didn't even notice that the bullets that were shooting around once again hit his thigh. At this time, the floor-to-ceiling glass curtain of the 3 eastern districts suddenly broke. 2 metal objects flew in, instantly releasing a large amount of smoke that quickly enveloped the entire floor. Then 2 more smoke bombs were shot in and the smoke became thicker. Even the things that were close to him couldn't be seen clearly. The dense gunfire that was moving in this direction suddenly became fierce and then sparse. Everyone in the office temporarily stayed in their positions and didn't move. The federal military provided a smoke bomb. Under the cover of the smoke, Sulu quietly moved his position and hid behind a safe with a pale face. With the knowledge of guns he learned from Magnolia, he easily recognized what it was that allowed him to live for a few more minutes. He knew that there was someone covering him outside the Foundation building, but it was not Secretary Bai. However, the effect of the smoke bomb could only last for 3 minutes. The well-trained security personnel in the building obviously knew this, so they didn't rush blindly. Instead, they occupied all the corridors and coldly waited for the smoke to disperse. Only 3 minutes to live? Sulu took a few quick breaths, lowered his head and wiped the blood on his face. He gently put the Kian in his hand on the ground, took out the last 2 long pistols from the travel bag, and then slowly and steadily began to install the silencer. The biggest reason why today's operation was in such a precarious situation was because the Magnolia in the mountain had failed to successfully control the monitoring system in the Golden Foundation building again. Without the help of the monitoring system, Sulu was equivalent to a blind man, and the other party could clearly find his location. At this time the smoke was extremely thick and everyone became blind for 3 minutes. But what would happen after 3 minutes? Sulu lowered his head and pursed his dry lips. His eyes narrowed and there was a strange smile on his face. He didn't want to think about what would happen after 3 minutes. Uncle said that humans are the best machines. He wiped the cold sweat from his palms, took a deep breath and tightly held the cold long handle of the pistol. He kept muttering to himself in his heart, "Sulu, you are a machine. You won't get hurt, you won't get tired." This was probably self-hypnosis when facing a desperate situation. Only in this difficult and dangerous environment would he not lose the last of his courage and confidence. However, no matter how much he hypnotized himself, he knew that his eyesight and hearing were better than the average person, but after all, he was not the omniscient and omnipotent creator, and he was not the eyes that could look down on all living beings. The people surrounding him were all well-trained professional soldiers and professional agents of the Special Task Force. He couldn't kill them with just the smoke. But he still had to stand up and finish this matter. So, Sulu frowned and tried not to think about the miserable wounds on his body. He exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, preparing to stand up and continue shooting. Then he would be shot until he died. In the Capital Special District, in front of the Parliament Hill, countless people quietly watched the long stone steps on the oath platform with eyes full of concern. At this time, no one noticed that in the second last row of the viewing platform, there was a lady in a black coat. She received a phone call, and then a strange look flashed through her calm expression. In the same inconspicuous position of the viewing platform, the heads of the Lee family and the Lin family, who deliberately kept a low profile at this prominent moment, seemed to have received some kind of message at the same time. The expressions on their faces changed, and then they immediately returned to normal. They looked at the stone steps seriously. "I solemnly swear that I will faithfully carry out the duties of the President, and use all my strength to protect the Charter of the Federation." Vice President Byron had finished his oath. At this time, the one who put his hand on the thick charter was President-elect Pabre. His voice was very stable and his feelings were sincere. What followed was a 10-minute speech. "On this day we are gathered together because we choose hope over fear, and meaningful unity over disputes and discord. On this day, we have come to declare that those useless complaints and false promises have come to an end. Those mutual accusations and old dogmas that have warped our politics for a long time have come to an end." President Pabre used a grave expression to watch the crowd in the square. "Under the threat of the empire, under the threat of the Federation's unfairness, should we sit and wait for the judgment of the Creator, or should we do our best to do something? In the history of the Federation, there has never been a lack of people who have pleaded for the people. And in the history of the Federation, in the face of the dark era and decadent oppression, there have always been people who dared to stand up and release their own roar. I admire this type of person. I want to tell these people that no matter where you are in the universe, as long as you respect the principles of the Federation and the spirit of the Charter, I welcome you to S1, to the capital, to the Federation government." Sulu didn't hear the content of President Pabre's speech. In the smoke and ruins, he prepared to stand up, but his pupils suddenly shrank as if he saw something inconceivable. Chapter 297. That autumn more than 2 years ago, Uncle Fengyu had put that bracelet on Su Li's wrist. From then on, many strange things had happened to him. He had swapped out the chip on the back of his neck. He had entered the black dream while unconscious, and in the dream he had seen that great and terrifying existence. That existence had not erased his existence, but had instead been silently watching over him. Furthermore, at the crucial moment when he was fighting for the laboratory data, he had helped him. The Federal Central Computer, which had distributed the glory of the Charter, had once injected countless complex and advanced blueprints into his brain in order to awaken him from his coma. It was also by relying on these blueprints that Sulu had been able to enter the Shell Motor Company, and had played an important role in the Federation's development of the new MX mecha. Sulu had asked himself countless times, why would such a bizarre encounter that only appeared in novels, a storyline that no one had ever imagined, happen to him? At first, he had been terrified, worried that the Federal Central Computer would recognize his identity as a fugitive and kill him at every moment. Later on, he had become numb and lost, and had some thoughts of throwing caution to the wind. His courage and directness in dealing with the things and people around him probably had something to do with this absolute sense of insecurity. After that, he had gotten used to the black dream that had appeared in his mind. That extremely polite old thing had spoken in a flat tone, and he had vaguely caught onto something. For some unknown reason, the cornerstone of the Federation's society, the glory of the Charter, which had spread throughout the universe, did not seem to want him to die. At least he could not die now. Therefore, before he had come to S2 to do the most important thing in his life, he had mustered up the courage to initiate contact with the other end of the Black Dream. The other end of the Black Dream had reacted to him, but there had been no results. It was not until he had entered the interior of the Golden Foundation building, running for his life amidst the hail of bullets, that the great existence had once again appeared in his mind, in front of his eyes, by his side, and the moment it had appeared, it had given him endless shock. The architectural blueprints that appeared in Su Li's eyes did not shock him. The database of the Federation's central computer contained all the details of this world. Furthermore, he had long been used to the scene in front of his eyes. The more complicated architectural designs in the past also abruptly appeared in front of his eyes like this. Now, he naturally understood that this was not because he had epilepsy, nor was it because the bioelectric current in the chip behind his neck was disrupted. Instead, it was because the omnipotent central computer of the Federation was inputting data to him. What shocked him was the light spots in the blueprints, as well as the long series of citizen numbers on the light spots. Each light spot represented a person in the building. If one focused on the light spots would become clearer, revealing the outline of the human body. One could clearly see the location of the person and their movements. From this detail, it could be determined that not only did the Federal Central Computer use the chip to locate the specific location of everyone in the room, but it also directly used the highest authority to take over the Golden Foundation's internal monitoring network. What did this mean? This meant that at this time, Sulu could clearly grasp every detail of the environment around him through his own eyes. The 3 eastern districts of the office were full of thick fog, reducing the visibility to the lowest level. Even if he used the infrared thermal imaging device equipped by the military, he was afraid that it would not be able to quickly distinguish between friend and foe. At this time, the blueprints in his eyes that could change at will and the light spots that represented the enemy seemed to have given him a pair of eyes that could see through the fog, even the walls and camouflage. In the world of the Federation, no one could escape the glory of the Charter. At this time, the glory of the Charter bathed Su Li's body. It was as if he had gained a pair of omniscient and omnipotent eyes that could overlook the world from space, capturing every detail and every target. Su Li's body felt a burst of coldness and an incomparably complicated heat. These two completely different emotions intertwined in his heart. He should have been incomparably excited because he had a perspective and ability that no one else in the universe could have, but he also felt endless fear. Why would the Federation's central computer grant him such terrifying authority and ability? What was hidden behind this matter? He had a pair of eyes that could see through everything and control everything. Could he still be considered a human? At the moment of life and death, even the cold and fear disappeared in an instant. With the blessing of the glory of the Charter, with such a pair of eyes that could see through everything, he might not have to die now and could finish the task at hand. Thinking of this, Su Li's whole body was hot and his face was pale. His narrowed eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the empty fog in front of him. His body trembled slightly. In the heavy fog, he stood up, quietly and slowly took off his shoes, stepped on the debris on the ground, and walked into the depths of the fog. It was not his eyes that could see through all obstacles, heaven and earth, but the three-dimensional map in his left eye. With his subtle movements, The map that appeared in his left eye made subtle adjustments to its perspective, and the virtual blueprints were perfectly consistent with the surrounding environment in reality. To be able to achieve real-time data synchronization and scene reproduction, probably only the omnipresent and omnipotent Federal Central Computer could do it, right? His left eye clearly showed the number of enemies and their positions, and even their movements were clearly displayed. Sulu narrowed his eyes, put a pistol back on his waist, and held the long pistol flat with both hands. He slowly moved and aimed at a point in the depths of the fog. There was dead silence all around. No one knew the position of each other. The very military people did not shoot randomly, but silently blocked all the passages, waiting for the moment when the fog dissipated. The security personnel of the Foundation would never have thought that Sulu had stood up at this time. Sulu silently aimed at the depths of the fog. The cold muzzle pointed at the chaos and nothing could be seen clearly. However, in his left eye, there was a virtual human body that could not be clearer. That person was holding a long gun and vigilantly leaning against a corner of the wall. Sulu pulled the trigger in his hand and his wrist trembled slightly. The gun barrel made a very low chirping sound, and the bullet shot into the depths of the fog. There was still the sound of cement fragments and plastic fragments falling around, and there was a subtle breathing sound. The light of the light tube above could not penetrate the thick fog and it was very vague. The gunshot after the noise was suppressed, and in this dangerous environment, it was very difficult to attract people's attention. The bullet shot into the depths of the fog, like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was no reaction. Sulu narrowed his eyes, but from the light in his left eyelid, he could clearly see that the person's forehead had been hit with a warm color. He leaned against the wall with his head tilted and did not move at all. He should be dead. He died silently, and only the row of citizen numbers above his head gradually dissipated and went with the wind. Sulu's pupils shrunk helplessly. In this situation he actually felt a sense of helplessness. It had to be said that it was a very strange thing. He did not have any further reaction to the unreal feeling that was similar to a game. Instead, he relied on his strong and thick nerves to silently and slowly turn around again. He pointed the muzzle at another direction in the depths of the fog. He silently pulled the trigger again, and another life quietly left the depths of the fog. The fog could last for about 2 minutes, and there were still more than 20 militants hidden in the 3 eastern districts. The thick white fog looked like beautiful white clouds floating on the mountainside. It covered the top of the autumn forest and the living creatures in the forest. The clouds, the fog and the sky could no longer cover Sulu's eyes. He walked into the depths of the fog without making a single sound. He was like a barefoot shepherd boy walking among the white clouds in the mountains. However, this shepherd boy did not harvest grass or feed cows. He harvested lives for the sake of stubbornly moving forward. This was a completely unequal and unfair one-sided killing. After losing by Yulan's instructions through the earpiece, Sulu became a blind man. Under the tracking of the Golden Foundation's internal surveillance network, he was in a very sorry state and even miserable state as he constantly fled. He was like a mouse caught by countless stray cats. No matter how he struggled, he would still end up dead in the end. But at this time, his eyes saw light again, and what he saw was great light. He could see everything around him, but nothing around him could see his true appearance. In the cloud-like fog he walked barefoot. Every time he stepped on the ground, he was extremely careful and did not make the slightest sound. Even if he stepped on a few sharp fragments and blood began to flow from the soles of his feet, he only frowned slightly and did not have the slightest reaction. The 2 gunshot wounds on his legs also affected his speed and pace. Relying on his superhuman muscle strength and control, he dragged his injured leg and silently and valiantly walked into the depths of the fog. He raised his gun and looked straight ahead, silently firing, and killed the enemies hidden in the fog in the corners, and next to the file cabinets one by one. After Sulu shot and killed 6 people, the rest of the people in the 3 eastern districts finally felt a trace of strangeness and a chill from the depths of their hearts. They did not know that many of their companions had quietly died, but the faint smell of blood that was faintly getting stronger and stronger, the occasional sound of touching, and the occasional soft chirping from time to time made them faintly guess what was going on. The highly trained militants and the Special Task Force agents, who were responsible for the security of VIPs, realized that there was a huge problem with the situation at the scene almost at the same time. Almost at the same time, they could no longer bear the feeling of impending death in the silence. They chose the most dangerous but also the most courageous and most effective method. After confirming each other's positions briefly with the internal communication device, the gunshots in the 3 eastern districts exploded in an instant. Dense bullets once again flew in the air, weaving into countless firepower nets that shrouded the entire area. After the silence was broken, there were muffled grunts, screams, and hurried calls. This place became a noisy and dangerous battlefield. They no longer cared about whether or not they would cause serious injuries. They only hoped that with their lives, they could take down the terrifying intruder hidden in the fog. In just a moment, several armed militants were killed or injured by their own gunfire. Just before the gunfire erupted again, Sulu lowered his body and advanced through the omniscient and omnipotent vision of his left eye. He dragged his heavily injured leg and quickly made his way to the left side of the fog. He was sure that there were no enemies here and there was a safe here. He shrank his body behind the safe and held the gun with his head down. He listened to the whistling sound of bullets in the air in front of him and felt the environment around him where hard objects were scattered. He maintained absolute silence. The great light in his left eye could see the figures who raised their guns and fired into the fog. He could see where they were aiming, so in this chaotic and dangerous shooting he was not hit. However, there were still a few high-speed bullets that swept in front of him, splashing the carpet fragments on the ground and the cement debris under the carpet, making crackling sounds. After silently counting 10 seconds, Sulu raised his head that had been buried deep in his arms. He narrowed his eyes and aimed at a certain spot in the fog in front of him. He held the long case pistol with both hands to maintain absolute stability. Control the entrance of the passage. Give feedback on the situation. A cold voice came from the fog. The owner of the voice hid his body behind the fog in the desk, extremely cautious. Sulu narrowed his eyes and aimed at that spot. That spot was covered in fog, but his left eye had already seen through the smoke and the partition of the desk, accurately capturing the location of the other party. He gently pulled the trigger, and the bullet penetrated the smoke and the partition, accurately hitting the person's throat. Blood burst out of the person's throat, but Sulu only saw a warm color in a certain area with his left eye. The 3 eastern districts once again fell into a dead silence. The people's breathing became heavy, and they no longer deliberately suppressed it. This was because they found that no matter how they hid, it seemed that the intruder could find their location and kill them. In this dead silence, Sulu quietly moved toward one of the 2 exits under the cover of the fog. What the hell? In the temporary security command center in the auxiliary building of the Cultural and Arts Center, the captain of the Special Task Force of the Federation stared at the surveillance screen with a pale face, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly. 7 surveillance cameras faithfully displayed everything that happened in the 3 eastern districts in front of his eyes. The problem was that all he could see at this time was only smoke. He could only hear the gunshots in the smoke and the sounds of all the combatants on his side dying. After all, the Peace Foundation was not a federal military base, and the Federation government would not give the building the authority to install a thermal imaging system. Even if there was, this member of the Special Task Force knew that at most he could see vague red and yellow figures in the smoke, but he could not distinguish between friend and foe. How did the intruder do it? At this time he saw a picture from the corner of his eye. The door of the second exit of the 3 eastern districts flashed, and a guy in a guard uniform with a seriously injured left leg slowly walked out. Although this guy was not carrying the travel bag, the captain of the Special Task Force still recognized him at a glance. His pupils shrank slightly. Since this guy walked out of the smoke, what about the people in the smoke? The target is at the second exit. He forcibly suppressed the coldness and fear in his heart, stared at Sulu on the screen and quickly issued an order. Block the front of the corridor and flank from the side. Then the captain of the Special Task Force saw a scene that had frightened him for many years. Chapter 298. The existence and the glory of the Charter didn't help Sulu enter the Federation Special Task Force's communication channel, so he didn't hear the orders of the Special Task Force officer. He knew that security personnel would appear at the end of the side corridor, but he could see them. At this time, the walls and rooms inside the Foundation building had disappeared in his eyes. His left eye saw rows of virtual 3-dimensional images. He could see the enemies running wildly behind the walls. Those figures condensed from light spots were turning back from behind the walls, trying to kill him from the side. Sulu turned around and raised his gun, aiming at the side exit in advance. The running speed of the people behind the walls made it easy for him to calculate when they would appear. 3, 2, 1. He pulled the trigger in his hand. The moment the 3 enemies appeared at the end of the corridor, the bullets arrived. 3 flowers of blood bloomed, and the three people's bodies leaned back violently and fell heavily to the ground. After doing this thing that shouldn't be possible for humans, Sulu dragged his seriously injured leg and walked forward. If he were an ordinary person with 2 bullets in the leg, he would have been unable to move long ago. But he was not an ordinary person, and the scene that happened before proved this. He just lowered his head, changed the magazine, and prepared for the next shot like a ghost. Walking through the dark corridor, he couldn't feel hesitant. Even if he had an indescribable feeling of confusion and fear about what happened to him, he was as careless and determined as ever. The moment he lowered his head and walked, he found that the road under his feet was more difficult than before, but also more comfortable. At this time, there was nothing that could stop his strong desire to finish this thing. He raised his hand and fired at will in the corridor, and the bullets were unrestrained, shooting down the people in front of him one by one. He walked straight forward without any worries. The world of freedom in his heart was not clear and lofty, but it was extraordinarily firm, blooming like a blood-colored flower that would never wither. In the 4 States Peace Foundation building, who knew how many blood-colored flowers bloomed? Sulu, dragging his injured leg, killed a bloody path and came to the outside of the room with the door closed. The image in his left eye flashed slightly, and it showed that there were 3 people in the room. One of them had just stood up from the sofa, and the citizen number above that person's head started with SLB looked very familiar. Although the Federation strictly protected the privacy of its citizens, this citizen number was no secret to Sulu. SL represented the Upper Forest region, while B represented S2. This person was Macklin. He was still in the room. It seemed that after the secret passage was blown up, Suli's speed of breaking through the 3 eastern regions was too fast, so this counselor did not seize the opportunity to leave. What a fool. Sulu sniffled and licked his dry lips. He raised the pistol in his hand and rested it on his wrist. He aimed behind the door and gently knocked on it. He stood in a very good position. He knew what the people behind the door were doing, and he also knew that there were still some security personnel who were trying to save Macklin's life. So he knocked on the door. As long as the person behind the door was a little further away from the wall, he could pull the trigger and directly kill that person. But it was clear that the bodyguard who was still with the counselor at the last moment was a very vigilant guy. Probably that person also knew that Sulu seemed to have some kind of strange ability, so he hid his body perfectly behind the wall and did not give Sulu any chance to shoot through. He's outside. The soldier with a cold expression leaned against the wall and said to Macklin, who was at the door of the office, "Counselor, you must go in immediately and close the safe house." Macklin's white hair was messy on the top of his head. The old politician silently looked at his most trusted subordinate, walked into the bedroom without hesitation, and pressed the button next to him. The sound of heavy components closing faintly came from behind the door. Suli's thick eyebrows twitched. He knew what this meant. In the original plan, he did not expect to be able to do anything before the counselor hid in the safe house. But the clear sound of metal components closing still caused small bumps to appear on his back. He raised the gun and fired 3 shots at the lock of the door at a speed that did not match the rhythm. After a slight pause, he kicked the door open, threw his body forward, and rushed in. Before he broke the door, he had already determined the location of that person. While he was in the air, the barrel in his right hand had already opened fire, shooting at the wall on the right. The soldier who had been standing silently behind the wall was still silent and indifferent. Both sides were tightly holding an old-fashioned pistol. There was no epaulette on his shoulder, and there was a sharp military knife at his waist. His eyes were calm as he looked in the direction of the door. The most trusted bodyguard of Macklin was able to break through the layers of defense inside the Foundation building. He knew very well that today's intruder was not an ordinary person, so he was fully prepared. He was even prepared for failure. Therefore, when the door was kicked open, he immediately fired a shot. His body, however, turned around at an incredible speed. The barrel of the old-fashioned pistol spewed out beautiful flames, shooting at the black shadow that broke through the door. Puff, 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 the sound of gunshots intertwined and resounded in the luxurious office. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and bullet holes were clearly visible on the walls and the floor. Before the smoke accumulated and the deep holes could rise, the 2 figures had already wrestled together like 2 fierce tigers. Sulu did not hit the soldier without epaulettes. The soldier had experienced countless life-and-death gunfights in his life. Although he had the help of the glory of the Charter, which gave him unparalleled vision and predictive ability, at the critical moment of life and death, the silent soldier smelled danger in advance. Relying on a soldier's instinct on the battlefield, He reacted and narrowly avoided the soldier's continuous shots. The soldier also did not hit Sulu. Although his evaluation of this intruder had risen to terrifying, he still did not expect that an injured person could actually react like a human when he was about to land on the ground. The moment Sulu landed on the floor, his left palm slammed down fiercely. Relying on the huge force of the rebound, his body was forcibly shaken and bounced forward in the air. The soldier's bullets all brushed past his body and hit the floor. The soldier's pupils shrank sharply. At this moment he thought of his previous suggestion to the committee member. At that time he thought that in the encirclement of the 3 eastern districts, even if the Lees of Philadelphia personally came, it would be impossible to break through alone. However, this small-eyed man did it, without any hesitation. The soldier without epaulets rushed over with a solemn face. His left hand clasped Su Li's right hand that was holding the gun, and his right hand holding the gun pressed against Su Li's abdomen. At this time, Su Li's left hand had already fiercely grabbed the soldier's right shoulder, and the long magazine pistol in his right hand immediately fired. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The two of them used their excellent military qualities to spring up and fight each other, twisting their bodies together. The soldier ignored the gun in Su Li's hand and bravely chose to die together with him. When people were not afraid of death, there were too many methods that could not be used. Su Lu, whose right hand was tightly grabbed, passively accepted the other party's invitation to die. He did not have time to think about anything else and subconsciously pulled the trigger. One was muffled, the other was crisp. 2 gunshots sounded almost at the same time, bursting out from the two people's chest and abdomen. The gunfire suddenly burst out in the narrow space. At such a close range there was no way for anyone to dodge the shots. It was as if there were 2 very strong ropes tied around the waist of Su Lu and the soldier. The air in the office instantly froze, and the two people's bodies suddenly stopped. Then they were hit by the huge impact of the bullet and were pushed back rapidly. The bullet hit the hard ceramic bulletproof vest, and it was unknown if it had penetrated it. The pale-faced Sulu did not care about that. He even suppressed the huge pain in that area and the urge to vomit blood that was beginning to accumulate in his chest. The moment he fell, his right foot hooked the soldier's ankle, and he forcefully bounced up again. He fiercely used his knee to hit the soldier's knee. With a cracking sound, the soldier's knee broke. But the soldier's eyes lit up. He did not care about Su Li's violent and ruthless hand skills in a small area. His left hand shot out like lightning and firmly gripped the back of Su Li's neck. The barrel of his right hand was slanted upwards, pointing at the soldier's chin. Both parties were extremely cautious and wearing bulletproof vests. At the beginning, the violent shooting at each other at close range could not completely knock them down. But at such a close range, if someone were to shoot at the neck, no one would be able to survive. At this time, Sulu had already dropped the gun in his hand. There were no more bullets in the gun. He used the bend of his elbow to hit the soldier's collarbone. At the same time, he used the fastest speed to pull out the military knife that he had not used before. The all-black long-case pistol fell on the floor with a bang. The two people who were tangled together in a dangerous situation also fell heavily to the ground. Like a flash of light, Sulu roared. His right hand tightly gripped the military knife and viciously stabbed at the soldier's heart from above. The soldier used his uninjured right leg to hold Su Li's body tightly. The muzzle of his right hand was in an extremely narrow range, pointing at the soldier's chin. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. It was the reflection of the military knife. He was not afraid at all. Because he was wearing a soft pottery bulletproof vest, it was enough to withstand the explosive strike of such a sharp cold weapon. Even if it could not block it, so what? If I die, you will die too. The soldier without the epaulets was very willing to use his own life to exchange for the other's life. After the flash of light in his eyes, there was a look of determination and relief. The sharp military knife pierced through the soldier's uniform and opened a small hole in the soft pottery bulletproof vest. It encountered an extremely strong resistance. It was like a bamboo pole that was stuck in a quagmire that was about to freeze in the winter. It was difficult to move forward, but it also could not be pulled out. The soldier's finger was already ready to pull the trigger. He was ready to see the flash of gunfire in front of his eyes and smash the head of the silent small-eyed man into pieces. Su Li's eyes were especially bright at this moment. They were squinting like the crescent moon. The sound of electric current was heard. The blue arc flashed at the front of the military knife. A look of disbelief flashed in the soldier's eyes. His finger on the cold trigger kept trembling, but he could not press it down no matter what. At the same time, his body began to tremble violently. A faint burnt smell filled the room. The valiant professional soldier, Su Lu, who had powerful abilities, did not faint from the electric current. After a moment, the two people gradually regained control of their bodies. At this most critical moment, Su Li's face was abnormally pale. His eyes were abnormally bright. He extracted all of the strength in his body and transferred it to his limbs. He forced half of his body to stretch out. He used his elbow to remove the gun barrel that was pressed against his chin. His left hand pressed on his right wrist. Ah! He let out a fierce shout as he stared at the unfamiliar face of the soldier below him. He exerted all the strength in his body, transferring it from his hands to the sharp military knife in his hand. The military knife slowly broke through the soft pottery bulletproof vest. It sank down bit by bit. It pierced the skin, pierced the flesh, slid past the ribs, pierced the joints, and slowly pierced into the smooth surface of the heart. The soldier without epaulets stared at the young man's face in front of him. He opened his mouth and wanted to make some sound, but could only make these unconscious sounds. He felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on his body. He felt like his sternum was all broken. He also felt like there was a fine needle gently pricking his skin. With a poochie sound, all the sharp military thorns pierced into his heart. The soldier's body trembled violently. Su Lu lowered his head and pressed on the soldier's body, desperately suppressing the tremors. In the end, there was no more reaction. This soldier had followed Chairman Macklin for 20 years, from Green Dragon Mountain all the way to South Kazhou. He had killed countless people for the sake of the great cause of the committee. Although he didn't have epaulets, he was undoubtedly an absolute powerhouse on the battlefield. But today, when facing this small-eyed man, he did not expect that the military knife would have an electric current. He did not expect that the other party could have such terrifying strength to be able to pierce the bulletproof vest with the military knife. So he died. He died very thoroughly. Su Lu struggled to get up. He didn't look at the soldier at his feet who was staring at him with wide eyes and the blood flowing out of his eyes. He just clutched his chest and dragged his heavily injured body into the office. On the way, he saw the secretary in the confidential room who was holding his head and trembling. He directly knocked him out. Walking into the luxurious bedroom and past the bathroom, Su Lu narrowed his eyes and arrived at his destination today. This was a glass door that looked very weak. He lowered his head and greedily breathed in a few breaths of fresh air. Then he pulled out the pistol in his hand, aimed at the glass door and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang 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 bang. 17 bullets rapidly shot out, leaving a circle mark on the glass door. However, the glass door did not shatter. After killing so many people and bleeding so much blood, he finally saw his target, that grizzled-haired and solemn-looking Senator Macklin. At this time, the senator was sitting on a chair in the safe house with a calm face. He looked at him outside the glass door, his eyes showing pity and ridicule. Chapter 299. Despite the distance in the universe and the obstacles of thousands of mountains and rivers, Su Lu did not hesitate to kill his way over. In the end, at the last moment, he was blocked by a glass door that looked very thin and brittle. That last step. Heaven and earth could not block his eyes. The glass door in front of him was extremely clear, but it cast a layer of haze over his heart. The continuous shots left clear marks on the smooth glass door, but the glass door did not show any signs of shattering. He did not know what material it was made of, but it was so sturdy. Su Lu and Macklin looked at each other calmly through the glass. This was the first time they had met in person, but the moment they saw each other, they were going to fight to the death. This was a safe house. In the official residences of the real political leaders of the Federation, they would often design such a place of last resort. However, most of the safe houses were mainly designed with high-strength alloys. Very few people would use transparent polymeric materials. Did this mean that the owner of this safe house had some kind of psychological abnormality? It was said that there was such a safe house in the White President's official residence in the Capital Special District. That safe house had an independent life support system and extremely strong defensive capabilities. It could directly resist the shots of battleships' main cannons outside the atmosphere, or nearby super-strong explosions. It could also ensure that the president, who was hiding in the safe house, could live alone and safely for 7 days. Senator Macklin's safe house inside the Foundation building should not be more powerful than that one. However, without powerful heavy firepower, an ordinary assassin would never be able to take a step forward. Su Lu had just arrived in front of Councilman Macklin after crossing mountains, rivers, and corpses. Was she going to be stopped by this layer of glass? This was the first time he saw Macklin in reality, but at this time he did not look at the old statesman's demeanor or the last scene behind the glass. He just glanced at him and walked to the side of the glass door, stabbing the bayonet into the wallpaper. With a click, Sulu pried open the safe house's assembly control system. His blood-stained hands started to move, quickly separating the data cable from the power cable in the box and then connecting them. He was so focused that he did not hear the gunshots that were getting louder and louder from behind the building. Macklin, who was behind the glass door, narrowed his eyes slowly. He did not know the killer outside, but he was very familiar with the young man's face. He was the nobody named Sulu. Although you are a genius engineer, don't expect to be able to open the safe house from the outside. His voice came out from the communication system in the corner of the safe house. His voice was slightly distorted. Okay. Sulu did not pay attention to what he was saying and continued to focus on his work. He had obtained enough information from Green Dragon Mountain in advance to enter the Golden Foundation building single-handedly. Naturally, he would not forget this safe house. Although the speed of his advance was much slower than he had planned, allowing Macklin to successfully hide, Sulu did not feel any despair or resentment in his heart. He had already made sufficient preparations. I've always been very curious about who would come to kill me, but I really did not expect that it would be you alone. Behind the glass door, Senator Macklin gently stroked a pen in his hand and sighed. He did not know how many life and death struggles he had experienced in his life, whether it was the expedition against the Empire, the internal purge of the anti-government forces in Green Dragon Mountain, or the guerrilla warfare in the mountains later. If it were not for some kind of providence protecting him, he believed that he would have died long ago. Sulu, who was outside the glass door, did not pay attention to him. He was still busy with his own work. Macklin narrowed his eyes as he watched this scene. He actually felt some appreciation for this extremely calm guy. Of course, it was more of a faint uneasiness and anger. Today, S1 was holding a presidential inauguration ceremony. As a politician without any family background, Macklin had spent most of his life taking a circuitous path in order to be able to ascend to the position of vice president. Yes, vice president. Because the vice president was also the chairman of the Federation Management Committee, only the Federation Management Committee could truly get close to the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation. Macklin narrowed his eyes. At this moment he thought of many things that had happened many years ago. If he had not gone to Bermuda, perhaps he would still be a hot-blooded and upright veteran in the eyes of the Federation people. However, destiny was destiny after all, and this was something that no one could change. He did not think that he had failed. He believed that in the history of the universe, no one had been more successful than himself. Although he had not been able to ascend to the highest political throne in the Federation, after operating in the Federation for so many years, he had already obtained what that person had asked for his help to obtain many years ago. Macklin narrowed his eyes and looked at Sulu, who was silently busying himself outside the door. He knew that the other party could not come in at all. As long as the backup forces inside the building or the Federation government's army rushed over, he would definitely be safe. However, he did not feel too much joy at surviving because in the original plan, he was supposed to take advantage of the inauguration ceremony in the capital to go to the faraway West Woods to visit the frontline soldiers and then quietly disappear into the universe. All of this had been forcefully delayed by the small-eyed man outside the glass door. Thinking of this, a self-deprecating smile appeared on Macklin's lips. No one in the entire universe could really see through him. If it was the Federation who had discovered his secret, if it was the Bureau of Proclamation who had discovered his secret, perhaps he could accept it a little more. However, it was obvious that Sulu, who was outside the glass door, did not know anything. The mission that he had used his whole life to complete was going to be ruined by the stubbornness and impulsiveness of a young man who did not know anything. Macklin could not help but touch his white hair and sigh in his heart. Sulu, who was outside the door, seemed to have heard the sigh in his heart. He lowered his head and carried on with his work seriously. Suddenly he opened his mouth and said, "There's something I've been wanting to ask you face to face." It was strange to say that the heroic and cold assassin, the scheming target, had a temporary peace because of the glass door. They could even have a conversation that was extremely difficult to imagine. Macklin looked at him with a smile. "Please ask." Sulu lowered his head and quickly answered. Without looking up he asked, "You were the one behind the incident in Linhai and the concert, right?" Although countless evidence had already proven that Macklin was the cold-blooded and terrifying mastermind behind the scenes, Sulu still wanted to ask this person face to face. "Yes." Macklin climbed up from the bottom. He was able to obtain the support of countless people in the Federation. He was able to walk the line between the government and the anti-government army. He was also able to obtain the help of countless higher-ups in the Federation. To be able to make someone like Zhang Xiaoming follow him to death, he must have a very outstanding side in his unique personality. Therefore, when Sulu asked this question, Macklin smiled and gave an affirmative answer without thinking. Sulu still lowered his head and asked, "Can you face your conscience?" Macklin, who was behind the glass door, after hearing this seemingly naive and childish sentence, became strangely silent. He thought of the factory and the companions he grew up in since he was a child. He thought of the comrades who bathed in blood with him. But then he thought of the indescribable loneliness and the lofty sense of mission in his heart all these years. He was surrounded by others. What an unbearable life this was. Conscience is when we realize the existence of the moral court in our hearts. Look at the planet under your feet. It's still rotating. Macklin's slightly inflected voice came from beside the glass door. What I do is in accordance with the moral court in my heart. Hearing this sentence, Sulu did not say anything. He silently completed the connection of the safe house's assembly system. He raised his wrist and said softly to his watch, "Can you hear me?" Cracking the safe house's password required a powerful computing platform. In the plan, this task should have belonged to the high-level workbench at the mountaintop, and the person operating the workbench should have been Magnolia. Secretary Bai's soft but reassuring voice did not come through the earpiece. Su Li's heart gradually turned cold. During the later part of the assault, Magnolia at the mountaintop disappeared. He did not think that Secretary Bai had betrayed him at the most critical moment, because Magnolia had an excellent opportunity to do so. Sulu was only worried that something might have happened to Magnolia at the mountaintop. Without the workbench to remotely decode the code, how could he open the safe house? Sulu should have confirmed this before the connection. Otherwise it would have been a waste of time. But strangely, he did not seem to have such knowledge. Instead, he directly reconnected to the assembly system. With a soft beep, the 8 hidden buttons on the glass door outside the safe house were all locked. It was harder to break than before. He dragged his injured leg back to the glass door, raised the pistol, and narrowed his eyes to aim at the circle left by the bullet on the glass door. He pulled the trigger again. His heart was a little heavy and anxious. He was very confident in the glass door in front of him. However, at this time the reinforcements had yet to arrive. The people from the 2nd Military Region had yet to arrive, and the helicopters had yet to arrive. The spaceship in the distant spaceport was still waiting for him. Would he be able to board the spaceship that did not require a ticket today? His heart was also a little heavy and anxious. Who knew how many light years away in the star sector outside the Federation, there was a person whose heart was heavier and more anxious than Sulu and Macklin, who were on the brink of death. Lin Banshan, the top figure in the 2nd generation of the 7 major families in the Federation, the most famous rebel, and the one who could break the marriage alliance between the two families, was looking out of the glass window with a melancholy face. The glass window reflected his thin and cold face, which overlapped with the street view of the first administrative planet of Bermuda outside the window. It was somewhat unpredictable. The living environment of the Bermuda star sector was much more dangerous than that of the Federation. Even though it was the number 1 administrative planet, the 4 seasons were much harsher. For example, it was late winter outside the window, and the temperature had dropped to -30 degrees Celsius. The smugglers who should have been wandering on the streets had no choice but to return to their lairs or spaceships. Lin Banshan should have been in South Kazhou at this time, eating meat and drinking with his most trusted right-hand man, Zhang Xiaohua, while watching the presidential inauguration ceremony with a smile. But as early as 10 days ago, he quietly left the Federation and came to Bermuda alone. He, who was evaluated by Lady Tai as a hero in troubled times, left his roots and subordinates so easily, and took the risk to secretly come here. Naturally, he had something important to do. Many years ago, he also came to the dangerous Bermuda alone like this and built his own empire in this chaotic land. In these 10 days, he was going to rely on the foundation he built back then to investigate the suspicious case from decades ago. Even Lin Banshan couldn't help but feel heavy and anxious when he thought of the suspicious case. He stood in front of the window, waiting for the results of the interrogation. His shoulders felt like they were cut by a knife and he felt a little overwhelmed. He turned back and walked to his desk. The light screen that had not been turned off for a day and a night was constantly playing a video on loop. The video was obviously very old and the picture quality was quite blurred. Bermuda was not like the Federation, which had the support of the glory of the Charter. It did not have the support of the huge database of the central computer. It had to be said that Lin Banshan was extraordinary to find this video from many years ago. Lin Banshan sat in a chair, squinting at the video, motionless. In the video, the respected old senator was just a young man who had just retired from the army. The two people who were talking to him, one was a young fat man, and the other had a delicate face, but gave a strange feeling as if he was wearing a mask. A file appeared on the light screen. Lin Banshan pinched his tired eyebrows and opened the file. The file was the result of the analysis by a professional lip analysis expert. Lin Banshan looked at the dialogue in the file, and his eyes gradually narrowed. An extremely cold chill appeared in his eyes. Night Scorpion, Gary Corridor. Lin Banshan murmured and repeated the two nouns, confirming something. He suddenly got up, pushed open the bookcase behind him, walked into the secret room and said coldly to the confidential secretary, "Connect to the Bureau of Proclamation." The confidential secretary nodded. While operating, he replied, "The synchronization will take 7 minutes. Don't worry about synchronization." Lin Banshan coldly scolded, "Now." Whether it was in the Federation's underground society, or traveling the universe, this most famous prodigal son of the Federation was always so calm when dealing with his subordinates and partners. Especially the people in this room. They had followed him for many years, but it was the first time they saw him so cautious. No one dared to say anything and quickly started their work, connecting to the distant Federation Bureau of Proclamation. The door in the other corner of the secret room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man in black walked out, exuding a cold aura. The middle-aged man's face was pale, and he was wiping the blood on his hands with a handkerchief. Before the door closed automatically, a person could be vaguely seen hiding in the chair behind the door. That person was extremely fat and his hair was white. Looking at his old face, it seemed to be similar to the fat man in the video that Lin Banshan had been paying attention to. However, at this time, this old fat man was covered in blood, and his hands hanging weakly by the chair looked like skinned willow branches. No one knew how many cruel punishments he had suffered. "He's confessed." The middle-aged man in black walked to Lin Banshan's side, and an unhealthy blush appeared on his pale face. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke excitedly. This black-clothed middle-aged man had come to Lin Banshan's side with Zhang Xiaohua. Lin Banshan trusted this partner very much. He knew that his partner's subordinates loved to cruelly extort confessions, but the result of today's extortion made even him feel excited and nervous. Lin Banshan thought of the answer that was about to be revealed, and his eyes narrowed slightly. The middle-aged man in black lowered his voice and said faintly, "The other person in the video was the Empire's Prince Norton." Even though he was mentally prepared, even though Lin Banshan was probably the first powerful figure in the Federation to suspect Macklin, when he heard this name and confirmed the answer to the riddle he had been painstakingly searching for a long time, his mountain-like body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Prince Norton, the current emperor of the Empire. The information connection with the Bureau of Proclamation had been completed, and all the staff in the secret room had left, including the middle-aged man in black. Lin Banshan stood in front of the light screen and looked at the motionless portrait on the screen. He said in a deep voice, "The information is not synchronized, you just need to listen." In the 27th year of the 37th constitutional calendar, Macklin's father died. He received a grant and entered the Faculty of History and Economics of the Capital University. Lin Banshan looked down at the information in his hand and said, "The central computer found the grant to Bermuda, so you asked me to come and help you. I don't have evidence to accuse Macklin of anything now, but I can confirm that in the spring of the 27th year of the constitutional calendar, Macklin went to Bermuda, and under the arrangement of the pirate leader, he met a person. That person could be the Empire's Prince Norton, which is the current emperor of the Empire. I don't know why an emperor would take the risk to come to Bermuda, and you should know that Macklin was just a small figure back then. But today Macklin is a big figure." Lin Banshan lowered his head and said, "He has operated in the Federation and the anti-government army for so many years, I'm worried that the coordinates of the two space passages in the Night Scorpion Nebula and Gary Corridor, the things we want to protect, should still be in his hands. Within the Federation he can't send these things away. All these years he hasn't left the Federation even once." Lin Banshan raised his head and looked at the motionless light screen. He said firmly, full of murderous intent, "My suggestion is that we don't need evidence. Find Macklin and kill him. I'll remind you one last time, this matter has nothing to do with politics, it only has to do with the Federation," he said with a sullen face, then turned off the light screen and walked out of the office without looking back. Get ready, we'll return to the Federation immediately, Lin Banshan said gloomily. As the top talent of the 7 major families in the Federation, he knew better than anyone the pedantic and dangerous politics of the Federation. He was very worried that Macklin, an enemy with full political wisdom, would use the historical inertia of the upper echelons of the Federation to find a gap that could be exploited. Chapter 300. In the outskirts of the capital, in the Bureau of Proclamation. Cui Zedong was 42 years old this year. He was the assistant director of the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation. He had been in this most mysterious and special organization of the Federation for 20 years. His hair was already white, and his eyebrows were gradually wrinkled. The relaxed working environment should not have caused him to age so quickly, but the old director with the surname C always had a habit of throwing everything to him. The heavy pressure and tedious affairs were almost crushing him to the point of suffocation. He sat in front of his desk and watched the extremely cold voice of that guy on the holographic screen. He could not help but sigh softly. He felt that there were a few more wrinkles on his forehead, and a few more strands of white hair. Although he had experienced countless major events in the Bureau of Proclamation over the years, major events that the citizens of the Federation might never know, when he heard this report today, he still could not help but feel a little cold in his heart. The universe was so big, but the Federation and the Empire just had to bump into each other. It was probably the will of the Creator to let the 2 carbon-based life societies that were similar to each other violently begin to collide with each other before they were mentally prepared. Philosophers and anthropologists had always been trying to find the biological blood relationship between the humans of the Federation and the humans of the Empire. They had even pointed their suspicious gazes at the barbaric era countless years ago. Most scholars had already come to a consensus, but they had not found evidence for the time being. They believed that the human society that suddenly encountered the Federation nearly 100 years ago should be a branch of the Federation back then. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the sudden appearance of an empire in the universe. The life forms in this empire were not like the aliens in the movies who had 8 legs, a natural insect shell, and could constantly spit out acid. Instead, they were like the people in the Federation. They could walk, think, fall in love, be angry, and hate. Director Cui Zedong's assistant stared blankly at the file in his hand. He looked at the picture of Senator Macklin on the file and felt as if his body had fallen into an ice pit at the North Pole. It was incomparably cold. The 2 sides had been at war for decades and had long formed an irreconcilable blood feud that could not be resolved. However, who would have thought that as early as a few decades ago, the Empire had already created such an unbelievable situation? Cui Zedong stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the busy staff in the lobby downstairs, he couldn't help but frown. The people from the West Woods military district who went to Bermuda had not returned with any news yet. The records of the human trafficking from more than 60 years ago might have been destroyed long ago, and the biological samples that the special forces of the 2nd Military District took the risk of digging up graves in Green Dragon Mountain to retrieve were still on their way. In S2, the Bureau of Proclamation had sent out a special team. They had already made a preliminary comparison of the biological samples from both parties. They could basically confirm the Bureau of Proclamation's suspicion of the senator. But the problem was that this was a serious matter. Even with the Bureau of Proclamation's superior status in the Federation, if they could not obtain ironclad evidence, it would be difficult to convince the government to do anything. The hall was in a state of panic. In order to deal with one of the most inconceivable sequence events in the history of the Federation, the Bureau of Proclamation established a special task force for the first time. The reason why the old director with the surname Yun wanted to establish this special task force without the government's knowledge was because the target they were investigating, whether it was within the government or lower-level organizations, had an unimaginable number of partners and fanatical supporters. In order to keep it a secret, the Bureau of Proclamation's secret investigation was even hidden from the President's official residence and the Federation Management Committee. It was also because of the need for secrecy that the Bureau of Proclamation, which was usually only responsible for collecting information and never carried out specific tasks, showed a rare lack of fluster this time without the full support of the Federation Investigation Bureau. The office door was pushed open, and a member of the Special Task Force hurriedly walked in. He frantically flipped through the files in his hands and said, "The target has left S2 today and is heading to the front line of the West Woods to visit the army." "Going to the West Woods? I'm afraid he'll have to escape on the way." A chill rose in Cui Zedong's heart. He waved his hand to signal for the staff member to leave. Then he picked up the phone in his hand and dialed a number. In front of the Parliament Hill in the capital Special Administrative Region, President Pabre's 10-minute speech had not been long since the inauguration ceremony of the President of the Federation began. The guests and ordinary people on the stone steps carefully listened to every word with excitement and calmness. No one noticed that a strange atmosphere had already enveloped the viewing platform. The big shots in the upper echelons of the Federation seemed to be disturbed by a certain piece of news. Although they immediately calmed down, the deep eyes of those old faces flashed with a different light. The first big shot to know that the S2 Peace Foundation building was attacked was the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau. Within the Federation, this organization collected information the fastest. Just 2 minutes after the alarm sounded inside the Foundation building, the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau, who was standing in the second row of the viewing platform, heard the shocking news. At this time he could not analyze who dared to do such a sensational and terrifying thing on the day of the inauguration ceremony. The director held the phone and occasionally looked up at President Pabre, who was giving a speech on the stage. He frowned slightly and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. In a low voice he gave orders to his subordinates. Then he quietly walked behind the National Security Advisor and whispered a few words. At this time, the National Security Advisor was looking at the president on the stone steps with a smile on his face. He hoped that President Pabre could see his sincere feelings. Although he was President Sieg's teacher, he still hoped to play a role in the new government. Suddenly he heard a voice behind him. His face immediately became gloomy. He turned around and said a few words in a low voice. The actions of these two big shots immediately fell into the eyes of many people. The guests on the viewing platform could not help but speculate in their hearts. What had happened that made these two big shots want to talk about it, regardless of the fact that President Pabre was giving the most important speech? Then, the director of the Special Task Force, who had been silently standing behind the president on the stone steps, suddenly pressed the metal particles in his ear. His expression changed slightly. Then he quietly took 2 steps back and whispered a few words. The guests on the viewing platform were undoubtedly the smartest and the most observant group of people in the Federation. When the director of the Special Task Force's strange look fell into their eyes and combined it with the scene they had noticed earlier, they were sure that something big must have happened. In an inconspicuous position in the second-to-last row of the viewing platform, Lady Tai, who was wearing a black windbreaker, slowly put down the phone in her hand. A trace of anger flashed in her usually calm eyes, which immediately turned cold. Then Liyuan Palace and the heads of the 7 families of the Federation, who were quietly standing in the crowd, all learned of the violent assassination that was happening on S2 through their respective intelligence channels. The faces of all those who knew the inside story changed slightly. They might not know who the assassin was, and they did not care about the life or death of Senator Macklin. But they were concerned about the current situation in the Federation, which they had single-handedly controlled and created. But at this time, there were some disobedient, insignificant people who tried to destroy everything they had agreed on. So they were shocked and angry. On the stone steps, President Pabre's speech was still going on, but the strange atmosphere on the viewing platform was getting thicker and thicker. On the most important day of the Federation, because of an assassination that happened in the distance, it became a little strange. The National Security Advisor quietly walked up the stone steps and said a few words behind the Vice President-elect, then pointed at the back of President Pabre. The Vice President-elect anxiously shook his head. More people looked at the eye-catching position in the first row of the viewing platform. The incident happened suddenly, and they wanted to know how the old director of the Bureau of Proclamation of the Federation would react. Behind the oath-taking platform, President Pabre also noticed the strange expressions of his subordinates and guests. He narrowed his eyes and calmly continued his policy speech, but the corner of his eyes swept over the director of the Bureau of Proclamation. In the eyes of the crowd, the white-haired director looked down as if he didn't know anything. In fact, he was very clear about the reason for the strange situation at the presidential inauguration ceremony. In fact, he was the first person in the capital city to know about the S2 assassination. At this moment, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He leaned on his walking stick and left the viewing platform in a senile manner. Accompanied by his subordinates, he walked toward the back of the platform. He did not seem to care about the gazes that fell on him at all. It was as though this was not a presidential inauguration ceremony, and President Pabre was not giving a speech. The old director held the phone and listened silently for a while, then slowly said, "How long has Sula been in there?" 14 minutes, 27 seconds. On the other end of the phone, the assistant director gave an extremely accurate answer. Well, it seems that we can't count on him anymore. The old director heard the answer, slightly lowered his eyes and said, "You think he will escape? He was scheduled to leave S2 today, but the problem is that we don't know where the spaceship he prepared is." On the other end of the phone, Chui Zedong said in a low voice, "And his identity is special. The Bureau doesn't have any evidence yet, so it's not convenient for us to directly issue orders." The old director was silent for a long time, then said, "The Bureau of Proclamation's words are the evidence." On the other end of the phone, Chui Zedong didn't say anything and just listened quietly. "Comb through all the aircraft that left S2 today. If Medellin really wants to leave," the old director's voice paused for a moment, "just shoot him down." After the phone call ended, the old director looked back at the Parliament Hill in the cold winter. His eyes slowly fell on the lady on the viewing platform, and then he frowned and looked at the so-called big shots on the platform. These big shots who liked to play politics only knew that Medellin was assassinated, but they didn't know what Medellin meant to the Federation. A hint of mockery flashed in the old director's eyes. To him, as long as the Bureau of Proclamation started paying attention, no one in the Federation could avoid the glory of the Constitution, and that was the same for Senator Medellin, who was well aware of the political shortcomings of the Federation. All the military officials and important figures were gathered in the capital of S1, and Medellin took advantage of the presidential inauguration ceremony to leave. He was really a smart guy to the bone. Without the military's orders, who dared to stop Medellin from leaving? If that person really went into the depths of the vast universe, who could stop Medellin's return? Director C sighed softly, shook his head, and walked toward the Federal Fleet Commander, 3-star General Hong Yuliang. If the Bureau of Proclamation wanted to forcibly seize the temporary command authority of the fleet and shoot down Medellin's spaceship, they would at least have to give this strong woman a heads up. Of course, Director C also knew very well that without a trial, the Bureau of Proclamation would have to pay a heavy price after killing a senator, a highly popular vice-presidential candidate, and this price would most likely be his early retirement. However, he did not hesitate at all. The Emperor of the Empire had used that senator to toy with the Federation for so many years. As the director of the Bureau of Proclamation, he felt endless shame. If he could still let Medellin leave alive today, he might as well commit suicide. The Federation's 2nd Military Region, Oak State Garrison Headquarters. The Golden Foundation building is calling for the 3rd time, requesting emergency support. The enemy's attack speed is too fast and they have a lot of firepower. A first lieutenant staff officer quickly ran behind the garrison commander and said with an unpleasant expression, "Commander, should we send a combat team over?" "Send my ass." The garrison commander did not pay attention to his subordinate's urgent request at all. His eyes were slightly red as he stared at the holographic map on the light screen. Looking at the clear heat traces on the map, looking at the flashing analysis numbers beside them, and then listening to the incredibly noisy voices of the staff officers on the other side, he vented all the emotions in his heart. He turned around and glared fiercely at the staff officer, saying, "The Green Dragon Mountain Army has been fully mobilized, and the entire military region is preparing for defense. You want me to send people to protect a bullshit senator at this time? Do you want me to go to military court?" The staff officer had nothing to say in response. In the early hours of this morning, the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army, which had not made any major military movements in the past few years, suddenly acted out of the norm and sent out 4 armies. Following the winding mountain paths in the mountains, they marched out of the mountains with an extremely threatening aura. Although the anti-government army's military movement had not yet broken through the actual control line of both sides, this kind of high-pressure situation made the federal army stationed around the 4 states feel an unprecedented pressure. Was the war really going to start? At this critical moment, the news of the Golden Foundation building being attacked was selectively forgotten by all the officers of the Federation's 2nd Military Region. There were priorities, and with the war imminent, who would pay attention to this kind of thing? For the people of the 2nd Military Region, it was better for an old wolf like Macklin, raised by the anti-government army, to die as soon as possible. The sudden attack of the anti-government army just happened to give them an excuse to feel at ease. It was because of the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Army's sudden combat readiness that the 2nd Military Region, which was currently under a rain of bullets, had no intention of going to provide support even though it had been almost 20 minutes since the attack. What are these wolves in the mountains trying to do? The garrison commander stared coldly at the increasing number of red dots on the map. His heart was extremely cold. His immediate superior, the commander of the 2nd Military Region, was attending the presidential inauguration ceremony in the capital today, but at this time the Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army suddenly came out in full force. This situation was very suspicious. A huge explosion resounded in the mountains somewhere in the 4 states. This was not the front line of the battle between the government army and the anti-government army, but an abandoned factory that no one paid attention to. Reporting mission successful. An anti-government army soldier wearing a camouflage uniform came to the forest and said to the middle-aged man wearing a straw hat in a deep voice. He smiled and patted the shoulder of the subordinate, then turned around to look at the place where the smoke rose. At this time, the comrades in the mountains should have already assumed a full-scale attack posture. Under such a high-pressure situation, the 2nd Military Region probably would not notice Macklin's movement. There was a temporary spaceship landing base in the abandoned factory. The escape route that Macklin had prepared should be here. He looked at the smoke and thought about how he met and fought with Macklin in this life. His heart became slightly cold. Although he was known as the most famous intelligence leader of the 37 constitutions, he was not an organization like the Federation's Bureau of Proclamation, so he did not know Macklin's true identity. He could not understand why Macklin was in such a hurry to leave. But since he had found this out, he made his own response. He and Macklin had fought for many years and in the end he did not know who won and who lost. But at least today he cut off Macklin's support from the government, and cut off Macklin's escape route. He had done everything he could. On the mountaintop southwest of the Peace Foundation building, a black workbench was lonely among the fallen leaves. There were a few corpses around it and blood flowed slowly along the red leaves. The delicate man who was supposed to be guarding the workbench and providing technical support to Sulu had disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Inside the Peace Foundation building many people had died but some were still alive. The sound of bullets whistling through the air was intermittent, but it never stopped. The bullet marks and debris on the walls of the building fully proved how tragic the story had been from the beginning to the present. From time to time there was a dull sound. Some walls were penetrated and some were blown to pieces. Amidst the blood and smoke, the hearts of the security personnel in the building were about to freeze. They didn't know who the second intruder was. Although this person might not be as unpredictable as the previous one, the absolute professional military accomplishment and the terrible weapon in his hand were like a black wall of death, blocking in front of them. Shi Qinghai, who was covered in blood, was holding a 37 brand cigarette and an ACW as he stood guard in front of the last tunnel in the East 3rd District. There were shiny bullet shells in front of and behind him, as well as a suitcase that he carried with him. The ACW trembled violently, spewing gunfire. His lips, which were holding the cigarette, were a little pale and trembling. He did not know how long he could hold on. He could only clearly feel that his blood was flowing out of the bullet holes. There were more dense bullet marks on the glass door, but the high-hardness material did not show any signs of breaking. In the middle of the circle of bullet marks that was hit by Sulu, there were 3 neat lines. It was like a circle with the big word, people, written in the middle. Senator Macklin, whose hair was messy, squinted his eyes and stared at Sulu outside the glass door through the slight bullet marks. Until now, he still firmly believed that as long as he stayed in the safe house for a while, the forces loyal to him would come to his aid. Even if all the people loyal to him died, the Federation government would not just stand by and watch him die. The commotion caused by his death would cause the 2nd Military Region to come to his rescue. As long as he left the Peace Foundation building, he would be able to rush to the unknown base, take the spaceship and leave S2. During the long journey to the West Woods, he would quietly disappear from Bermuda and return to his hometown. This would be a long journey home. What awaited him would be unprecedented achievements and a warm welcome from his family. However, this councilman didn't expect that there were many people who didn't know his true identity, but still used all their strength to try to keep him here or kill him for some ridiculous reason. For example, Shi Qinghai, who was fighting a bloody battle outside the room, or Sulu, who was outside the glass door. Even if he could leave the building, he could not leave S2. Even if he left S2, what awaited him would be the Bureau of Proclamation's ruthless authority and the gunfire from the space fleet. Of course, if it was not for Sulu silently killing his way in today, perhaps before the Bureau of Proclamation could take action, Macklin would have already disappeared into the vast universe. The glass door did not shatter. Sulu lowered his head, but he was not disappointed. He took out a nutrition bar and ate it in big bites. Then he sat down in the open space in front of the glass door and closed his eyes as if he was about to fall asleep. Macklin narrowed his eyes as he watched his strange actions. A strong sense of uneasiness grew in his heart, but he did not know where this uneasiness came from. Suddenly he understood. His uneasiness came from his opponent's calmness. The young man outside the door had always maintained an absolute calmness, and this calmness was rather frightening. Macklin gently turned the pen in his hand, his pupils constricting slightly. There was something very important hidden in the pen. It contained the specific data of the 2 channels of the Night Scorpion Nebula and the Gary Corridor, as well as an extremely fine chip. If it were not for the election failure, perhaps he would not have thought of going home. However, he had already obtained enough valuable information. He should be able to go home with confidence. At this moment, Macklin's homesickness overwhelmed his fear of the current situation. Macklin had previously told Su Lu through the door that although he was a genius engineer, he would not be able to open this security door. Su Lu, who was sitting on the ground, opened his eyes at this moment. He looked at the senator behind the door and said, "I'm very good at physics." As soon as he finished speaking, his body began to tremble violently. His face was pale, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He took a step forward, roared, and transferred all the energy in his body to his right arm in an instant. Then he punched out like lightning. There was no need for tools. Humans were the best machines. Sulu only believed in his own fists. This punch happened to hit the point where the bullet marks converged, right in the middle of the character human. With a muffled sound, it seemed as if the entire room began to tremble. Following the sound of paper tearing, a crack suddenly appeared on the extremely hard glass door that even bullets could not penetrate. Chapter 301. After following Professor Shin Yulin for many days, Su Li's theoretical physics was still his shortcoming. However, as an engineer with rich practical experience, his understanding and application of the non-elastic Hawk's law was not something an ordinary person could compare to. The connecting assembly system made the outer transparent material of the safe house sturdier. Bullets were used to forcibly draw a balanced line on the surface of the safe house. Finally, gravity was applied to the connecting part. Only then could one strike succeed. It was not difficult to have the theory and dare to put it into practice. The key was to have the means and ability to implement it and smash the evil safe house. The most important thing was Su Li's last punch. This punch was too fierce and too heavy. It was like a large steel ball hanging from a heavy dismantling machine, whizzing over. No matter how sturdy the design of the safe house was, it probably never occurred to them that a person's body could explode with the power of such a heavy machine. Therefore, in front of Su Li's fist, the transparent glass door cracked open. The white crack spread out like a spider web. Then it shattered into a messy postmodern image. In the end, it shattered into countless pieces of brittle glass and fell to the ground. It was like thousands of piles of snow piled up between the two of them. With such an inhuman strength, Su Li's right wrist snapped. His face was pale, but his squinted eyes were unusually bright. Without a trace of pain or hesitation, he walked into the door. His military boots stepped on the thousands of piles of broken glass and snow, making a rustling sound. Just as the glass door shattered, Senator Macklin's eyes, which were as calm as a lake, also shattered into pieces. The tranquil luster dimmed for a moment before dispersing in all directions. Because of the unimaginable abnormality in front of him and the approaching death, it disappeared from his old and tired black eyes. At this time, he did not even know Macklin's true identity. He would probably think of his peers in the movies would have a great impact on the Federation. Big noses or small noses with his left hand and pulled the trigger. The young people who participated in the high school joint examination would definitely think of countless outstanding seniors or the best cheaters in the school to cheer for them. But from the way Sulu dealt with the soldier in the frontline tunnel in the West premise that he had enough information, he was a very calm person who could come up with a plan. He would definitely think he was sure that there was still one bullet left in his gun. Those who acted bravely for a just cause. However, the shot did not go off. Thinking back to those who acted bravely for a just cause in the past, finally had a problem those who did not care about their own safety, but it happened at the most critical moment. Perhaps they did not have the time to think too much. Sulu mumbled something vaguely. People would habitually use a lot of mental things from the corner of courage and confidence before doing something big. He threw the gun in his hand to the ground. Sulu was also an ordinary person, and he was no exception. Quickly closed and regained their luster. When he stepped on the glass, he had experienced too many moments of life and death in his life. He did not think of anything, but there was not a moment as shocking as when Macklin to look like an old man with one foot in the grave. However, when this moment disappeared on his face was like that of a person who Macklin was ready to seize this last chance. He did not think about the consequences of killing Macklin. He did not try to take out the gun in his pocket. He did not think that it was a human life. This was because what had happened before made him very clear that the small-eyed man in front of him had an unparalleled and terrifying strength in these aspects. He was a little tired and wanted to give up. Macklin reached out the pen that he had been holding in his hand and handed it to Square, made him pick up the idea. He said in a hoarse voice, "Perhaps it was because you thought for too long on the bench behind the snow, so he did not think about anything about why this person called Sulu wanted to kill him. Carrying his travel bag, he killed his way into the heavily surrounded Golden Foundation building and killed his way to the old man. Some people thought too much and did too little. This experienced and ruthless Macklin would never have thought that Sulu wanted to kill him because of some old things that he thought were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the big shots in the Federation, such as Lin Hai and the concert. He had always thought that Sulu had invaded the Golden Foundation building and wanted to kill him for other reasons. There was some great interest involved. Perhaps he was representing the will of Lady Tai, or perhaps he had some conflict with those guys in Green Dragon Mountain. Therefore, Macklin handed over his pen and was ready to negotiate with him in a hoarse voice. Sulu looked at the pen in front of him and was slightly stunned. He thought to himself, should I say thank you? I want to kill him now, but he still wants to find a convenient person for me? He was so calm and indifferent in the face of death. Although this Macklin was an unforgivable person, it still made him feel a little emotional. No one, not even the history books of the Federation in the future, knew that this was actually just a misunderstanding. Su Li's face was expressionless. Perhaps this was the only way to calm his emotions. He took the pen and stabbed it in silence. The black, expensive ink pen had a hard alloy tip at the front end. It drew a dark ray of light in the air, like a knife that the orphans of Donglin would play with on the muddy ground. With a poof, it pierced into Macklin's neck. Then it was pulled out. Macklin did not react at all. It was not until the blood on his neck spurted onto the wall that he realized what had happened. He frowned and covered the wound on his neck that was spurting blood. He stared at Sulu and wanted to say something, but no words came out. He took 2 steps back, tripped over a chair and sat on the ground with a crash. Blood continued to flow out from the gaps between his pale and withered fingers. The old senator furrowed his brows in pain and breathed in the last few breaths of air. His eyes widened as he looked at Sulu with a trace of disbelief. Finally he twitched a few times and stopped breathing. During the process of Macklin's death, Sulu stared at him silently. He stared at his face, his eyes, the fingers on his neck that were covering the wound, and the blood that was oozing out between his fingers. As the blood oozing out between his fingers became less and less and thicker, he took a deep breath. At this time he seemed to have some free time to think. Watching the person in front of him slowly die, Sulu thought of the beautiful ticket takers in the Linhai State Gymnasium. Those girls whispered behind him, discussing how such a student could sit in the most luxurious box. Some of those girls later became corpses. Sulu had seen it with his own eyes when he was on the run with Tai Ziyuan. He thought of the concert in Mountain 4 States. He thought of the children who died at the age of 6 or 7. He thought of the children's innocent and young faces when they died and slept. He thought of their families and the few people in Charter Square. Sulu watched Macklin die. His left eye could see ghosts at this time. In the hologram in his left eye, the string of citizen numbers that had been floating above Macklin's head shattered and then disappeared like the previous door. When he saw this scene and confirmed Macklin's death, he lowered his head and gently breathed. Breathe the air without you. How fresh this air is. However, like a balloon that had been filled with air, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The goal of meditating without sleep was achieved. Su Li's mind couldn't help but feel a little lost. In an instant, the injuries that were suppressed by his strong willpower all broke out. He had been hit by many bullets. Although the hard ceramic bulletproof vest had protected most of his vital parts, he had been bleeding all the way here. He was already extremely weak. His previously forgotten broken right wrist was also starting to feel waves of sharp pain. Sulu moved his sore and stiff body with difficulty, leaned against the wall next to him, and slowly sat down. In the capital special district of Planet S1 far away, in front of the sea of people in front of the Parliament Hill, the people who participated in the presidential inauguration ceremony looked excitedly at the dark-faced president on the stone steps. President Pabre's speech had come to an end. The overwhelming words, the sonorous and powerful words, and the promises that were not too complicated but were exceptionally powerful, were like countless bells that struck the hearts of the citizens who had placed endless hope in the new Federation government. The guests on the viewing platform had smiles on their faces as they respectfully and courteously watched President Prabal, who was waving his arms. However, what they were thinking was completely different from what they were thinking about during the solemn inauguration ceremony. The old director of the Bureau of Proclamation slowly closed the phone in his hand. Thinking of the news he had just heard, a smile appeared on his aged lips. The smile was full of endless relief. Macklin was dead. It's good that he's dead. I'll have to write Macklin's words in the future. From the beginning of the design, it was to have Sulu use the pen to kill Macklin, so he had to arrange for the last bullet to go wrong. The reason for this was that he felt that perhaps Macklin would not do anything personally, but he could use orders to frame people and harm many people. From the bottom of his heart, he was not an official of the pen, so it was more appropriate for him to die with the pen. That paragraph also wanted to explain that many things could be negotiated. Many people would think so, but Sulu had never thought about this problem. He was more direct. I originally thought that I would have to wait until 9 o'clock to write this chapter. Fortunately, I was in a good mood. Although my body is quite weak, I wrote it much earlier. At this time, I went to eat and then put on more clothes to keep warm. Speaking of which, it's only October, but the temperature is lower than I've ever experienced in my life. It's still the old saying from a long time ago. China is too big, and the difference between the North and the South is too big. The Federation is also very big. Chapter 302. The glory of the Charter, which was spread all over the Federation, was naturally aware of Macklin's death. The news quickly spread from the Bureau of Proclamation to the site of the inauguration ceremony. The old director with the surname Yun was the first to confirm the news, only a few minutes after Sulu pulled out the tip of his pen. It was a crime to harbor a treasure, but at least he was holding something valuable. This news was not good news. The old director softly told the person he needed to tell, and then the news began to spread among the high-ranking government officials on the viewing platform and the stone steps. Although the range of the news was limited to a very small number of people, their shocked expressions still gave many people some hints. At this time, the director of the Bureau of Proclamation was basically able to confirm the true identity of Macklin, so when he heard the news, his old heart was filled with endless relief. He stood on the viewing platform with a smile and maintained his silence. The other high-ranking government officials, however, did not know this at this time, so their expressions were the opposite of his extremely ugly. With warm applause, whistles and music in front of Parliament Hill, President Pabre ended his speech. He kindly and extremely politely thanked the old Chief Justice, Mr. Hiying, and then waved to the people below the stone steps. He held his wife's hand and, accompanied by his aides and office officials, they walked to the resting area. On the way, Vice President Byron and the director of the Federation Investigation Bureau quickly whispered a few words in his ear. President Pabre's expression suddenly became serious, his dark face hiding a trace of deep anger. He pondered for a moment and then quickened his pace. The inauguration ceremony was still going on, and there should be several performances to set the atmosphere. The top cultural figures from the various regions of the Federation would work hard to show their best side, so the sea of people did not disperse, but waited excitedly. They did not know that the Federation had a big event today, and no one noticed the president's quick pace in the shadow of the winter tree. The guests on the viewing platform gradually dispersed. The high-ranking officials and generals of the government and military were all heading towards the president's residence not far away to participate in the first Federation government meeting. At this time, they roughly knew what had happened in the 4 states around S2, and their expressions couldn't help but be somewhat worried. The president of the Three Forest Federation Bank, old Mr. Li Yuangong, walked down with the help of his son. The short man adjusted the black round hat on his head, squinted his eyes and looked back at Lady Tai. He found that the lady had already left. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Macklin is dead. We don't know who did it yet, but there should be news soon. Get ready. In the cold weather, the old man from Liyuan Palace coughed twice. The wrinkles on his face were as deep as knives. He looked at his successor and said, I think the president must be very angry. On the first day he came to power he received such bad news. Li Xiuzhu, wearing a short gray windbreaker and a bow tie, looked very energetic. Although he had already guessed before, he had never thought that he would hear the news of Macklin's death today. His beautiful eyebrows instantly furrowed. He lowered his voice and said in a hurried tone, Father, what should we do? The Federation government will naturally do what they should do. Liyuan Palace took off his thick gloves and walked out along the special passage for the distinguished guests. What we need to do is to fully cooperate. Fully cooperate? Cooperate with what? Suppress the commotion that may soon arise because of Macklin's death? Li Xiuju's furrowed brows still couldn't loosen. Thinking of the politician who had just died, the old man from Liyuan Palace couldn't help but sigh softly. White mist scattered around his dry lips. The Federation can't be in chaos. I think both President Pabre and his wife will realize this. The old man said, since he's already dead, we have to accept this reality and do a good job of cooperating. This sentence was said very indifferently. The death of Macklin, who had been secretly cooperating with the Li family for a long time, was like a stranger in this old man's words. Last time he was just caught and sent to the Justice Department, and this is already happening. I'm very worried, Li Xiuju said worriedly. Behind him, for some reason, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers in the square. The old man from Liyuan Palace walked forward with a smile and said slowly in an old voice, I never look down on any ordinary people, but I also never overestimate their loyalty to their beliefs. Li Xiuju's heart trembled slightly. He vaguely understood something. Last time, Macklin's fanatical supporters had caused such a big commotion in the Federation. It seemed that his family was behind it. However, at that time, the Li family needed Macklin's ability to incite people to ensure that the Federation's investigation wouldn't go too deep and involve them. Now that Macklin was dead, the Li family naturally didn't have to worry about anything. They naturally had to stand firmly on the side of the government, or rather, on the side of the people. A few black cars without obvious markings were walking on the side road. The winter trees had no leaves and the sun was clear and cold. Because of the traffic control of the presidential inauguration, these few cars were particularly eye-catching. Lady Tai sat in the back and looked at the street through the window. For the upper class of the Federation, this appearance on the viewing platform today was a rare opportunity to get close to her. Although she deliberately stood in the most inconspicuous corner, after the ceremony was over, who knew how many high officials and nobles tried to say a few words to her. However, this lady didn't have any desire to talk today. She looked at the withered trees with a heavy heart. Different from the wise old man from the Li family, she already knew who the mastermind behind the assassination at the S2 Foundation building was. The interior of the car was as warm as spring. The madam quietly looked at the winter scenery, but she suddenly thought of the editor and reporter from the Capital Daily News. She thought of the inspector who was still locked up in the FBI but refused to back down. She thought of the crazy and dangerous people in Green Dragon Mountain. She thought of the man from many years ago. Naturally, she also thought of Sulo. She felt a little cold. The young man she wanted to control was indeed an extremely dangerous person, just like his teacher. Since that was the case, then he couldn't be left alive. Medellin is dead. Lady Tai retracted her gaze from the window and calmly said, His Excellency the President may have some problems. Let the TV station and the network headquarters cooperate with the government. Secretary Xun Li, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, slightly stiffened, then immediately reacted and calmly replied. At this moment, a bell rang in the capital special district. The clear and distant sound of the bell passed through a few blocks and was then filtered by the thick glass of the black car, becoming somewhat dull and deep. President Pabre's motorcade had already arrived at the president's official residence. The former president, Mr. Sieg, was waiting for them on the lawn. The highest authority of the Federation had begun to be handed over. According to the historical custom of the Federation, the bell next to Charter Square began to ring. Lady Tai listened to the bell with a calm expression, but in her heart she was thinking, who is this bell ringing for? Sula leaned against the wall, his face pale. His fractured right wrist hung over his knee, and the ground around him was a mess. Today he had used all of his energy and squeezed out every drop of strength in his body. With the help of that great existence he was so lucky, or perhaps crazy, to achieve his goal. The moment he fell, all of his injuries and exhaustion exploded, causing him to sit on the ground. He was so weak that he couldn't even lift a finger. The gunshot wounds on his body were very serious, but what really drained him was the final blow. A year ago in the underground parking lot of Linhai Stadium, he had valiantly kicked a military mecha, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground from the recoil. Today he was much stronger than he was then, so he could still hold on, but he couldn't continue with the rest of the plan. Listening to the increasingly sparse gunshots outside the room and the scattered footsteps that gradually approached the door, Sulu lowered his head, speechless. The door was knocked open and a person covered in blood rushed in. The first thing this person did after coming in was not to shoot at Sulu, but to push all of the furniture around the door behind the door, including two extremely heavy safes. Sulu raised his head and with just one glance, his eyes lit up. When he knew that there was someone supporting him outside, he had been guessing who that person was. Now he found that it was indeed him. Shi Qinghai, whose face was covered in blood, turned around and saw Macklin's body on the ground. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, his feet seemed to be filled with lead, showing his true condition. He laughed bitterly, walked to the wall with difficulty, and slid down weakly against the wall to sit beside Sulu. Sulu spat out a mouthful of blood, but it was spat on his clothes. He turned his head with difficulty, looked at this guy and said in a hoarse voice, "I was hoping that you could get me out." Police sirens sounded around the Golden Foundation building. The police had rushed over. The Federation Investigation Bureau and more powerful departments had finally arrived. Even if all the security personnel inside the Golden Foundation building were killed by the two of them, it would be harder than climbing to the sky to escape now. "I was hoping that you could get me out." Shi Qinghai lowered his head and scolded with a smile. His chest was heaving up and down. He had already thrown the ACW outside because he had run out of bullets. After blocking for Sulu in the building for so long, his body was already full of scars. It had to be said that this fierce person, who was trained by the 1st Military Academy and the Green Dragon Mountain Anti-Government Federation, was extremely capable and lucky to be able to survive until now. Su Li's plan did have a final escape plan, but at this time, the two people sitting against the wall had already used up all their energy in the previous brilliant battle. They didn't leave any power or escape route for themselves, so they didn't have the ability to carry out the final plan. Of course, if they hadn't put in so much effort and fought so valiantly before, they wouldn't have been able to do it in front of such a tight defense. Sulu looked down at the bracelet on his wrist, laughed bitterly and coughed violently, coughing up 2 puddles of blood. The two people looked up at each other, shook their heads at the same time, and smiled in relief that this time, there were countless fully armed combatants inside and outside the building. Not far away, the roar of armed helicopters could be faintly heard. The police headquarters and the investigators of the Federation Investigation Bureau had already confirmed the life and death of Councilman Macklin from the Bureau of Proclamation, so they didn't choose to attack immediately. Instead, they waited outside the building trying to find a way to be as safe as possible. Of course you have to use a sniper for an assassination. "You brat, you only knew how to kill your way in and now I'm going to die with you. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" Shi Qinghai said as he coughed. His handsome face was full of blood, and there was a terrible wound on his left cheek, looking extremely hideous. Sulu glanced at him and smiled with difficulty. At this time he was probably sure that there was a problem with Magnolia. He was killed by that guy and Mr. Sure was killed by him. "Since I've killed you, then I'll compensate you with a son." Sulu lowered his head and wiped the blood on his lips. He smiled and said, "You probably don't know, but Zhou gave birth to a son for you. His name is Zhou Liuhua and he has no physical defects." As soon as he said this, Shi Qinghai suddenly fell into silence. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Sulu for a long time before he confirmed that this guy was not lying to comfort him before he died. His heart suddenly beat faster, and there was a touch of gentleness and shyness in his excitement. "Really? Not really." Shi Qinghai was silent for a long time and then said, "Unfortunately, I didn't know." Suddenly he smiled and laughed. "But this shows that I'm really fierce. I can actually kill them with one shot." Sulu wanted to laugh but he couldn't. He kept coughing. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. Then he took out a pack of 37 brand cigarettes with trembling hands and lit them up with trembling hands. He didn't have the calm and steady feeling he had when he was killing people in all directions. He took 2 deep breaths and then passed one over with trembling hands. He found that Sulu didn't take it. Then he noticed that Su Li's right wrist was twisted, and there were several wounds on his left arm that were bleeding. Shi Qinghai shook his head and put a cigarette between Su Li's bloody lips. "You really shouldn't have come," he said. Sulu held the cigarette in his mouth and said vaguely, "I wanted to come, so I came." The ashes of the cigarette fell and mixed with the blood on his chest. Shi Qinghai narrowed his eyes and looked around the office. He noticed that there was a painting hanging on the wall. It was a freehand painting of a splash ink lotus, and the style was dripping and fierce. He couldn't help but be puzzled. He murmured, "That guy Macklin, where did he get so much righteousness from?" Sulu raised his head with difficulty and squinted his eyes to take a look. He thought about what Macklin had said behind the door about conscience and was puzzled by it. Only then did he remember that the pen he had used to kill Macklin was still tightly held in his left hand. He loosened his fingers and let the blood-stained pen slide to the ground. He said, "I used this pen to kill him." I thought that if you could escape I would leave it, as a souvenir for you. Don't think of anything good. Shi Qinghai reached out and grabbed the pen with difficulty. He looked at it curiously and suddenly said, I don't know if the government will allow me to leave this pen to my son as an inheritance. Don't think of anything good, Sulu answered weakly with his head down and the cigarette in his mouth. Zoyu didn't find another man, did she? No, I kept an eye on her for you. Why do I feel a little guilty? I found another woman. But I didn't know, so it's not wrong, right? Hey, when did you become so close to her? I don't think I know her that well. Oh, this is another long story. The inside and outside of the Foundation building was heavily guarded. Blood and bullet marks filled the building. Countless fully armed combatants were holding guns and occupying all the passages. They surrounded the room. Maybe in the next moment they would rush in and kill the two powerful terrorists.